Yes, there will be.
What's up, guys? Good morning. I'm gonna get right into it today. You know, the past couple of days haven't been really what I wanted the stream to be, so I'm gonna try and focus on that. We've had a lot going on. So if you're just joining us today, if you have any questions, if you're here for the first time, welcome. I'm Justin. This is the Ivy League Trading live stream. All we ask is you hit the like button, subscribe. If you would like to donate to the stream, any contributions, or if you want to get a hold of me for sponsorship, what have you, that link is in the description if you want to follow me on Twitter at Ivy League Trades. I post charts, trade ideas, all that fun stuff. So I'm going to log in on Twitter and everything really quickly. I'm going to play this video for you. We're going to talk about how I'm going to be going into the markets and what I plan to, how am I going to stay agnostic, right? How do I stay agnostic to price moving up or down, and it doesn't matter as long as something is moving or is flat, how do I profit from that? Today, I am focused on winning, all right? I'm focused on winning today. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of opportunity out there. I feel like I've given it Monday and Tuesday. I've kind of just sat back. We tried to trade Exxon yesterday. I just could not get on that boat. You know, those contracts, as soon as we went to them, they were just under 80 cents. They were like, you know, mid 75 cents. And they shot up all the way to like $1.30, $1.40. If not higher. You're coming in today with a gap up on some of these energy names here. I know Exxon, we had Nike yesterday with earnings. But, oh, Intel. I want to write that down. So you're coming in with a nice gap up, and I thought you would today. I did. I thought you would. And it looks like we are. So give me just a minute. I'm going to play this video for you. Maybe it gives you some, you know, it'll help. Maybe helps get you ready to be a champion in the morning. Give me about 5 minutes, guys. Again, hit the like button for me. Please subscribe. If you have any questions, post them below. What are your top watches today? Spam the ticker or spam the chat with tickers. Okay? I'm going to cover the news. We'll go over the indexes and where futures are at. We're trading just under where we closed yesterday. And I will let you guys know how I go about or what my game plan is for the next, at least to the end of the week, maybe beginning of next week. Okay, and that's with how do I say this? That's with what we've just had yesterday, along with what may or may not be coming here in the future. All right, give me 5 minutes.
Will be some type of a decline, without a question, in the next 10 to 20 months, and it will be earth-shaking, it will be saber-rattling, and it'll have Wall Street in a tizzy, and it will create headlines that will be that will dwarf anything that's happened at this point in time. Huh? I'm about there. Look. I wonder when we're going to take off. 8 minutes to go, and I'm getting ready to give them a little drums along the Mohawk. Do a little tom-tomming on the market here on the end. Offer 3,070!
Offer 3,070. Offer 3,070?
Yeah.
Talk into the phone.
Hey, listen, Benny, don't offer that. Sell 540 market. Sell 540.
540 market. Sell 540 market. 540 market?
Yeah, March, go! Well, anyway, the whole point is I risk 10 cents, right?
Are you risking 10 cents to make $8? I'd like to, you know, that's not a bad trade. Right?
Yeah. Oh, God, and it would work so perfect for the stock market, bond market. This works so perfect. And the stock market would explode. I mean, the Dow 2,500 wouldn't even be the first stopping point today.
I mean, I've heard stories about this guy. He wakes up at like 4 o'clock in the morning and trades like gold in Hong Kong and all sorts of places. I mean, if I woke up at 4 o'clock in the morning, my wife would say, you know, get back to bed. This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
63 and 73 and 800 contracts.
I'll tell you what I'll do. You own 540. You own 540. Only 540.
540, what are you doing?
I'm selling D-Marks. You own 540.
He really loves it, and it involves sort of the use of all his energy, all his power, all his knowledge and everything. And he puts it together into one incredible life.
If I make the mark that I want to make, I'll stop. I'll retire, hopefully, a champion.
Paul Tudor Jones is a futures trader. He speculates on the future value of almost anything. It's been called an art, a science, a gambling game. It's a high-risk game for high rewards in an arena that is increasingly under scrutiny. Recent scandals have brought the Wall Street community into the glare of public and media attention, and the regulatory agencies are questioning the very existence of a certain kind of trading, stock index futures, at which Paul Jones has recently been one of the most successful players in America. It is March 1987, the third month of one of the most dramatic rises in the history of the stock market, and Paul Jones is taking a holiday. Well, sort of a holiday.
When I originally decided to come here, it was going to be vacation, get away from everything. And then, as it turned out, a number of the clients that I have are here in Europe, and most of them here in Gstaad, as it turns out. So I've done an enormous amount of business. I've been in Paris, I've been in Geneva. So I kind of combine business with pleasure. I wish it'd been more pleasure, but I still wouldn't trade for anything in the world. The most, I always think of, if life ever ceased to be an educational experience, then I probably wouldn't get out of bed.
This morning, Paul got out of bed at the Palace, one of the most elegant hotels in the world.
The lifestyle here in Gstaad is incredible because the people that I've met here and the people that I deal with, most of them are my clients. They pay me to allow them to enjoy this lifestyle, which is wonderful because I enjoy working. I had a friend that I played backgammon with in college all the time. We were having barbecued ribs for lunch during my second semester senior year in college. And he said, and I've always liked backgammon, chess, those type of games. And he said, if you think those are fun, if you really enjoy that type of stimulation, then he said, I'll show you a game that is the most exciting, the most challenging of all.
Paul's company, Tudor Investment Corporation, manages other people's money. The firm has about 300 clients and has been rated top performer in its field for 2 consecutive years. Paul is the oldest one in the office. He's 32. His chief economist, statistician, and right-hand man, Peter Burish, is 27.
We're making history today. The market.
Futures trading is a young game.
Just everyone jumped in. There's a way. You know how there's a way to check.
As firms go, Tudor is small. It has only 22 employees and manages $125 million, which isn't so much on Wall Street. But the team, for the time being anyway, likes it that way. They see their firm as a small, fast boat on a large, rough sea.
What I love about it is I'm doing my work, I'm doing my analysis, and I'm graded instantly. And through the harshest teacher in the world, there's no curve. I can't say that, boy, I was out late last night and everybody else in the class was at a pep rally for the football game and I only got a 70, but that was the highest in the class, so I still get an A. It doesn't work that way in the market. It's an intellectual challenge, and that's what makes it so exciting. Every day is something new, and every day is providing new information. Every day, every hour.
Paul buys and sells futures in cotton, oil, dollars, Deutschmarks, bonds, precious metals, anything he thinks can turn a profit. Every rumor, every news item can be a warning or an opportunity. For example, this morning, the wires say OPEC is on the verge of a new agreement.
OPEC has basically come to an agreement whereby they're going to have a 7% production cut. And my whole feeling is that anytime that you try to get 13 people to agree to anything, and I have a chance to take a position on it, Well, they're going to have to, wild horses couldn't keep me from betting against them succeeding in that. I'm selling the equivalent of about 4 tankers on the opening. You've heard nothing else on OPEC?
No.
I got you.
Thank you, Paul.
Yeah. What do you think of it, JJ? Is this a spot to nail it? I'd rather sell it down, though, than sell it
Betting
here.
that the agreement won't hold, Paul is selling oil futures as fast as he can, hoping that the other traders won't see what he's up to. Speed is everything.
Is 40 bid and a half? Offer 1,000. Offer 1,500 at 40. Offer 1,500 and a half. Show the size. Ask him how much he sold. Give me a number. Tell him more behind it. Do it. There's more behind it.
More behind it.
I can feel it. They're gonna get it. I'm gonna
Me
get it.
too, baby. Let's go. I can too.
Iraq just said something. What does Iraq say? That's great.
Dominance.
That's great. They have an agreement between 13 people, but 2 of them said they won't agree, which happen to be 2 of the 5 biggest producers in the world. That was tough to figure out, wasn't it?
Paul is on the phone to an oil trader who's saying somebody's been selling a lot of oil, but he doesn't know who.
That was my buddy at probably, again, the second or third largest crude trading firm. And his guys went, man, these guys, they sold the hell out of it. And the people that he worked with don't know that it was
Me?
Which is great. That's even better. I hope they think it's some wild as shit Arab who knows the whole agreement's getting ready to fall apart. Yeah.
Even though Paul trades in every kind of commodity, his specialty is stock index futures, which are traded in pits at various commodity exchanges like the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, the MERC, or the New York Futures Exchange, the NYFE. These people are betting not on a company or an industry, but on the future direction of the entire economy. And this week, just before Thanksgiving 1986, the big news is not good. The Iran-Contra affair has just broken, the insider trading scandal is heating up, and the market has been going nowhere.
85.90.
Okay.
Is it a fast market?
85.90. There's nothing there.
In spite of the bad news, Paul and Peter are convinced that at any moment the market is going to soar.
With a half an hour to go. Because not only will we be selling, so will everybody else in the street.
Yeah.
Which means I want to get Paul. Paul.
Yeah, I'm here.
Do it again. Another 300. Sell them. 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Paul has bet a lot of money that the market is about to go up, but nothing is happening. If he's bet wrong, he's in trouble.
The market goes down so much more faster than it goes up. It's incredible, right? It can take out 2 weeks of work in 3 hours. In fact, it took out 6 months of work in 1 day in
You
September.
guys
We're
hear
going
it
to get a big
alright?
move one way or the other. And it's just right now trying to gauge which way that move's going to be. Everyone right now has to be negative walking in the morning, looking at the newspaper, looking at the fact that the bonds are down, and yet this thing is maintaining an enormous premium to spot. All that stuff is sitting there looking at us every morning in the headlines, and yet the market won't go down. It's telling a different story than the headlines are. What is happening again is that the
Alright guys, so again, hit the like button for me, subscribe. Let me know who's here in chat. Who do we have here? Who's here, baby? Let me know who's here. I'm going to go through a couple. I'm going to write down some of the top gainers, and I'm going to get all the news together. So I just need about 15 more minutes. Just want to let you guys know what's going on here. And I am going to just start my watch list, and I'm going to start my day. Because I feel like today, it's one thing to try to time the market. People say timing the market's impossible. No, you just need to give yourself time. You need to give yourself time in timing the market. So, if you have questions, again, post it down below. I can change the settings really quickly. Because, let's see here, live. Nah, it's all good. Alright, so here we go. Let's go here, right here. Alright guys, let's go back to this. Just give me 5 minutes. That's all I need.
The market continues to build energy, and every time you see these incredibly sharp downturns, all that's doing is, or to me, all that is a signal of the fact that that people are absolutely skeptical, negative, and to a certain extent frightened through here, and yet the market won't break. It is screaming to me that it wants to go higher.
At times like this, what gives these two confidence is a theory that says the stock market moves in cycles, in patterns. And Paul and Peter subscribe to the Elliott wave theory, which says to them that what happened 49 years ago, in the late 1920s, is happening again, now.
If the market is a reflection of people's behavior and people behave similarly in similar circumstances, then history of market prices may give us an indication of what may happen in the near future. Well, the last great bull market really was the 1920s. And we looked back and did a statistical analysis on the 1920s through today, punching in literally thousands of Dow high-low and closes to run correlations between what happened in 1925 to 19...
And think about this. They were using advanced decline lines, right? Number of stocks advancing versus number of stocks declining, which is important. It's really important. If you don't go through and have a broad understanding of the broad market outside of when the market sells off like it did in 2022, what did we have? Not necessarily Amazon and Google, they were the two laggards, but Apple, Microsoft. You know, you had your leaders leading, and then it was like, okay, where do we go next? Where do we go next? You know, there's only a small portion of the market right now that hasn't been brought up near highs, not even making new highs or at highs, but just near highs. Your firms, your upstarts, some of those mid-cap tech companies. But, you know, it's kind of like regional banks have went. It's like, it's that advanced decline that he's going to talk about right now is, in my opinion, you've had industrials. I feel like that broadening is... That's really it. And if the leaders cannot make a new high or continue to rally and extend higher, you know, I think we may get a pullback. I think we're going to be getting a small... I'm going to talk about it.
28 to what happened between 1982 and where we were in 1986. Well, that correlation turned out to be over 90%. In fact, since I've run that correlation, the correlation has gone up from about 90.7% to close to 92.2%. And as
which one is the 20s?
The 20s is the blue, and the red is the 80s.
So what day back in the 20s are we at right now, approximately?
We're like in early August 1928.
And so let's see, if my memory serves me correctly, then we've got another 40% in the down the upside.
Correct.
So we're talking about...
And about another year, a little over a year, up moving the Dow.
And then it looks like there might be some storm clouds in the horizon.
To say the least.
The correlations here are phenomenal. That's incredible. What were the chances of taking any 2 5-year period in the stock market and getting that kind of correlation? What would you guesstimate off the top of your head?
I mean, it's got to be astronomical. You're talking 1,000 observations. I don't know, 1 in 1,000. It's really pretty scary. You know, if it looks like a duck and it acts like a duck and it sounds like a duck, it's probably not a chicken. And that's what's scaring me about the activity in the stock market right now.
Some analysts disagree, but Paul Jones and Peter Burish are among those who think there's a crash coming, and a big one.
You're probably talking about something with incredible fireworks, with unbelievable and unprecedented volatility, and with moves that will leave people gasping. It's going to be total rock and roll.
The market should continue to rally into the first quarter of 1988. A rough projection would be somewhere around 3,200 on the Dow. And then in March, April of 1988, there's weakness, and at some point shortly thereafter, and if you're going to hold me to a date, let's say the end of March 1988, the market then drops sharply and retraces, 50.
His latest on the markets, it's managing partner, head of research at Fundstrat Global Advisors, as well as a CNBC contributor. People forget, I think, but your outlook and views are always nuanced to some extent, Tom. So last time you were on, after being pretty bullish on
Targeting
small
the
caps through
50-day
the
on
end of the
Nike.
year.
I just wanted to hear what Tom
I wouldn't
Lee
say
had to say,
you
guys.
didn't
That's what you
change
guys
that
do, too.
long-term view, but you did express some near-term caution. And these people want to know, the people that follow you, the people that watch Squawk Box, they want to know exactly what to do every minute of every day. So it looked to them like you had waffled on your long-term view. And you're going to say the same thing today. I think near-term, you acknowledge that there could be some bumpiness, choppiness, but by the end of the year, you think 6,000 on the S&P.
That's right. I think we're still in the midst of a very tricky period because we've got the election in less than 35 days. And now we've got two things that investors don't know how to discount. One is, mounting tensions in the Middle East, and then a port strike that is potentially going to cripple the economy. And so I think that as investors worry about this, if we get a dip, and a big dip, I think you still want to buy that dip because the setup into year end has a lot of tailwinds.
The worst case scenario for the port situation is something that we've seen. And we shut down an economy already, and that was probably a time to buy. We know that. So we've seen that movie before. Could it be? I can't imagine it could be as bad as the pandemic, but we have shut down an economy before.
Yeah, that's right.
Look at Nike,
so I
guys.
think it creates headline risk because the longer this strike lasts, there'll be companies that miss, and so S&P earnings might get downgraded, or some stocks might miss results. But that's all just temporary. I mean, those are just short-term headwinds because it doesn't change the long-term outlook.
It's very strange that I don't remember any war that lasts where the effects, and we've been through quite a few back in the 90s and in the 2000s. It never seemed to have as negative an effect on the overall markets as we thought at the beginning of each.
That's right. In fact, if we look at the last 6 sort of global wars or tensions, you almost always buy the invasion. The exception was 2022 with the Russia-Ukraine war because we were also in the midst of a Fed tightening cycle. So that was not a buy the invasion event. But the other times you did want to buy.
Both Iraq wars.
Yep, both Iraq and.
Was the market, where was the market before that happened? Had levels come down, or were they trading at near highs or at highs?
Yes, this is different because we are hovering near highs and we're in an extended market.
And things aren't cheap in terms of multiples.
That's right. But at the same time, we also know there is a lot of cash on the sidelines because margin debt hasn't risen for
look at that number right
4
there.
months. I mean, that's pretty unusual.
Mortgage
with a rising stock
applications
market.
negative. They were
and now
previously
money market
11%.
cash has actually been rising at a time when the Fed is cutting. So I do think there's firepower.
The other issue, just the longshoreman strike, if that goes on for an extended period of time, is that something? We were talking before how much that cuts off the GDP. If it's there for a week, maybe cuts 0.3 of the GDP.
Yeah.
For every week they're out. Is that something that the Fed comes in with much more aggressive cuts and that fixes things, or are there inflationary factors that also come into play and that ties their hands?
I mean, the Fed has to kind of put that in their calculus because the labor market has also softened. So if this is a shock in a way that causes the labor market to weaken, the Fed's going to be a lot more dovish. But we get the payrolls report Friday, and I'd say maybe it sort of early hints seem like it's actually going to be a better than expected report.
But then you also add in what would happen from inflationary pressures, not only from the longshoreman strike, but potentially from oil prices going up in the Middle East, too.
Yeah, that's right. I think the Fed at this point would be more concerned if the consumer expectations got unanchored on inflation, and those have actually been improving. So I think the Fed can be less worried about the inflation side of it.
Did you see Tepper talking about China? Would you ever
subscribe to that theory?
Buy a lot in China?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say that not only did China launch a bazooka, but it's really working, right? Because the stock market has really broken out. I think China is now the best performing stock market this year.
But was the move made? I mean, I think we had Kyle Bass on yesterday, and I think he would argue long term, no matter how you want to think about China, it's a bad bet. He was suggesting maybe in the short term, it's a good bet. And I don't think he was necessarily opining on whether the bet is over. But the move, obviously, the big move has happened. The question is, do you see that doubling?
I disagree with that.
In the cards at this point of the game?
Yeah, I mean, something to keep in people's back of their mind. Over the last 10 years, China has underperformed the U.S. by 7,700 basis points. So if China doubles, it's still underperformed by like 5,000 basis points. So I mean, there's a lot of room for a rally, even if it looks corrective.
I think his phrase was something like, "It's just a bad bet on communists."
Yeah, no, he's saying long term it's a bad bet, but he's saying short term it might be a good bet.
It's not our grandfather's communism. It's almost, I don't even know we need a portmanteau for what capitalism, based with communism is.
Yeah.
Bidenomics, maybe. Kidding, Andrew. Kidding. Tom, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good hit. 6,000 by the end of the year. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, up next, Iran launching nearly 200 ballistic missiles at Israel as 10.
All right, let's get it, y'all. Let's get it. All right. If you guys have questions, please throw them down below. Let me know in the chat right now. Let me know. Do you guys want me to continue? You want me to write down the list, then go over the news? You want me to play this video? It's 7:30. What do you guys want to do? We're going to watch it later, or you guys let me know what you guys want to do. Alright, so this would be a really nice pullback on Alibaba. I did not go long yesterday on Alibaba. I tried to hit Exxon. So for those that weren't here yesterday, Exxon was a really nice move. Made a really nice move yesterday. Here, I'm just going to go to it really quickly. Alright, and when you have something like this, and I, just from doing this as long as I have, it's already telling you you're not going to get your pullback. You need to just buy. Look at this. Not a single wick. Right here, up here, I was trying off of that 118. I was really hoping for a pullback. Right? Not just hoping, but I'm like, man, just pull it back. Just give me a little like pullback to prior day's close. Can you give me something? Can you give me something? It was moving so fast that I should have just taken them at like it was like 80 cents. It was like it was like 81 cents. I just, so never really got the pullback I was looking for yesterday, so I just let it run, and it would have paid, but what are you gonna do? So that was Exxon. We were watching some energy yesterday after everything happened. So today, all right, I'm paying attention to, and really not just today, but the rest of the week, I'm gonna be paying attention to the dollar. And I've been talking about this for 2 weeks now, and it's up to you to do with the information what you will with it, okay? I'm just looking for a bounce back, all right? I'm looking for a potential. I would like to get like close to 104, if not get back to 104, okay? I'm not saying we will, but what does I feel like we could at least, in my opinion, get back like in between that area, somewhere in here, get above the 50-day and start trying to run a test back to 104, the high 103s. All right, so if that's my opinion, and that's an idea that I think, how do I play this? How can I play the dollar? How do I stay agnostic where if this happens, I can make money, and if it doesn't happen, I can still make money? The main part that I want you guys to think about is the risk. Because I could also just not hedge it, have a small position, risk, I don't know, $1 to make 10, right? We could use vehicles, you can use double, triple, like there's all these different vehicles you could use. But I'm looking at the Qs, which we're going to go over levels and stuff. It's already kind of making a lower high, right? This W pattern that we've seen before. The IWM isn't really above or at highs, so the IWM may not be the place I want to look for that. It's not like we have pretty like serious volume coming in or anything. I may play it with some of these tech names. Alright, I may try it with the Qs or the SPY, is how I may go about doing this. And again, I'm only looking for a pullback to maybe like 470, 465, maybe 460. And maybe we don't pull back at all. Look at the time and sales. It's pretty green this morning. It's a lot of buying. Yeah, we cannot go short right here. I mean, we could, but we need a bounce back. So if we bounce back, I will more than likely put the risk on, but I need a bounce back. I need a bounce back to this area up here. I'm going to delete all this shit. I'm telling you. I'm going to delete all of this stuff. Let's get back up here. 485, 485, 486, which was Monday's low, Friday's low, Thursday's low, and last Wednesday and Tuesday, Monday's high, and the previous Friday's high. Right, so this is the area that I'm targeting. Right, and if we can get back up there, right, if we can just get back up there, I would like to look for a rejection. See if we can't come out the gate swinging. Look at the volume coming in that we had yesterday. Sure, you had a catalyst for that. Alright, but that's kind of what I'm looking for. We're officially below it. And I need to get rid of some of these lines because I have way too many levels. I may end up just actually here. 490, 480. Here's another thing to keep an eye on, you guys, is to keep an eye on 483 to 482. And if we cannot get above 482 to, it's like 480. But I think we do. Right here. I should keep that and that, which I will. The loaded gun Iran has had on the table and facing Israel has been Hezbollah. Iran has been saying, "Go ahead, try and strike me. We have Hezbollah on your northern border, 200,000 rockets. The Radwan forces that we now know were planning their own." I want to see what I have this going to. What the hell is it going? Okay, that's not really. That's not a level. That's the level. This isn't the level. This isn't a level. I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to get rid of that. I think there were a series of events that were kicked into place following the pager attack. I think we hold this here and we try to make a run back up, and I'm going to look for a rejection. Right? Because we're still holding this. And we're still holding. We're still holding the Fed high, the day that we lowered rates. All right, and we just made that support and put a double bottom on it yesterday. You know,
Dan, what you were saying though is that this time is different. Everything that we've seen along the way, this time is going to be different, which means the retaliatory strike may be very different too. Whatever Iran comes back with next, and what do you think happens with Egypt and with Syria? I think with Egypt and Syria. So I think all the Sunni states are basically rooting, whether they say it publicly or say it privately, they're rooting for Israel to do what it's doing. I'm telling you, after the
I'm gonna go here.
Strike, after the
That's what I wanted to get to, which is how has this changed the whole dynamic for Bibi Netanyahu? I mean, he was by so many people around Israel.
Okay. So I was right. Okay, so I was kind of right. All right. Keeping an eye on the Fed Day high, which we somewhat made support here.
Netanyahu's political future will remain to be seen. I still think he's got serious challenges.
You have some support there, and then see, it's like an area. It's 480, 479.95, 480 to 482. So it's about a $2 range. This range right here. This is all somewhat support in a way. It just becomes how long before, if you can't get above 482 and start holding it, how long before you start selling off? You know what I mean? So, alright. I'm just going to go through and just go back over my whole stuff. Hold on 1 second. Let me see here.
Lilly announcing new $4.5 billion site to drive innovation in drug production, make medicines for clinical trial. That's the Yankee.
Taking on Nasrallah. Now, keep in mind, Hassan Nasrallah, the Hezbollah, is responsible for the slaughtering of hundreds of thousands of Sunni Muslims in Syria. So if you were a Sunni Muslim in the Arab world, you see what Israel's doing, taking on these malign forces in Tehran and in.
You know what? I know what the people want. Come on, bro. My shit just froze. Fucking God. Alright, we're good. We're back in business.
BRCA, Verica Pharma, announcing restructuring of commercial organization.
50% of this bull move from 770 to 3,200 in a matter of a couple of months.
The last guy that buys a share of stock when the Dow's at 3,000 or whatever number it is, he's buying it because of the fact he thinks it's going to 6,000 because it's been reinforced in his mind over the past however number of months, years, or decades that the stocks can't go down.
In one sentence, buy low and sell high. That means buying now, riding it out till the market goes to about 31, 3,200. Don't wait for top tick. That's 1988. Severe drop, a little rebound. By 1991, the market is going to be under 500 on the Dow.
The debt gets to the bottom of the accumulation, and then the repayment of debt basically drives every economic cycle that there is. And right now, we have probably explored the envelope with regard to mortgaging our future earnings. The next part of this cycle will be the repayment of what we've enjoyed now for the past 4 or 5 years. I mean, again, we're in the largest post-war business expansion cycle in history.
I'm concerned. And knock on wood, if we're successful here and the play comes about and we make a lot of money, I want to go work for the Treasury or work for the State Department or work for the Fed to help out of what I consider will be dire economic consequences.
Paul spends weekends at his farm in Virginia overlooking Chesapeake Bay. It is early Sunday evening, but the only markets open at this hour are in New Zealand and soon in Hong Kong. So he gets on the speakerphone with some brokers and starts to trade currencies.
Contracts you can give me a dealing quote on.
At any hour, any day of the week, someone is trading money. And the price of the dollar is never still. It jumps and falls in little ticks every half minute or so. At this hour, most of the players are Japanese, Chinese, and Australian.
What kind of size can you give me right now? Can you do me 1,100?
1,100?
Yeah.
1,100 contracts?
Yeah, $60 million. Can you do 60 million?
No, that's 135 million D-Mar.
That's a bundle, isn't it?
Yeah, you better. You know, that's about $67. That's about $70, yeah.
Okay, well, let's do it.
Okay, hold on a second.
What a nice way for them to begin their morning.
1,080 contracts.
I hope they never see daylight on them.
Okay, that's 135 million D-mark.
Here's the deal. Paul is betting that the dollar is about to go up. So as quickly as possible, he wants to sell a huge bundle of Deutschmarks he bought last Friday and buy dollars.
I think that they'll be bidding it up as soon as they walk in, which should be 15 minutes, and that's why I'd rather go and buy them right now. I like to go on and do business, but none of these guys will make me a quote. They don't want the exposure. They all think that we know something. Yeah, can you do me? Can we do it again? If you can give me 30, 45, I'll deal on that.
Yeah, I can't hear what you're saying, Paul.
If you can give me 201, 30 bid at 45, I'll deal on that for the whole amount.
Okay, well, let me see what they come
The price of currencies is a little hard to follow, but if Paul can sell his Deutschmarks at a quote that sounds like 30.45, he figures he's getting a terrific bargain.
Let me see.
I want a quote in 15 pips for the whole thing.
Okay, stay with me.
They all think that whenever someone from the States is coming in and dealing this early in the morning, that they know something. So they're very wary about doing business because they assume that we have some knowledge that they don't know about. Whereas an hour from now, if the market's been open and they've had a chance to digest all the news items, that, and they've seen the direction of trading, the volume that's gone through, that they're not as nervous. But by that point in time, the dollar could be considerably higher than where it is now. That's why I want to do business.
No, I'm asking this one very good bank in Tokyo for the whole wad.
Yeah.
I would like to break it up because it'd probably make it.
When you take your initial position, you have no idea whether you're right or not. What's exciting is if it starts to go your way. Now that's thrilling.
I'm asking these banks, for the whole amount. I know you want it on one quote. I'd rather break it up. I mean, even if you have to sacrifice a little bit because they're going to check.
Right. You know what? I'll just call you back in 10 minutes.
No, hang up. I'm asking
Okay.
them. Maybe they're going to come back.
Okay. Okay.
Please see what they say. You can always pull back and then we can split it up.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Somebody's making me, I think.
Okay. Because, after a while, the size means nothing. It's just, again, it gets back to the question of whether you're making 100% rate of return on $10,000 or $100 million. It doesn't make any difference. Right? If you complete 78% of your passes, it'd be nice if you're in the NFL, but if you're in college or high school or even elementary school, I'm sure the thrill is just as great.
Okay, you still want to go after that size? Or?
Yeah, I do. What are you showing on your screen?
Okay, my screen is 45.55, but the bank called me up and they said they could do it all in one shot, so that's 1,080 cars.
Yeah.
Put them up again.
That's exactly what we were talking about. Shit. I'm already, I sold some late Friday. I sold some D-marks.
If the quote rises over 50.60, Paul's plan is in trouble, and with every passing minute, it keeps rising.
I should have been
50.65.
Oh, no, tell him to forget it. That's bullshit.
Nothing, huh?
No, nothing. I'll call you back.
Okay.
I can't hear you, Gerard.
60, 70. He's out. Hold on.
This is unbelievable.
Alright, so right now, I want to see what this employment data comes out to be, but right now, tech is leading us higher. Alright, tech's leading us higher. So let's go here. Yesterday we were watching Google. We had a nice plan for Google yesterday. We said off the bell, let's look for a move back to that little resistance zone there with pre-market. Damn, you know what? I can't say that because we haven't even opened yet. So let me just not even. Let me not be that guy. All right. So we got this bounce up here to 170. We got the bounce to 170. We said let's look short. Get short. Let's get that pullback and let's look for a move back down to 167. And I'd be damned if that didn't work just spot on. It was a really good analysis and understanding what was going on throughout, like, coming into the day yesterday. And that trade worked perfectly. It worked perfectly. you know, sometimes you have to know when to, you know, when it's wise or when you should be ready to pull the trigger right around like early in the morning. And that one paid off. That was a really nice trade yesterday. And then Exxon. These were the two trade ideas, really, outside of just getting long some of your Chinese names. But I actually am going to look for the same exact thing here today. I'm going to look for the same thing. If I can even just get these charts to load up. That's crazy. Alright, so you do have the 100-day moving average coming in. Let me pull up.
Interactive Brokers serves both organizations and individual investors. To get better results, get a better platform. The best informed investors choose Interactive Brokers.
I wonder if it tries to extend higher here. I wonder if we can get up through that, if it tries it now, it tries to get up through 169.50.
Imagine it's May 26, 2016. You get a report from a Stansberry research expert saying, for NVIDIA, its steady growth comes from the gaming.
Alright, I'm going to go over my watch list. If you guys have any questions or anything, I can just let this play. It's still a little early. We have the ADP employment numbers coming out in a little bit. I just want to do a little research and see what's going on. I know Duo was a thing yesterday for the past couple days, and today it had a really nice gap up. DUO. Alright, and it's pulling back right now. I didn't trust this thing yesterday. I didn't trust it with the volume that it had, but it held. I mean, this is a sloppy looking day. And you know how we like them sloppy. For anybody that's seen Billy Madison. You have some really nice pre-market volume today. Check that. Come on. Check that volume out right here. Oh my gosh, it's not going to let me do it, is it? There it is. Look at that. You got some really nice volume today, so pullback holds would be down here at $4. If you hold $4 and it doesn't, like, if you can literally hold $4, oh my god, this thing might be done. This thing might be done. I would assume. I don't know if this has news or doesn't have news, but to me it looks extended. Now you're starting to get these wick tails in on the daily chart. It's not like you have the 100 or 200 day to come in as support. Sure, maybe you have the 20 day or the 9 EMA. I don't know if this is a Chinese name or exactly what's going on, but I will say, just from zooming out, this is indeed the most volume this thing has ever had, in my opinion. Yeah, this is the biggest volume this thing's ever had. So if you're feeling lucky, try to run this thing back to $8,000 from $3. Matter of fact, what's HKD doing? All right, so that's just one that's moving right now, guys. Is DUO. HKD. What do you? Oh, it's a rejection. I think this thing needs to pull back just a little bit more. Just get down to $4. I got to be honest. Watch the volume. I think this thing might be done. If I got this entry right here, I would more than likely take a short right in this zone. I wouldn't immediately like front run the move, which you did already test it, and you are trying to make another run back to it. I don't know if this has news, so you listen. Again, this is looking at the chart itself without any outliers. I would be looking to get short up there. I think this thing's a little bit done and overextended. that would be my game plan if I was looking at this. First, you got to look to see if there's news. You got to make sure everything is... JD.com. I was actually Googling today, this morning. JD.com. That's so funny. Swear to God, swear to goodness, it's in my whatchamacallit. My search history. I also searched some of the, like, I was trying to find some Chinese companies that that people use. And I came up with a couple ideas, but let's see what's going on here. This is an e-commerce platform. JD.com is. Shares of the U.S. listed Chinese stocks traded higher, continued strength following stimulus measures. I figured that's what it was. All right, I'm gonna write down some of the top names on the scanner inside the chat. If
Reuters that Lebanese soldier was injured in an Israeli drone strike in southern Lebanon.
If you guys have any questions, please, I urge you to put it in the chat. Please subscribe, hit the like button, share the stream. If you guys want to give back to the stream, donation contributions, that link is also in the description. You can get a hold of me at Ivy League Trades. Anything else? What do I have? What else? I know I'm forgetting something. Come on. I can let this play here. If you guys have tickers or anything, throw them in the chat. That's really all I can think of. I want to go through the news and everything. So right now, as we speak, right now, the Qs were our leader. Come on. What the fuck is going on? Alright, I gotta get with the program here. So you can see the Qs are pretty much right. We just rejected prior day's close. And the SPY is not even near there. And the Dow is lagging way below it. So is the IWM. So right now, tech is our leader to the upside. Alright? Tech's the leader to the upside. Snowflake. Not that it's a strong stock, but it's at a major level of support right there at 110. Alright, 110. If the Qs can get going, you could look for a move back to like 114, 116. Me? I like Google. I like Google a lot. I'm still unsure what I'm going to do because of where we're at, which I think we could be range bound. I'm trying to wait for 165 on Google in that 50-day, but if that 50-day continues to just come up and attempt to print just a little bit higher and edge itself up, then I most certainly will be taking Google. So I'm gonna let this video play a little bit for those that haven't seen it. Again, Google I think is and could be range bound, but if tech leads, I think this has some positive news. I'd like to be able to try to get this back to like 176, 175, try to get it above. Would like to see it get above the 100-day, get above this little resistance zone at 170 and hold it. All right, and hold it. So it's got a little flat top resistance here. Got the 50-day here. If you can flatten this out, you also have the trade line. So holding 165, 164.50, and being able to hold it and extend off of it would really help just the chart look good. All right, I don't like the volume, but again, we had a nice tail. We closed up at the high end of we closed red on the day. You closed red or you closed green versus prior day's close, okay? And you also closed at the upper end of the candle. So all this stuff is telling me we got some buyers stepping in here at 165. That area. Let's see if we can't try to get this thing extended higher up to like 175. It's going to be a top trade idea of mine. This.
trail that he would spend on. And we're not looking at a whole lot of ways to raise out.
168.42.
I think both of these campaigns are talking about pretty aggressive shifts from what we've seen in the past.
No, I think this is exactly what Bidenomics is. I think the Harris-Walls team laid out in 82 pages Bidenomics. So now we can call it Harris-Nomics. And I think what you've seen from the Trump-Vance team is
just give me 1 second.
of what they did in the past. They continue to talk about lowering taxes. They do continue to talk about tariffs. We've talked about tariffs where they're effective.
Guys, they talk about tariffs, and I don't want to get, I'm not doing the politician stuff, but guys, nobody, even J.D. Vance, is not even saying what the truth is, and that is tariffs on countries that do not work with us. You want to fund terrorism? Okay, cool. You're going to have to pay us more because we're going to have to help fight it. We're going to have to clean up your mess, and you're paying for it, not us.
Do you hear this? We started off as 35, 45, 45, 40, 50, 50, 60, now 60, 70. This is just pissing me off.
Paul's choices are narrowing fast, so he lowers his sights and goes for a smaller deal.
Yeah.
63.73 and 800 contract.
I'll tell you what I'll do. You own 540. You own 540. Only 540.
Paul settles for half the dollars he wanted.
I'm selling D-Marks. You own 540. Sometimes you'll find a cowboy who'll say, okay, come on, I'll play. No problem. Take your best shot. Which I was hoping would happen tonight. And then sometimes, and more often than not, you're better off calling up maybe 3 different houses and say, give me a quote for $50 million apiece. And then just going boom, boom, boom. And I probably should have done that. The people that I called, a lot of times, again, they like to be macho man, and they want to take the whole thing. And, this time, in terms of execution, it was very poorly done. Trading requires an energy level, and it's very difficult to sustain it 24 hours a day, which is what this requires.
You guys wonder why I take naps and fall asleep? You know what I mean?
So, this lack of aggressiveness probably cost me a little bit.
Even at the higher price, Paul made money. He eventually sold his dollars for a profit of $100,000.
To do the job right requires, again, such an enormous amount of concentration that you've got to be able, it's physically and emotionally mandatory that, that you find some time to relax. And you've got to be able to turn it off like that. There'll be times, though, when I get so incredibly excited about a trade or even a project that I'll wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning. There's no way in hell I'm going back to sleep. I'll sit there and I'll trade in my dreams for 4 hours.
What we've got to pray for is another major calamity on Wall Street or in the White House, because if we get
December 3rd, 1986. The market is about to close. Paul is on the phone from Chicago, and Peter is at the helm.
Yesterday there was so much buying after the close that the tape was 9 minutes late, and that was a 130 million share day. I believe that today will be record volume, which matches perfectly with the analog to 1928 when there was record volume on the decline, and it did not take it out until the week, which corresponds to this week on the analog, right?
Yeah,
when the market exploded.
I know, it's mind-boggling. Try to draw up a scenario on what happens as the Dow approaches 2,000, given...
Just days after we heard Peter and Paul forecast a major rise in the market based on their 1920 stock charts, it now seems to be happening.
Okay, I'll be here until about 7:30.
Okay.
All right, bye-bye. I'm speechless, to tell you the truth. There's nothing we can do. Now we have to let the market tell us. It's phenomenal. Record volume, advanced declines. So everybody all of a sudden is starting to turn bullish. This thing, to me, is not going to stop immediately. You don't stop a train with a brick wall. Even if there's a wall of selling, the train is going to go through that brick wall and take out a lot of bears. This morning we were trading over 1 million shares a minute. Yeah. And then what happened? They were caught short. They got out, and on the futures exchange where I trade, they got out 30, 40 points over
away from their position. We were sitting there at new highs, and everybody was just looking to see what was going on with the S&Ps. And we just sit there, and everyone was just nervous. There were no bids and no offers. I mean, literally for 20, 30 seconds, we'd all just sit there and look at each other because it was just an anxious time, and it was just constantly moving.
December 5th. 2 days later, and the energy is still building.
I feel like it's already in the market, you know, in terms of just whatever's going to happen is going to happen.
10 minutes to the opening bell. Paul is phoning friends and competitors, trying to get a feel for the market.
Charlie.
Yes, sir.
What do you think? Bonds and stocks? Bonds first.
I'm very bullish.
On bonds?
I'm very bullish on both of them. My guess is that you're going to have to fool enough people to get some people short, get people out of their long positions, and you're going to have to do that by looking like shit for most of today.
Zach.
Oh, no.
What do you think?
Well, I think that in the bonds.
Bonds and S&Ps. Let's do bonds first.
Okay, well, same thing. I thought yesterday was a B wave, which it looks like it was.
No matter how you cut it, the news today is bullish on stocks.
Yeah, no question.
And the thing is, everyone's going to be watching bonds and euros, and that's going to be the trap. And I'm just thinking that this might be the perfect scenario for it to go today.
All right, Joey's going to do his orders. And I'm going to help him.
Mike Marinak, a pit trader, prepares his clerks to take some of Paul's orders.
Yeah, do all those orders. I'm not going to worry about that. All right? Okay. All right, we'll do, Mark.
It's Friday. The Dow gets up this afternoon. No one in the world's going to sell this thing if it's up $10. And if it crosses into positive territory, I think it's just a question of when they close it. The bulls will be on the stampede all the way to the close.
Half 60.
10-20 lower.
Hey, I made my 80. Hey, 67.
The 1-minute warning bell.
What there? 10
Can you
lower.
try to watch Dave?
I'll try to watch these guys.
Okay.
Tell him I want about 300 in the first 2 minutes, no matter what the price is. And
Walk that in. No flash. I'm going to write it now. Walk it in.
okay.
Paul is assuming that any second stock prices could shoot up. So he tells his traders to buy stock futures as quickly as possible before the price goes up.
Mike, after the buy one market, first 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Hey, I'll be buying even.
What's he bought? Give me a total.
All right, hold on.
Just tell him approximately how many. Come on.
All right, hold on, here.
No, don't. Damn, son of a bitch.
What about 200 so far?
Mark.
Yes, what about 200 so far?
Do you have a catcher in that ring?
Excuse me?
Do you have a catcher? There should be somebody there signaling that stuff to you. You shouldn't have to leave the phone. Do not leave the phone.
Give me total. 70 50, well, at least 200.
Tell him to finish it up.
Prices are starting to rise, and Paul is not finished buying. The longer this takes, the more it
Tell him to
costs.
finish it up right now.
Tell them to finish it up right now, no matter what. So you got 205. He's supposed to run it till about more.
Yeah, go up. I got more. Go down now.
Hey, man.
What do you got?
Just find anything you can get. Find anything you can get out there.
Speak to me.
75 minutes. Wait for a fill for Mike to charge.
Prices are still rising.
Hey, Phil! What else 300? 70 bid out there.
Time to offer 1,075.
We're for 1,075.
Right now.
Paul offers to sell some contracts to disguise the fact that he's buying anything to keep prices from rising so fast.
Mark.
7580. 7580.
Mark.
75 minutes 80. He's offered 1,075.
I'm out. Hey, Mark.
20, Paul.
Mark.
You're on the rest.
Do not ever leave this phone. You get someone, get the other broker to come and run the orders in. Do not leave this phone.
All right, Paul.
What do you got?
Jeremy, he's got my card. Add 10 to that and you got it, all right?
What do you got? 205 bucks.
75 and 80.
Hey, you. 75 minutes 80.
So we bought 300 and sold 20, right?
Yes.
What do you got, Paul?
Paul is checking Chicago prices at the same time he's trading in New York. Every bit of information could give him a critical advantage.
Buy 300 at 90 or better right now.
Can you repeat that?
90 for 300.
4 for 300?
By 390. By 390.
390, okay. So what's the phone?
This is setting up as a beautiful trend day. Look at this.
I know.
It's not even moving.
We could be right. That's what I'm thinking. That's where I want to run a couple of days from in this period, because that's where we are.
Let's look at the 1500 too. Is that what you're looking at?
Yeah.
Oh, that's perfect.
Okay.
What do you got, Mark? Speak to me.
75.80. Paul, it's Joey.
Hello, Joey. What are we doing? We're trying to buy 390, right?
Yeah, hold on. He's working right now. Give me total. Give me total.
In time, do not fuck around. I want to buy them.
Okay.
Quote me. Quote me. Quote me. What's the market?
85.90.
90 for 3,000. 90 for 3,000. Fill or kill.
Fill or kill means do it now or don't do it at all.
Hey, Joe, we fell. You out.
All righty. Let me know what we've done. Call Saul back and let me know what we've done. Paul, how many we done?
85.80. You out. What have I done?
All right, I'll call you back.
What have I done? I gotta get total. It's my first.
Well, I think we have a position.
Right? Jimmy! What did I do for you, Joey? What did I do with you? Hey, what did I do with you?
In just 10 minutes, Paul has acquired stock futures contracts worth approximately $80 to $90 million. He is betting the market will keep going up. But 10 minutes later, it is slightly down.
These tennis shoes, the future of this country, hang on, because they've been good for a point rally in bonds and about a $30 rally in stocks every time I put them on. And I wait till I get the max, and then I put these suckers on. I bought these at a charity auction. They're Bruce Willis's. The man's a stud.
Did anybody take that short there on Duo? Huh? Y'all are here, right? Y'all are here to make some money. Are you listening to me? Did any of y'all take that short on Duo at 460, 461? Take a look. Take a little bit off. Just let it fall. I'm looking to target $4, so every bit you get paid, take it. Take it. Take it. Take it. All right. She's trying to hold, but yeah, I gotta be honest. I wouldn't be surprised if it does hold. So.
Adinross acquisition announcing business combination agreement with parents of Zhang Liang, Tao Group Limited.
But again, I still think. Listen again. Let's reiterate something here. That is without looking at news or anything that's going on with it. All right.
GOGL, character AI abandons making AI models after $2.7 billion Google deal. That's from Financial Times. That's GOGL.
Yeah, we're already on Google. You don't have to tell us twice.
Pretty good. Right now, everything's on the lows. I hope he in spirit can do a little bit better than this, though. We'll find out.
The business seems to attract people often very driven by greed.
How many we done?
85.80. You out. What have I done?
All right, I'll call you back.
What have I done? I gotta get total. It's my first.
Well, I think we have a position.
Right? Jimmy! What did I do for you, Joey? What did I do with you? Hey, what did I do with you?
In just 10 minutes, Paul has acquired stock futures contracts worth approximately $80 to $90 million. He is betting.
So what you guys know, man, they're really trying to hold on to this thing, but I think it does let go. I think it should give it up.
The market will keep going up. But 10 minutes later, it is slightly down.
These tennis shoes, the future of this country, hang on, because they've been good for a point rally in bonds and about a $30 rally in stocks every time I put them on. And I wait till I get the max, and then I put these suckers on. I bought these at a charity auction. They're Bruce Willis's. The man's a stud. Pretty good. Right now, everything's on the lows. I hope he in spirit can do a little bit better than this, though. We'll find out.
The business seems to attract people often very driven by greed. Life expectancy, yeah. I'm 32 years old right now, and I've been trading, let's say, since I was about 23. I've been physically on a trading floor for about 7 years, since I was about 25. And I hope I won't have to be here too much longer. I sort of have goals for myself in terms of an income that I'm trying to put some away in savings and get to a place where I can retire, so to speak. Realistically, I'm guessing another 5-6 years. Most people don't last too long in this business. I don't know of many older men or women in the business. There are some, but the floor trading game, which is a very high pressure, even physically demanding job with the voice, you can hear my voice, and they're being pushed around, they're being spit on, they're being knocked out of the ring, getting into fights, all this kind of stuff. The sort of work expectancy is not too long. As I said before, people that would last 10 years, I think, have done an admirable job in terms of survival.
Where can we put this, Sally? Should we put this
11:10 a.m. The market's been open an hour and 40 minutes, and still nothing is happening.
This is what we need to ward every bear on Wall Street back into their dens. I think that this will do it. In the past 2 weeks, we've been playing as big as we've ever played before because of the fact we think we know what's going on. Like right now, I'm watching the currencies, I'm watching crude, I'm watching stocks and bonds. They're all interrelated. You know, the whole world is simply nothing but a big flow chart for capital. And if I start getting hurt in, for instance, stocks or bonds, then I'm going to make a total portfolio adjustment just because of the fact I might not like the way the numbers are going over the course of the day.
I personally gone bankrupt, not declared bankruptcy, but lost everything I had and had to borrow from friends 3 times in 9 years that I've been in the business. Where I'd go sit in the park and just sit there and just go, I can't believe this. You know, this is the end. This is the end of my life.
Where you want to be is always in control, never wishing, always trading, and always, first and foremost, protecting your ass. And that's why most people lose money as individual investors or as traders because of the fact they're not focusing.
All right, guys. So look, here's a game plan for me for Nike today. I want you guys to keep an eye. Excuse me, I was yawning. So there's a gap fill here. Right here with this dividend. The day after they had this dividend release. And that's also right here with the 20 and 100-day moving average. We stuck 82. I actually want to see we get a push. We're at 82.60 now. We just printed 82.60. So I was wanting to look at this zone here to be a seller. Oh, and bounce backs, but that's 1, 2, 3. That's the third time you hit 82. And if we get a bounce back to like 82.60, well, we already printed that. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Right here. Right there. I gotta hurry up. I want to be able to go through this. I want to go through some lists. Let's go to a 5-minute. Just do this. I'm going to be using the 20-day moving average and or 100. Really the 100.
I do think so, although I think you need to look, if you look at just the broad S&P 500, for example, I don't
Okay, so we're there now. We're hitting the gap right now. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. All right. I gotta wait. I gotta wait and see. I'd like to catch a bounce on this, but I think Nike is. I don't think Nike's overdone to the downside because they're not doing well right now. You know, they're not doing well. They're not doing well at all. And I don't want a bunch of shit on my charts, which I feel like I'm gonna have. Downside, I'm gonna target the 50-day moving average. $81. All right, $81 to the downside. If I'm gonna get short, I need it up there at like 84. That means you gotta get above the 20 and 100-day moving average. So good luck trying to do that. I doubt you're gonna get above 2 major moving averages on the news that your company is not growing. So I don't know though. Maybe this earnings was a little bit better than before. So I'm going to target rejections up here at this. I'm going to target rejections again here at this $83, $83.20, the 20-day. And I'm going to look to see if we can break 81.50 and look for a move down to like 80.20. I'm looking for the 50-day moving average. 50-day moving average, the red box, to see if we can get that to act as support. We'll see. I'm going to keep looking.
On losing money, they need to focus on the money that they have at risk. How much capital is at risk in any single investment they have? If everyone spent 90% of their time on that, rather than 90% of their time on pie in the sky ideas about how much money they're going to make, then they'd be incredibly successful investors.
20, 30, 95 even, at 90.
Jesus Christ.
12:20 p.m. The market.
Who here remembers 2 weeks ago, last week, when we drew this stuff here and said we want to be short Novo Nordisk? This is why you guys need to join us. This is why you guys should start joining the stream and hanging out, you know, how do I say this? You know, participating. Writing in the chat, letting us know who you are, how you doing, where you're from, you know what I'm saying? Some ideas, we toss ideas back and forth. This was a big idea for us, was to short names like Novo Nordisk. Okay? Their earnings may be topping out here. At this point, this could be a decent buy, more than likely. But again, I think that you have a possibility that this, you know, could start to consolidate. You're below the 200-day moving average. You could start to see this thing consolidate a little bit. But congratulations. And if you took the time to take advantage of what we talked about, and there was more, this was a beautiful trade. This was a beautiful trade. 2 weeks ago, we talked about this. Head and shoulders. So let's see if we bounce back to this area up here and see if we can start breaking this thing down. I don't know if it's going to go down much further. It could. I'd have to let's look. Let's find out.
It has suddenly turned sharply down.
What's he say?
90 offer, 80, 90. Even bid, even a tag.
Wrong account.
Okay. These guys are, they're buried.
Don't worry about it.
Paul decides to cut his losses.
Time to cancel the buying and sell out whatever you just bought.
Buy!
Sally, call Meredith, cancel the balance. Out.
I got 350.
You sell them 300 and a half.
300 and a half.
No.
Sell 300. Yeah, no, not you.
The phone in his hand connects Paul to the bond pit in Chicago, where bonds are also taking a beating. Another bad sign.
Go, Paul. Tell him, go. Do it.
The pressure to sell heats up.
I've got 110.
Time to do it. Move it. More behind it. Go, Paul. Tell him to offer it right now. Jam everybody. Jesus Christ. Hey, what do you got?
70.75.
We're out, Paul. We're out. Just tell me to do a total of 350. That's it.
2:30 p.m.
Get Tony on, Sally. What do you got?
It's 5, 6, 6, 7 now.
If it goes 5 sellers, sell a unit.
Okay. That's one order.
If it goes 5 sellers, sell a unit. What do you got?
All afternoon, the market has been dropping.
All right, guys. The ADP report.
Markedly in the futures. Welcome back to Squawk Box. Now down. We were down more than 100 on the Dow. Now down about 90 points. NASDAQ indicated
Market's
down
not really moving
50 or
off of
so.
that.
We are going to get data. It's time for the September ADP employment report. Steve Leisman has the numbers. Steve.
Good morning, Joe. Yeah, a little bit better than expected. September ADP up 143,000. Some interesting development on wages I'll get to at the end here. We're looking for 128. Remember, this is just the private sector. The goods sector did well, up 42,000. That's good for the goods sector. Service sector powering ahead, 101,000. Kind of reversing some weakness we've seen the last couple months here. Non-farm payroll estimates for for Friday, 150,000. That's up and around where you would expect it for the business, private sector and the government sector. August ADP revised up by 4,000 to 103,000. Looking at by business size, small business down 8,000. They've had some trouble the last several months. They have been pretty weak, but medium business doing well and large business is up by 86,000. The bulk of the job gains in the medium and the large business. Well, where were the jobs where you'd expect them and where they have?
Come on. Damn it.
Then pausing. Every pause brings hope for an upturn, but then it drops again.
Go, Tony.
4 minutes. 6, 7.
That's just total devastation. You know, the agony and the ecstasy. This is what's known as the agony.
4:10 p.m. The stock market is closed.
We were on the wrong side of the market. What can you say? It's total devastation. We had a game plan, and yeah, we lost the battle. We haven't lost the war by any stretch of the imagination. Look, we just fumbled. We're down 17-0. It's only the first half, and we can score 3 touchdowns in the third quarter and take the game easily. Yeah, we're still up for the month. It's just painful to give. When you got a good profit, it's really painful to give some stuff back.
They cost me a lot today, and they're going to pay me 100% interest for this. They're going to pay 100% interest.
They, in this case, means the market. And today, they are the enemy.
Well, did you have it to give? Well, I did too. So, to hell with it. That's part of the business. Well, all right, buddy. Take it easy. God, Zach had a 10% day.
No.
Yeah.
You're kidding.
No. I'm afraid to guess what ours is.
51.90.
So we lost 500 there. We lost, and we lost.
Thanks.
Well, I think we lost about 5% today, which is one of the bigger hits we've ever taken, which is drag.
Five 5% of Tudor Investments equals about $6 million.
Give us a salary. What you...
Well, you just hate losing, right?
What do you guys see? What do you guys see going on that we talked about Sunday and Monday? What do you guys see? dollar is screaming higher, guys. All right, and that should put some pressure on equities. All right, it very well could. It should, at least. So I would keep a close eye on this.
Right? And you hate, I mean, the money's irrelevant. It's just the whole concept of having analysis that's so completely off the mark that, you know, it's a mental blow. It's an intellectual blow. And, you know, it's part of the business. Who is it? You'll have to get a message. I'll call him back. This is going to happen 1,000 times in the next 5 years to me, so it's just something that you learn to live with. I hate it.
Paul learned to handle the bad days 11 years ago in New Orleans. He got a job working for a commodities trader who taught Paul much of what he knows.
It was a hell of a training ground. The first year I did nothing but get his coffee. I mean, I was learning by osmosis and stuff like that, but I was, you know, I was a glorified secretary, which was fine because I was soaking in everything, everything he did, every move that he made, every step that he took. And I'll never forget Friday afternoon, 3 wives of 3 of his clients from Mississippi came into his office because he had the most beautiful office I've ever seen, period. And everyone wanted to come in and see his office, his art collection stuff. And he sat there right in the middle of getting absolutely decimated across the board in these commodities, and with the most beautiful smile on his face, the most incredibly elegant, poised, and stylish composure, and just had a wonderful little chat with him for about 45 minutes to an hour.
Holy shit, guys. Look at this. Humana. Shares plunged more than 22%. Fuck, what happened? What'd I do? Ah! We have Tesla numbers coming out. Oh no. What happened? There we go. Humana. Shares plunged 22% after the healthcare company announced a dire preliminary Medicare Advantage data for 2025. The company said in an 8K filing that 25% of its members are currently enrolled in plans rated 4 stars and above for the next year, which is down from 94% in 2024. Holy shit.
And I just was overwhelmed that anybody could be that strong. This is one of the few turkeys that thinks he's actually a dog. He was raised with a dog, and he thinks he's a dog. He will follow you wherever you go. If you go inside the house and lie on the couch, he's going to come up and get on the couch with you. If you get in the car, he's going to follow you in the car. If you get in the garden and start working, he's going to get in the garden with you. I don't know whether he thinks he's a dog, Joe, whether he thinks he's I think he thinks he's a human. You know, I guess it's the old getting back to nature concept. I bought this place because of that tree over there. That tree, in a very transitory world, has been here 300 years. It's the one thing of permanence. It's been here 300 years and will probably be here another 200 years, and I'll probably have come and gone. That house may have been burned down and something else put in its place. But it'll always be here.
Paul was born and raised in Memphis, Tennessee. His father is an attorney, his mother a housewife.
I would leave school early when I wasn't supposed to. I would go by myself over to Arkansas and go on the backwaters of the Mississippi where I shouldn't be, where no one should be by themselves, and I'd go duck hunting, which was just the greatest feeling of adventure because you knew that if you screwed up, that you were out there all night and you probably weren't going to be coming back at all, and you knew if you caught that your parents were going to kick your butt, and that what you were doing was dumb and was foolish and all those types of things. But it was just this feeling of being somewhere 200 years ago.
At the University of Virginia, Paul majored in economics. He became the campus welterweight boxing champion and was elected to every office in his fraternity. After college, he wasn't sure what to do, but following the trading job in New Orleans, he joined E.F. Hutton. And 4 years later, he became a vice president at the age of 25. 2 years later, he quit, moved to another firm, quit again, and started Tudor Investments in 1983. His weekend home has 18 rooms and a staff of 3. Paul lives there alone.
I just donated that boat to the Chesapeake Bay Foundation because obviously being down here and watching the bay deteriorate as I have over 4 years, that has an impact on me. And that hurts me because when I was a kid, all I did was hunt and fish. This year, I just decided that 10% of all the money that we made as a firm was going to go to various charitable endeavors. Primarily, I have a dream.
As part of the I Have a Dream project, Paul has joined with other businessmen to help disadvantaged kids stay in school. At least one night every week, he meets with some of the 85 kids in his group in the Bedford-Stuyvesant section of Brooklyn. He is pledged to pay the college tuition for every one of them who graduates from high school.
We talked about from the first time that we've been talking, it dawned on me that what they really needed, they did not have, was an enormous amount of discipline and people to motivate them and people to push them. I cannot hear you. Okay. I had a kid over Christmas, 13 years old, got in a fight, and with another kid who was 16, and he had a bullet put in his head at 13 years old. And that was when I stopped. That was when I decided that my role had to be one that had a lot of interventionism, or that I was going to intervene in their lives as opposed to sitting back and commenting and asking them to do this. Instead, I was going to play a very active role in their life. And the program has changed. Our program, which it has changed to the point where we are now imposing our value systems on those kids. And the 75 is not going to cut it, right? We're going to have, and what did I tell you if you made an 80 next time?
Meaning where I want to go.
That's right.
My average is 80.
It's 80? It's fantastic. It's great. That's super. Well, next time on the report card, you got to bring it in so we can go over it. Being here, and particularly being in the business that I have been in a position to reap enormous financial benefits. Obviously, that's given me an enormous amount of power to do things that a lot of people can't do and to affect people's lives. And then it seems to me that incumbent with being a human being on this earth, that there is, and there has to be, some type of awareness of the rest of the people out there. There has to be an awareness of the fact that they need help just like I needed help 11 years ago when I didn't have a job and didn't have a clue as to what I wanted to do. And so all I'm doing is paying back, and the payback that I'm making is one that everyone owes. It's just a question of whether people accept the responsibility or own up to the responsibility and or the obligation.
February 17th, 1987. The stock market closes in 14 minutes. Based on the 1920 stock chart, Paul has bet against the herd that the Dow will take off today, and so far it has. Right now, Paul could cash in and make several $1 million. But if he holds on for a few minutes more, he could do better. He could also do worse.
I want to sell it so bad I can't stand it. I've just been sitting here wanting to sell it all day, but I know the thing for me to do is just not to, another thing for me to do is just to sit back. In fact, I shouldn't even be talking to you or looking at the screen. I should try to go I should go work out right now.
Yeah, I think that's what everybody else is doing, so.
Dow's up $48. We're $3 off an all-time record advance. And right now, I've got 10 kids in the back of the car just screaming to get out, meaning that I'm so long, I am scared to death. Oh, shoot, man. There's nothing but air above this thing. It's 286.60. It's 10 ticks off its all-time high. And the Dow Jones right now is at an all-time high of 2233, up $49. And we've got 13 minutes to go. And I think it's going to go. I think we're going to have an all-time advance today, which will be exciting. Get Paul Davis, please. Sorry, stay there.
4 p.m. The stock market has closed, up 54 points, an all-time high.
Excuse me, but is that a $54 day in the Dow?
Congratulations. Want to know how much we made today? It was a good day. It was over $5 million. Conservatively speaking.
It absolutely thrills us to death because that's what it was.
2 months have passed since we saw Paul's fund take that $6 million loss.
Right. Well, now you saw us get it back and then some. What you didn't see is what we did between then and now, which was extract our 100% interest times about 7.
The amazing thing was the analog had a close today at
Sweet.
22.41. Remember?
Even on a big win day, Paul is still nervous. The futures exchanges are open for another half hour, and Paul's instinct is to cash in to protect his winnings.
All right, buddy, I'll get back to you. I think that's going to be it for the day. That's a wrap.
Okay.
Thank you. I tell you what, I do this just in case I get crazy.
Yeah.
Sell 280 at 30 at 87.25.
There'll be people selling. The easy trade is to sell, right?
What are you doing?
Because when a market's in new high ground, it's never been there. It's gone up so far and so high and so fast. It's like, well, I want to sell it.
How many did we sell?
250.
Who bought them?
Lefto.
Oh, I love it.
Even been a tenant. You just killed me on 30. I could have gotten those too.
I think it's up 1,000 points since we bought it. What's the point? You know, what's the big deal of lightening up 5 or 10%? This way you can sleep at night.
I wouldn't mind doing that.
Of course, I can't sleep if I can't sleep. I think it's good proof.
You know, the whole concept of the investment manager sitting up and making these incredible intellectual decisions about which way the market's going to go. I don't want that guy managing my money, because if he can be that dispassionate, then he's obviously never ever. To me, he doesn't have the competitive nature which is necessary to be a winner in this game. I want the guy who's not going to panic, who's not going to be overly emotionally involved, but who's going to hurt when he loses, and when he wins, he's going to have a quiet confidence. But when he loses, he's got to hurt.
Winning has another effect on these two. Even with Peter's 1920 stock chart, even with Paul's lucky sneakers, they're never sure of being right until they are.
What's nice about winning is not winning, but what that means is that not only have you done well to this point in time, but obviously whatever script you've got, that you have written for the ensuing week, 2 weeks, 2 months, 2 years, obviously it's a script that has a great deal of weight behind it, and the market's corroborating it.
Do you guys also see what's going on here? You know, as we're going through this list, you're seeing more and more names pulling back, not, you know, more and more names declining than instead of inclining. So, why is that like that? Come on.
Star Equity subsidiary KBS Builders signed 2 contracts totaling $4.6 million to manufacture 40 modules for the construction of cottages and affordable housing units in Maine. That's Sandy Tango Romeo Romeo.
116. That's NVIDIA. Hog. I'm just going through some of the movers this. Going through some of the movers this morning. Hog is down off of, or I should say Harley Davidson. Down off of, they received a downgrade to neutral from a buy at Baird, but the firm cites risk to its third quarter guidance. That's what I was going to say, is the guidance. I just wasn't sure if it was third quarter or not for them. Sometimes companies go by different quarters. So again, this name here probably also doesn't have much volume here. To the looks of it, it doesn't. I wish UUP. I wish there was a way to play the dollar like through options, because There was, like, I was sitting on the bid all day long to grab some calls on the dollar, and they just, as soon as I put my order in, they went 2 cents above me and just stayed there. They never let it get back. They never let it get back below 18 cents. And I was sitting there at 16. By the way, I don't have that order there anymore. All right, let's go. Let's keep going around here. So, all right, tech. Let's go look at the Dow. All right, the Dow is like there for a minute. We had some divergence. The Qs were trying to start leading early this morning around 7:30, and now it seems as though. So we'll go with prior day's close here. All right, prior day's close, 421, and you're, you know, a little bit below it. SPY.
Really need to focus on the supply side of the economy. That is the explanation for
Oh my gosh, come on, bro.
inflation went up and why it went down. And these two risks that you've been talking about this morning are important. The port strike and what's happening in the Middle East.
So you're closing in on that. And the Qs. Look at that. We are getting ready to pre-market trading is about to be above yesterday's close. And then look at the IWM. Just the IWM's like started, it made a new low. The Dow didn't make a new low, but it was at prior day's low. And then the SPY not so much, right? It visited yesterday's low, but as far as yesterday's close, you know, it's right there. But so the Qs, it looks like there's some outperformance here with the Qs. All right, let's go look at some breaking news. We'll go look at NVIDIA and stuff like that. Let's see what we have. Investors buy skew of AI stocks.
We're living in a world in which, as I've been saying for a while now, you can't make business decisions.
I also need to look at Bitcoin as well.
Considerations into account, and I think
just don't feel that good.
So today's gratifying, but what's exciting is the fact that we probably will know what's going to happen tomorrow, and conceivably we know what's going to happen in the next couple of weeks and months and years, and so you go home and sleep better when there's no uncertainty. And that's why today's good, not because of the money we made, but because of the fact we know where we are in the total economic landscape, or at least we think we do. And that maybe that's an illusion, maybe it's a false sense of security, but it allows you to sleep at night because we've done our work, and so far the market's corroborating it.
I'm still in awe of the fact that the way he purchased these contracts. I mean, he went out there and he made a commitment, and the commitment paid off. Not, you know, for all our clients. And knock on wood, you know, it'll continue.
The one thing that I am absolutely certain of as a trader, and you're talking to someone right now who is incredibly long the stock market, is that all of Wall Street right now, the investment community at large, basically is geared towards a Dow somewhere in the 2,600 to 3,200 range. And again, these are people that I think have track records that are impeccable. Let's assume that they are 100% wrong. If nothing else, there will be a point in time, unquestionably, when the market turns down, when all of them, when again the investment community almost at once will say that may have been the top, or this was the top, and you're going to have all the people that are right now very comfortably invested, that are believing and feeding off the hope that the market will move higher, try to get out at the same time. When that happens, you know, it's going to be the famous Acapulco cliff dive. Just a question of how fast before we hit the bottom.
Over here. Learn how to stop this thing.
It is possible to make money when the market is going down as well as going up, and right now Tudor Investments is preparing for a market collapse in 1988. If his timing is right, Paul's firm will survive, even get richer. But what's the lesson for the rest of us?
First of all, you're talking
Can't beat 'em,
about
join 'em.
certainly 6 to 8 years of pain. It's a horrible thought. It's not one that I hope happens. And I hope I lose my ass, and I hope the Dow Jones goes to 5,000 and sticks, but that's not what I think is going to happen. And it just won't be, it'll be just like if you have an injury, it takes a while to work yourself back into great shape. And I think the long run benefits will be fantastic. I think the short run will be unpleasant. It'll be painful, and there'll be an enormous amount of general suffering for not just the U.S. populace, but on a worldwide basis. The other thing, I guess the flip side of the coin is that we've had an incredible 10 years. Yes, there will be some type of a decline without a
Oracle, BRX.
Well, I think what you're seeing is that more C-suites and boards are willing to consider deals, even if it means that you have to litigate. So regardless of whether the agencies themselves change, there is I think, increased willingness to basically take it, see you in court, especially on vertical deals, which is where the new big is bad crowd has diverged the most from precedent.
And I'm just curious, in terms of your conversations with CEOs, when they get to that point, and somebody says, well, look, if we do this, what's going to happen on the other side? Do you feel that there's a lot more courage to go do that than there used to be? Do you see a shift in terms of how CEOs are thinking about it? What do they say to you?
Yeah, I'd say much more willingness to do that relative to 2 years ago, let's say. But the environment is different than it was 4 or 5
Dude,
years
come
ago.
on, bro. Like,
And finally, I want to end where we started. I said this is you're 1 year now into this role, running this storied firm. What is the big lesson?
Thank you. That's better than old line. It's not old line. Look, we're off to a great start. I think it's a great word. Storied. I'll take storied. That's good. This is not your grandfather.
I gotta turn this damn thing on dark mode. It's a nice little rejection there. So looks like we got somewhat of a false breakout. Man, it doesn't seem like there's much opportunity other than getting long Chinese names. We're not getting any news, outside of like Nike and Humana. Let me use the restroom really quickly. Give me 1 second. I'm going to look at some of these tech names and trying to find a tech name to be long early this morning. I'm looking for a pullback in possibly some of like Exxon Oxys and, maybe get long that pullback.
Category. When you think about your competitor set, who are they right now?
Well, it's both the bulge bracket firms, the universal banks, but then a set of new independent competitors that have arisen over the past decade or so. And so we are competing against both sets. It's a competitive landscape. And again, we're really pleased with how we're doing. Record first half in advisory this year, for example. But it is competitive, and we're going to keep competing.
Did you say old line?
I did not say the word old line. He raised it himself.
I think I said storied. I had to come up with I said storied firm. Isn't that storied good, isn't it? Or did you say storied?
That's what I said.
Oh, storied's good. I say? I said something. I don't think I said old line. Nobody said old line. What do you?
Peter said old line.
You're planting things.
All right, I'm back. All right, so what's up, Ty? Sorry, I didn't see you. Yeah, no, I'd be holding these things for a while. I'd be holding them for a while. Now, LU, I don't know much about it. I don't know much about it. You know, that's the thing. You got to just have a trailed stop. And, because, you know, I don't expect the Chinese Communist Party to do anything crazy. To come out and say, hey, we got, you know, we're going to make a new law, or Jack Ma's missing again. They've you know, they've kidnapped the CEO of Alibaba again. Toyota. So today, again, Chinese stocks, I'm long. I'm going to be long for the coming, you know, for the next 6 months. So like I said, we've talked about it the next couple weeks. For the past couple weeks, we've been talking about, you know, get long. If you get a pullback, you get a day where it sells off, get long and hang on. I'm not telling you to do it, but that's what I'm doing. Second, the dollar. I tried to get long the dollar yesterday. I never got filled. So I'm looking for a pullback. Come on. What do we have here? There we go. Alright, we just got some news here with Joby. Joby. Alright. Sorry, Paul, I gotta get rid of you. Okay, Joby Aviation, there was just news out on this, you guys. That's a big run. What a big move there. $6. Target on that be like $6.50, $7.
KZIA, tumor brain metastases or leptomeningeal metastases harboring PI3K pathway mutations.
$6.50, $7 on
American Society for
Joby.
Meeting, that's Kilo Zulu India Alpha, KZIA.
All your questions lie resonant in the people that work for you. Listen, learn, and only then should you lead.
Okay, so we got nothing here. Snowflake's trying to bounce here. I like Snowflake today, you guys. I like Snowflake. This is a really nice level right here, this area of resistance. 115. Alright, that's as long as the Qs continue to hold up. He sounds stupid. He said he gave tax cuts to predominantly rich blah blah. No, man. If you owned a business, if you owned equities, if you owned assets, you didn't have to pay the government as much on your return, which is what you which is good. That helps speed up velocity. That helps people be able to have more money to spend. We are consumers. The more you take, the less we spend. The less we spend, the worse we do. I don't know. I can't remember a president that had every goddamn sector out picketing, talking about we can't make it. We're struggling. Help us out. I'll stand with the union. But I come from a state where we ain't got no respect for the worker and the worker has no rights. But I'm so union. But I make laws in my state where you can just get rid of somebody and have no excuse. You have to have no reason on why you got rid of them, and you don't even have to pay them any type of insurance. That's why this motherfucker is so twisted, and people fall for it. It's so funny. Joe Biden's such a joke. Alright, so I'm watching Snowflake here. It's not really one that, you know, has much strength. Okay, so here's one that's nice. Look at AMD today. Take a look at AMD. Now this thing is trying to make a little bit of a run. NVIDIA making a nice little run here. Very nice, very nice. So semiconductors, you know, early morning, starting to run. This is where I'm looking. This is where I want to be today. I want to be in some of these semi names. TSM, MU. That's a nice setup here with AMD, guys. I'm not sure if anybody has seen this or not.
Because of tax cuts, we had more revenue come to the Treasury in 2018 and 2019. What we saw happen was COVID, which obviously landed a ton of debt on our backs. Waltz talked about this big government approach to solving problems.
Yes, big government approach to solving problems. That's not what we need. We do not need big government. That's crazy. He said that? That's wild, bro. That is wild. 162.
Custom-made solutions, aggregate $4.057 million registered direct offering priced at 75 cents per share, no warrants. That's Alpha Zulu, AZ.
What are we supposed to believe then? Bro, he's such a fucking retard. I fucking
With all the tariffs,
I gotta turn it off.
Deer 200%.
Listen,
do you think companies that make stuff here should be a 15% tax? That's industrial policy, isn't it?
I believe that President Trump oftentimes talks in the abstract.
Okay.
Number one. Number two, I do believe that we have the final.
So what are we supposed to believe then?
Well, listen.
What are you saying? What are you saying? You fucking stupid, bro. Here's the thing.
What you're saying is we should sort of take this timeout period around COVID and not include that in.
Not that someone would say no. I would actually say that if you look at COVID itself specifically, they said that you couldn't get a vaccine in 10 years or 5 years.
No, I'm saying about the economic numbers. And the reason I'm raising this is because when we try to do an apples.
He's really trying.
The Trump administration and the Biden administration, invariably, what we hear is look at all of the economic growth during the Trump administration. But by the way, please don't look at.
No, see, that's not it. Because this is where things are so fucked up, guys.
They said that you couldn't
this argument right here.
Or 5 years.
No,
he did it in
I'm
9
saying
months.
on the economic numbers.
When democratic states shut down.
We try to do an apples to apples between the Trump administration and the Biden administration. Invariably, what we hear is look at all of the economic growth during the Trump administration. But by the way, please don't look at the last year and then look at how terrible we say that the Biden administration did on a relative basis. But by the way, please don't even contemplate the idea that anything happened before that as it relates to COVID, right?
Let us ask.
What, that doesn't even make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. The majority of the country was shut down. I mean, he has no argument. You've had 4 years of failure with these people. I said I wasn't going to do it, and here I am doing it.
First
I gotta
vote.
get back on track.
January 2021 was to add, can I finish my comment? Thanks so much. $1.9 trillion of additional spending from the federal government
After
that
already coming out of it. Yeah.
As an accelerated inflation. Inflation hits 9% in July of 2021, leading to the crushing effect of high inflation that we haven't seen since the Jimmy Carter years on the average person working paycheck to paycheck. That's easy to explain.
That we saw around the globe as it relates to inflation. If you're going to put all of it on that bill,
so do you disagree with that? Well, here's how you do it. You go from the $1.9 trillion to an infrastructure bill that was $1.2 trillion, and then an Inflation Reduction Act that was another $800 billion. You add it all together. Artificial stimulation from the federal government always causes a crisis in the real economy, which is the private sector.
The U.S. economy continued to grow and have less inflation than just about everywhere else in the world. So how do you explain that?
It's simple. We went into COVID with the strongest economy in the world, and of course, we had the wind be on our back as opposed to in our face. This is kind of easy to explain to the average person in our country. The bottom line is a simple one. Economically, you were healthier under Donald Trump than you are under Joe Biden. Number two, globally, we were stronger, more powerful, and frankly, we had respect around the world. And number three, the greatest invasion across our southern border has happened under Kamala Harris's watch. The border czar barely made it to the border, and now that she's behind, she is now rushing to the border. She now believes in a border wall. She says her values haven't changed. She was against the wall, for open borders, and now she's for it. She was against fracking, and now she's for it. I don't understand what there is for us to debate on this.
Sorry, I thought I turned it off. My AirPods were in and out. Sava, edge lower, SAT urges FDA to intervene and protect patients. Okay, so let's go look here at Sava really quickly. I'm trying to get something together here, guys. I feel like things are a little bit flat. I want to see what my guy has to say about that. Come on. All right, Matt. What do you have to say here? Nothing. All right. There's a reason why I checked his out. So nobody's going to talk about this news. The fraud company is still $1.3 billion company. Fraud company. A company isn't a fraud just because they don't really have much products. If they can continue to borrow money, and if they can, so watch this. You guys think?
I look forward to coming back and having this conversation. Andrew, let's do it. Let's do 30 more minutes right now. Okay, I'm ready.
Joe-based fraudulent research.
Honey, but the gains are pumping. The market's closed. Futures don't sleep in the after hours, bro.
Dad, is Mommy
What?
She switched careers to make money for your weddings. Ooh, penny stocks are blowing up, sweetie. Grab your piggy bank. We're going all in. Let me ask you, for your wedding, do you want a gazebo on the river?
It failed P2. It should fail P3. Okay, well. Oh my god, people are fucking stupid. People invest too much of their times into things. Alright, so this is a nice little area, guys. If the market opens up, so it's 8:58. I really got to hone in where I'm going to be today. I mean, we're obviously going to look at some energy names and stuff like that. This is a nice long consolidation. Let's look at the chart really quickly. And then if we look at...
Savvy investors know that gold has stood the test of time as a reliable, real asset. So how do you invest in gold? Sandstorm Gold.
Wait, did this thing do it here too? Holy cow, no way. No, I mean, kinda. Boom.
Total Energies with guidance sees buybacks of $8 billion in 2026
You know what's funny? You know what I think the real argument is between Trump and Joe Biden or Kamala? Trust. I don't think people trust this government as far as they could throw them. And that's probably not very... Well, it's probably a little far, but it's not very far. Not with Kamala's fat ass. I think you have a lack of trust. I think you've seen a government that uses its power to go after people, to lie. They do not... You know, the fact that they don't care to... Like, that... Instead of not bringing a subject up, you bring up the subject and laugh and lie in front of people's faces. I think people do not like the fact that they continue to use words or use events like even the mass, or not the mass shooting, because look, that's what they say, mass. You have 2 people dying, it was a mass shooting. I think they don't like the fact that people see what the government tries to do, and they try to take away more and more things from us. They try to take responsibility away from the person and go after companies, and I think it could come down to trust at the end of the day. I think more people trust Donald to not go after them than they do Joe, who is a proven politician who goes after things. I mean, he sits up here and lies about being so union. I'm not going to do anything because I stand with the union guys. Okay, listen, if Joe Biden was so union, why is Delaware not a union state? Why is Delaware not like New York and New Jersey and majority of Pennsylvania? Right? Delaware, you don't have to give a reason to fire your people. The only places that are union are structural, electrical, gas, right? Where you have to go to school and there's a harmful risk if something isn't done correctly, individuals could die, right? He's not union. If he was union, every single just about the 95% of the companies wouldn't go to Delaware and be from Delaware. It's not just about taxes. It's about, if we want to do a mass layoff, we don't have to come up with a reason. We don't have to worry about a union. You go to New York and New Jersey, just about every job that you do is union. I mean, literally, when I went to New Jersey and when I went to New York, I mean, I was actually astonished at just about every job, whether it was labor or non-labor, just about every job was damn near union. So, you know, I don't know how many people know that or don't know that. I don't know how many people believe that this man has not been okay for longer than 4 years that he's been in office and think that he's okay. And, oh, Joe's fine. And, you know, that's it. All right, that's all I have to say. I pray to God they get that motherfucker out of there. Because here's the thing. Joe's not going to pick up the phone to try to help solve this Russia-Ukraine war that's going to continue to keep inflation high. He's not going to do anything about any of it. He's a walking corpse. Kamala's not going to do anything about it. Tim's not going to do anything about it. They're a bunch of jokes. Democrats have been in office nearly 16 years, 12 years, and they're nothing but a joke. They've used the office to weaponize and demonize business and innovation this entire time, and they put themselves above everyone else in every other country in the world. And it's not alright. Remember, you couldn't go anywhere unless you couldn't fly, you couldn't do anything, you couldn't go to sporting events, you couldn't go to concerts unless you had a COVID vaccine. Where did that go? But they didn't want to hear. You got blocked if you said, man, COVID's not that bad. Right? I believe in the people that we have to make and create drugs. I just didn't take the shot. I didn't think it was that necessary for me. I could see with my own eyes and what was going on that it was more or less the older people. Could have something happened? Sure, it could have. But guess what? That's my responsibility. I get sick. I had COVID. I stayed in my room. I didn't go anywhere because I didn't want to put anybody at risk. Doesn't mean I have to get a shot. Doesn't mean I have to go, you know, do this, that, and the third, and be told by the government, if I don't do this, you can't do that. Think about all the people that lost their job. All the coaches that were fired from colleges. All the people that lost their job because they didn't get the COVID vaccine. The government, Joe did that to you, not Donald Trump. That's where the trust in Joe using the power of government over you and the wherever your workplace is versus someone who's not going to use the government as a force to dig more into your life and tell you what you can and cannot do. Like, more so, if that makes any sense. I don't want big government. I want government where it needs to be. Right? Government's for a place where if you make a bulletproof vest, you know, there's a government official for seatbelts, right? Trade, all, you know, the places where it should be. Not, did you get your COVID shot? You know, not digging into having firearms for the IRS. Right? Just, we need to raise taxes on everything because we got to take care of these people. Like, I'm gonna borrow $800 billion to go send missiles over to Ukraine and guns and ammos and weapons to all these companies so we can buy the materials and things. So I gotta take from you guys to go feed this war instead of picking up the phone and trying to take a plane over there and trying to come to an agreement so we can get this shit solved. No, I have a personal vendetta against Putin. So I'm gonna keep you guys, the citizens of the United States and around the world, you guys are going to continue to pay for it. Because I don't want to solve it. Well, guess what? It's not about you, Joe. Go suck a fucking dick. Pick up the fucking phone. Act like a president. Act like a world leader. People are dying. It's not about you. Alright, Sava 2750. We're looking for a short. Alright? You have the 50-day moving average coming up here. So you probably just sit here and consolidate. Let's be honest. Alright, right now we have some tech names leading, specifically semiconductors. Alright, NVIDIA. Let me see here. I want to make sure I don't have too many. I want to make sure I don't have, like, too many levels. Like, I hate when I have too many levels. And I just need the important ones. So we broke down. Chances are we turn back around. Monday's close was up there at 121.50. Tesla delivery numbers. Q3 delivery numbers, guys.
Amazing. Yeah, absolutely. It is the thing that everybody is focused on for two reasons, Jim. First of all, we finally will get greater clarity about Elon's robotaxi vision. More than simply, someday we're going to have these vehicles and they're all going to drive us out on the road. We've heard that for years, and frankly, I don't think it moves the needle anymore. What people want to hear next week from Elon Musk is...
I know, and Ty, I'm sorry, bro. I know, I got to get off of it. I hate it, but I can't. It's just like, it sucks, bro. It sucks, like CNBC, Bloomberg. I can't have, like, a market news station on without them bringing this shit up. And talking about Donald Trump's unfit. What are you talking about? It's a fucking lie. I mean, if anybody's actually listened to any of his stuff, he doesn't just go off of a limb and use his personal decisions to do things. He listens to other people. You know? What should we do, guys? What should we do about this? It's not just him making a decision.
Look at the demand for the Model 3 or the Model Y. The reason those are so strong, so successful, is because of the pricing.
I want to get rid of assault weapons. Right? Because Kamala thinks you, I, others are not responsible. It's a danger to the citizens around us if the people of America have it. Because we use a few bad apples who already decided to kill, which is against the law. So if they're already willing to kill someone and do something that's right, that's premeditation murder, right? That's a first. What is that? That's the first degree or whatever. Like premeditation is an act that is the. If you see a trial where they say like 1, 2, and 3, I'm not a law expert, but like if somebody does like something in the first degree, that's like premeditation, right? That's the first step. It's premeditated. So if somebody like the person who attempted to kill Trump or anybody who does anything, right? They're already planning something. So do you think that making something illegal is going to make someone decide to not do something illegal? They've already taken the steps and taken upon the act to take someone else's life. Do you think they really give a shit if they have to go break the law to go by or do whatever they need to do to go through with their act? Sorry, I want a government who's going to worry about themselves, or more so, worry about running this country and not taking away from people, because I don't like to use a few bad apples to not think that people aren't responsible for themselves and have respect for firearms and things of that nature. That wasn't how I grew up.
They're heavily financed like autos. I don't know if you saw this downgrade of Hogg today out of Baird, where they interviewed some dealers, and in the words.
So yeah, so there was a lot of down, like Humana's down a lot, guys. It dropped 25% just this morning. So let's see, boom. If we can get above 118, see, this sucks, man. We don't have much room. The only trade, guys, that I'm looking at that I kind of like would be so 30 minutes. So this is what I was looking at on NVIDIA, and it broke it. And I was looking at it earlier in the week. You know, holding 118, and it never held it. It actually turned it right into resistance. So I am curious if we do make a run back to 120, if it's going to reject up there and we head lower. I am curious about that. Keep an eye on what is going to help lead us higher. Look, so that's the 100-day, 20-day, 50-day. It's all right there. I was hoping we would like hold this area right here. I did not want to break 118. 118 was it. So now that we broke that, I'm going to get rid of this. So here's what I'm getting at, right? You see that gap that I had there? That was your earnings, right? You came in with the gap down from earnings. And you held this 118 level. You guys will see right here. Right there. You guys see that? Right there, you opened up pre-market. You put in a double bottom at 120. And it broke. And ever since then, anything under 120 and 118, you ended up selling off. So, you came back. You reclaim it. Let's see. Does it reject here? I don't think so. I feel like we can get above that level, guys. I might try it. I know this might not make any sense to a lot of people, but I may... Man, look at that volume yesterday. This is what sucks, because it's so oversold. Like, it can continue to be oversold. Alright, I'm going to look for pullback longs. Look, it's pulling back right now. In a mean way.
And develop our plans to best position the business for fiscal 26 and beyond. To that end, we have also decided to postpone our Investor Day.
They've postponed their Investor Day too. Wow. That's crazy.
No, but this was a truly remarkably bad conference call. The other
time I've heard someone withdraw guidance was at GameStop. Wow.
Yeah, they withdrew guidance and stuff. That was the last one. Was GameStop.
The amount of destruction that was done by one person, by Dono, is extraordinary. And we may have seen the peak for e-commerce when it comes to things over $100. The dismissal that they had for Foot Locker.
Come on. I just want to get my charts ready, guys. So CNBC and Kramer is talking about.
This was.
Oh my gosh! Sorry to yell.
The destruction that was by Dono is extraordinary. And we may have seen the peak for e-commerce when it comes to things over $100. The dismissal that they had for Foot Locker and for Dick's, so stupid, so arrogant. There wasn't anything that this company did right during this period, other than perhaps maybe not that bad in China. But I urge
China
people.
was great here. The traffic declines,
Right.
notably across Nike Direct, were more significant than anticipated.
Oh my God, it was so. But David, it was down. You've
That's
got
the
down 20.
direct-to-consumer channel that Donahoe was obviously focused on.
That was Mr. Tech.
He was brought into
Mr. Tech comes in, and you know what? These, in the end, are shoes that are fashion. People don't. You can spend more than $100 for a pair of sneakers.
You're going to try them on.
Exactly. Now, this is something that Mary Dillon told me at Foot Locker. I mean, and they're doing a heavy basketball, which is good. There's a moment in the comms call where there's just such an existential crisis where French is basically, we're a running company. Hey, we're a running company. Well, no kidding, Steve Prefontaine.
Hence, Deutsche Bank. This turnaround's a marathon, not a sprint. Bernstein, deep in the abyss. Ugh. More bears than bulls remain equal weight at Morgan Stanley. Most of the analysts not particularly pleased, although there was one green shoots being seen.
Yeah,
positive in terms of athletic sort of foot.
Well, the long-term comments on China are still pretty positive.
Yeah.
Inventory's down 5. That's 5 quarters in a row.
No, I'd say the only area that was actually China was okay, but it says we've been intentionally reducing the proportion of our business driven by our classic footwear franchises, Air Force One, Air Jordan 1, and Dunk. Well, no kidding, because your sales are off. There was a lot of disingenuous notion about that.
By the way, B of A notes today, intraday following earnings usually fades 21 of 23 quarters in the past few years.
The stock was up 91, 92 when this came out. It pays to listen to the conference call. Now, I'm not saying anything different from what they're saying. I wanted to be more bullish, and they wouldn't let you be. They just wouldn't let you be more bullish. I mean, talk about lowering the bar, David. I mean, I'd like to come in there right now and take over.
Well, it does make it easier for the new incoming CEO to meet expectations or not have any expectations.
At one point, friend said that I saw people wearing a lot of Nikes.
I don't know.
In a race.
I'm trying to find some setups
I'm
here.
not kidding them, but I was at a half marathon. A lot of people had Nikes on. Oh, really? There you go. I'm a buyer. Hey, on. I saw a lot of people on. That's probably on. I mean, honestly, it's Nike they had the single best. Mark Parker, when he ran the conference calls, they were Henry IV Part 2.
That was the best part.
You bet it was.
We just had Phil LeBeau on Tesla. Now we got him on Ford. Hey, Phil.
Hey, Carl, let me quickly give you the Q3 sales numbers for Ford, an increase of 0.7% for the third quarter. And then we'll break down the types of vehicles that sold. Hybrids, they continue to do very well there as they pivot that business in that direction because of the demand there. An increase of 38%. EV sales up 12.2%. And then to David's point earlier about what's going on with ICE demand, there is some erosion there, down 2.8% for Ford. But I should also point out, guys, truck sales over the F-Series, the best-selling vehicle in the country, up 4.8%. So there's still plenty of demand there. It's just that overall, ICE vehicle sales at Ford, as well as with the rest of the industry, just kind of eroding a little bit. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Phil, thank you.
Well, I mean, the EV. Look, let's just say something good about Musk. I mean, he did the numbers. No one else is doing the numbers.
Yeah.
Did the numbers. You following the Musk versus Cuban stuff?
Yes, you asked that yesterday.
Well, no, it just gets more exciting each day.
Yeah, I do follow it.
We don't follow
you can if you follow both people on X, then you see it. I enjoy watching Mark Cuban punch back at him.
Yeah, that's probably
because nobody else can.
No one. There's also a climate of fear. Everyone's scared.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Cubans.
Although the Times did that piece the other day looking
Look,
at
listen
5
to
days
Carl.
of Musk tweets and the misinformation and falsehoods
See?
that they had entailed.
Misinformation. Misinformation.
I always hear the same thing.
Carl.
Yeah, but you know he's really rich, so it's okay. Or I have Starlink, so
Carl.
what does it matter?
But won't talk about misinformation, Kamala. Misinformation, Biden. Misinformation, Alzheimer's. Right? He won't bring that up. Carl's a
When we come
jerk.
back, more movers to get to this morning, including Humana, as David mentioned, tumbling on this potential news regarding.
We need big government. We need big government lying to you, trying to take your guns. We need to continue to make this country China. Carl's a fucking idiot. He really is. Ask him to say that when next time somebody talks about Kamala or whatever that goofball from Minnesota is. Ask him where his remarks, those type of remarks are then. It sucks, man. It sucks to see Carl like that. I don't give a shit. He's got his own thing, but like, you know, people have their own rights. You want to support the Kamala and what's his face? That cool. I respect it, but just call it like it is. You know what I mean? Call it like it is. Don't just speak up when it fits your script. All right, Google. So Google, man, this sucks, guys. I really don't have much other than maybe we can try to get energy to pull back. Think about what that means for gold. You know, if energy continues to rise, or if we get a pullback and a hold, and oh my god, there's just not much news or anything. GDX. Let's go to the daily charts. Let's look at DJT. What is that, 16? Okay, so it got above 16. Wow. I do want to say good luck today, everybody. If you guys could hit the like button, please. Subscribe if you're not subscribed. Let's have a great day. Listen, the markets haven't even moved. We have not moved at all. You know, unless we hold 480, then we could look for a move to like 484. Like this here, this would be the first move I'd look for. A move to the upside there, and then, or you could look for like a 480 to 477.50. You know, I'm not sure what we're going to get. We're just sitting here. That's wild. We have to hold 480. We have to hold 480. And part of me is thinking it's turning this 481 into resistance. And we might get a sell-off to 471. That would be crazy, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it be crazy if we broke 480 right now on the QQQ? Even though tech is kind of strong.
The moment let's finally happen where we just feel like, you know what? Maybe the artificial intelligent agent is better.
All right, again, everybody, good luck today. Good luck today. Yesterday, Yesterday we had a bit of a down day.
Someone attacked, I don't want to mention the reporter's name, but attacked saying he wasn't doing anything for Salesforce. He's like Mark's number 2. I'm not kidding, he's terrific. Who was that person? I don't even want to go into it, but he's Matthew McConaughey, he's a poet. Yes. He also was doing, I think, the Lord's work when it came to a mass shooting in school.
All right, let's see here. I'm gonna DJT. God, like, look at this. Look at all these damn levels, bro. What are you doing, man? What do you need all those levels on there for? You don't. This should be it. This is all you should need. Nice little support level. You got above it. That's a failed hold. Let's look for 1590. Look for 1590 rejections and look for pullbacks down to $14. All right. Right there. I thought it was going to be an arrow.
It's when you do this, Jim, that I think people maybe get a little, yes, it's a time of forgiveness. Or even this, too.
What do you think, I'm Suki Sales? Mo, Larry, Curly? Shemp, are you accusing me of being Shemp?
Never. All right, we got 5 minutes before an opening bell. Don't forget, you can catch us anytime, anywhere. You can't see the facial gestures, however.
The disdain.
Yeah, you can't see the disdain when you listen to the Squawk on the Street Opening Bell podcast, and that might be for the best.
September jobs report, another
925. I wonder what CRM is doing. That was another one that was on our list. Come on, bro. Why do you do this? All right, CRM actually, guys, right? This 270 level, it's still holding up above it. So we were talking about this. You know, you're going to need some strength out of the Dow. Okay, so the Dow is trying to recapture that strength now. Look, it's right back to prior day's close. Of course you are. Of course you are. And look.
Ministry says it sees no point to nuclear talks with the U.S. given Washington's stance on NATO expansion.
NATO expansion. Russia doesn't want to talk about anything nuclear because Biden wants to expand NATO and not include or attempt to include or have a path to include Russia. I don't know. Man, I wish I had like Pop-Tarts or something right now. Fuck. I don't feel like making cereal. I'm trying to think. That's alright. Alright, so we had a nice little double bottom yesterday in the SPY. We are above prior day's low, but we're below prior day's close. Just want to say good luck, everybody. I'm going through. I'm just taking my time right now, and I'm going to let the markets kind of play out how they're playing out. For the SPY, I would look for a move back to 564, 563 and some change, but 564. That'd be the level I'd be targeting. We have 1 minute. If the Dow continues to be strong, I'm going to look at names like CRM.
The opening bell is brought to you by Nuveen, a leader in income, alternatives, and responsibility.
What's Pinduoduo's? What's Pinduoduo's
1 minute to the U.S. market.
Dude, what's Pinduoduo's ticker?
Related to the ratings and exploring all available options to mitigate an expected 26 revenue headwind if the challenges are successful. This is actually all
PDD. That's right, PDD. All right, the bell's getting ready to ring. 30 seconds. Watch Pinduoduo. This thing is up at highs, making new highs. Just being a little monster. Damn, look how strong that thing already was. That thing was already visiting all new highs. 160. Let's show 160. Look at that.
This is a company that 94% of their plans had 4 stars. Now they're going to 25% having 4 stars.
All right, here we go. It's on. All right, we're gonna look for this pullback.
70% of 118 billion in revenue. They get a 5% bonus when you're above, when you're 4 stars or more.
Nope, no pullback. Yep, we're gonna get the pullback. Come on, man.
Dow Jones Industrial Average down 23.96 after the open. S&P 500 down 13.44. Nasdaq down 45.08.
Speaking of China, Shanghai up 8, Hong Kong up some 30% over the last dozen trading days, Jim?
No, I referred to it in my list of my top 10. I'm seeing money that looks to be flowing out of NVIDIA, Apple, Amazon into things like JD.com, PDD Holdings, into Alibaba. It's almost as if that's where the hot money's going. I come back once again to Dave Tepper when he goes, anything China.
Although your preference appears to be for Baba specifically.
Baba's really cheap. I mean, even here, Baba's incredibly cheap. A lot of cash, very good company, really American financials. Anybody who really wants to look at a Chinese company that looks like an American company, it's Baba. And David, you know management there. Management is terrific at Baba.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Joe Tsai's been back in there, obviously very much involved in sort of helping to run the company again. I mean, take a look at just the 1 week, basically, on Baba, because it's extraordinary what it's done. That 1 year, that's all a week of performance at this point almost. Where is it? All right, 20 plus percent. And continues, as you say, Jim, in terms of momentum there that we saw yesterday as well. We'll see what the ultimate impact really is of these.
IMMX, MX Biopharma advances CAR-T NXC 201 to expansion cohort dose level in U.S. AL amyloidosis trial next to CAR-T2. That's Alpha India Michael X-ray, IMMX.
Just give me 1 second, you guys. Just give me 1 second.
You have to come in right now just because the momentum's so great. So it feeds on itself. And Carl, look, no one's even thinking about whether the companies are doing well.
SG, Sweet Green. Shares moving lower here. 33.44 after the open.
Who has not been a believer until now. And I think that he's convinced a lot of us, well, wait a second, I've liked Baba the whole way, but I thought when I was in Italy, I did get a very curious TikTok from David Tepper. It was a little commercial. It was just a little thing singing Baba Black Sheep. And my wife says, what are you watching? I said, I think I'm watching billions of dollars being made.
You were. That said, the big 4 that I think of in China, Nike, Apple, Starbucks, and Tesla, are they going to be beneficiaries as well of the stimulus in China?
Yesterday, you doubted me with Starbucks. I said that when you have a little more money in your pocket, you go get pumpkin spice. Now, I don't know if that's right.
All right, NVIDIA's bouncing, guys. NVIDIA's bouncing. You're back to pre-market highs. Oh my gosh, what happened?
I do. I mean, look, right now, the long knives are out for Apple, but when we suddenly find out that Apple might have good numbers versus Huawei, I mean, that could happen.
Do you think it's
All right, let's do it. It's time to be a champion today, boys and girls. Gonna be long some of these names. Watching Win. Nice. Bingo. Good to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. Trading has been, it has been going well for me. I did make a few dumb mistakes last week. But we've been doing really well. At least calling the markets and being on the right side and in the right places. I would say in that case, yeah. I used a little bit of the profits last week that we made. Some really nice calls last week. You know, put a little money in the SMCI for that news, GameStop and DJT. You know, but again, that was kind of paid for. Look, there it is, guys. There it is. All right, it's breaking 16. Let's see here. I don't know if that's a big candle or not. That looks like a big candle. I feel like I should just stay with NVIDIA. That's strong. What are we looking for? Like 15? I'm gonna pull up Win. I want to see it. I'm not sure if there was any news or not with Win. I'm not sure if you wrote it. Watching for a continuation. Okay. I just want to control. Like, I wish I could watch like CNBC and like some of these other places, like without like they just like deliberately like they go political, but they swing one way. You know what I mean? It's just like Carl Kittina. Well, you know, Elon, something about not being truthful. Okay, well, I don't think you've been truthful at the latest either, or at least call out Kamala and the rest of the crew. Like, just be real, please. That's all we want. Is for you guys to be, you know, not so, like, you guys know what I'm saying? It's like they try so hard to get, like, viewers to view with them. Alright, so Nike down at 82. I feel like I'm screwing up right now and not having NVIDIA on my chart. Alright, so we're down here. I'm watching Nike right now, guys. We got that bounce into the 20 and 100-day moving average. Will we break? Oh my gosh, there's so much going on. 15% Foxtrot uniform, Tango uniform. To see if we're going to break and pull back down to the 50-day, or are we going to try to fill this gap and get back above 84 and test like 85? What are we going to do here? I'm just going to be patient with Nike. It feels like it's probably going to pull back. Kind of reminds me of Visa. That's a resistance zone right there. Let's go back to NVIDIA. Oh, NVIDIA got smacked. Okay, be careful out there, everyone. Be careful. If you're looking for something long, like Bingo said, Win Resorts.
Nobody has done a better job over a period of time than Timo, whether it was John Ledger prior to Mr. Sievert or the seamless transition to Sievert and how well they've done there. Any period of time you want to look, they've crushed the competition. Absolutely. Period. Past performance not necessarily.
If NVIDIA falls here, if NVIDIA breaks this 20 and 50-day moving average, this thing's got some room to the downside, more than likely. Sure, 115 is support.
recently sitting there, but it's still, I think, somewhat unclear in terms of what exactly is the plan.
Fixed wireless. He says, listen, Jim, there's no limit here, man.
I know, which is kind of
So right now I'm watching NVIDIA. Today's Wednesday. Oh, I was looking for a bounce back to VWAP, but we didn't get it. We are 0.8%.
You went there. I just finished the sentence. Guys, I want to come back to you, Manna, because we had the brief discussion before the bell, but it's worth coming back to. I mean, there's a downgrade this morning that says this represents a worst-case scenario result. What happened? Well, they were 94% of their plans getting 4 stars. That means they get a 5% bonus from CMS, who makes these decisions about the quality of these plans that are being offered from Medicare. Now they're at 25%. And so a huge percentage of their overall revenues is no longer going to be garnering a 5% addition. That's bad.
You watch this level here for a possible resistance. Man, this chart looks awful.
And it goes up a cliff. You don't get a 3% bonus at 3.5 stars. You go from 5% to 0. And that's what's happened here.
Oh my God, I'm gonna snap. I just can't get this chart to like look correctly. It just doesn't look right. There we go. That's a little bit better. You guys might have trouble seeing it, and I do apologize. Alright, so there's a 15-minute. Here it goes. Looks like it's trying to sell off here.
Are you going with the 4-star plans? Yeah. Okay.
You go to a doctor, and the guy, I say, you take out your Medicare? And he says, I don't take that. I don't know anyone who takes Medicare. I mean, honestly, I have Medicare, I don't know anyone who takes Medicare. Medicare was like, boom, now I don't have a plan. Boom, no plan.
116.
Two different ways. Then we also been talking the last couple days about CVS. Their Aetna.
CRM starting off nice and strong here. I just think the SPY, so there you go. The SPY broke prior day's low. Not with like a ton of volume. Alright, so 564. It's a level I would look for. Let me see here.
No, the activists are not pushing that. No, I said that yesterday. That's not where they're focused. They're focused on getting your healthcare business in a better place.
I switched to Blue Cross Blue Shield. I don't know. It just
how's it going?
Better deal. Look, some people take it. I don't know. I no longer feel like I'm
Yeah,
being fudged.
People take that, but you're still paying. You're not. There's no.
Man, what a beautiful move there, bro. Now this is a prime example of a stock that needs to catch up with the overall markets. Like, look at that. The thing was a $200 stock.
Because I never thought about. You have no idea how much that. I apologize. This is going to come out raw, but like I went and got. I had to have a ear medicine, so cortisone ear medicine, and it was typically $5.
DJT. I got my ass kicked on DJT. Now I'm scared to like go back for it, but you know, I think I'm gonna go for it, guys. I think I'm gonna go for this. We failed to hold that level. Let's see if we can break down. Tried to get back above it, it failed. So I'm gonna look for a move. First, take profit. Really, the target's gonna be 15. All right, I'm looking for 15 on DJT. All right, I'm looking for 15 on DJT. It's happening now. It's happening now. Shit.
Relatively light volume. Company announcing delisting coming up.
What is the delta here? I'm gonna be patient. You got to be careful with these. Just I only say this because if it bounces and it gives you a cheaper price, it might cut you down 50%. You know, it may try to hold and then pull some funny business, right? It is in an uptrend. So if we're going to try to fight that trend, we really need it to show us, like, volume. It needs to show us something. There it is. That's the entry right there. Oh, my God. Ah, shit. Ah, damn it. Still holding. 38.42. I'm not going to be able to get a limit order on this, guys. And yes, that is the 15 puts. Probably might be better to go with... you know, you'd be a little bit better off going with next week. Volume is trash.
It is interesting how often we have mentioned unions over the last number of years now, and how prominently they have figured in so many of the things, whether it's the port strike, whether it was obviously the actors and the
I'm not going to get it, even though I had time. Fuck.
U.S. Steel and Starbucks, and I mean on from there. Airlines, I mean, not to a strike level.
Oh my God.
And he really, I bet he regrets not inviting Elon Musk to that original EV meeting because he was unionized.
I want to try. I was wanting to try to get a bounce in the 1598, you guys. That's what I was looking for, is to try to get a bounce in the 1598, and I missed it right there. Oh gosh, look at the volume too. Fuck. Sorry, you guys, my stomach was hurt and I had to go use the restroom. Fuck. It's a nice bounce back with the SPY. It's a nice little bounce.
Yields creep a little bit lower in Europe. In fact, the French yield yesterday, biggest drop in a couple of years.
Alright, hold on one second. Yeah, is it still going up? Sorry, I'm just having stomach pains right now.
The Bond Report is brought to you by PIMCO, a global leader in active fixed income.
380.
Memory and thinking issues keep piling up?
$4.
It may seem like normal aging, but could be due to a buildup of amyloid plaques in the brain. The sooner you talk to your doctor, the
Looks like it wants to try to pull back today.
amyloid.com.
At Beard, we
since we introduced him to the farmer's dog. It's changed his quality of life.
Look at that tail. There it is. That's the Fed day. Right there, that high from the Fed day. We just tested it again. And look at that tail. So I would look for a run back to like 570. Especially if you can get above this 568. Look for a run higher. Look at that. Look at that, man. Holy shit. What's today? The 2nd?
I'm Tony Steve, digital strategist at AmericanEagle.com. Our clients have complex website and digital marketing needs. Badgley Mishka, a high-end fashion brand, needed to expand their online presence, reach new customers, and increase online sales. We solve digital challenges like this all the time. We implemented a digital marketing strategy that more than doubled their online sales through management of email
Today's the
marketing,
2nd.
paid search, SEO, and social media. For results-driven digital marketing solutions, go to AmericanEagle.com.
When I work with my clients and they ask me questions, hey, what do you recommend? You know, do I go with wood? Do I go with TimberTech? It's always a no-brainer for me. I'm always telling them to go with TimberTech.
Yeah, I was just doing the same thing, Bingo. Just doing the same thing. Nice job. I was kind of waiting here. That's actually a really good spot right there. Yeah, I was just literally eyeing the same thing up, looking for a target of that 570 level. We got to get above here. The game ain't over. This was resistance at 568. I think we get through it with that you need. Let's see. No, that's exactly what I was saying too. Bingo, break him a stop, might get hit. Just give it a minute. Cause look at this little wick here. Or you see this pre-market little pullback. I would have the stop under 566.50. Now, if you're in a daily, you want to make your stop as tight as you can. That's why I was actually looking for tomorrow's expiration. They still kind of want a little much for that. Look at the volume coming in there in front of 10 o'clock. Which is okay. Come on, bro. I swear to God. This chart does not want to save. For nothing. That's a mean hold there. Now you're going to have the trade line. Now think about this on the daily chart, right? You're going to be testing the top end of the Fed day, that wick from the Fed day. You try to get above it. That was that a failed new high attempt and hold above the key Fed meeting that we just had right here. And you have the trade line meeting you right there at 568.50. That daily trade line's right here. Right inside that gap from yesterday's close. I'm still with you though. I am still with you on at least a run up and hopefully a test of like 570. Look at it, has it kind of hesitating right now. Let's do it. I'm going to do it. Let's see here. Let's see here. Let's see here. Let's see here. Because I still think we could even test like Monday's open. 570. Here we go. Come on, are we going to get this? 15 minute. Make sure also keep that 15-minute trade line on watch as well. Let me look here. Hold on. Let's do an analysis. Let's do a full out analysis here. Big wicks. Look at those wicks. It's a motherfucking wickathon. It's a good thing we consolidated. That actually helped us a lot. Let it pull back a little bit. I think you might get a tiny pullback right here, guys. I think you guys get a test of 566.76. This is right around here. Let's see if we can get a pullback there. You might not get it. You might not. I'm saying chances are we do get it. It's going to go higher. Fuck. It's not going to go. It's not going to go. Look how green time. Look, they're going. They're buying. It's on. It's on right now. Here it goes. It's not going to give us that pullback to VWAP. I'm going to... I'm trying. I can't. I gotta get... Because... So, I had DJT up. I had those 15 puts up. So, now I gotta go back. Go to the SPY. Options. Tomorrow. This is for tomorrow, correct? Yes. This is what? The... Oh my gosh.
We're stuck in irons here while we figure out Israel's response?
Yeah, I do. And then, of course, the employment number on Friday.
It's the 570s. What was this for? Oh, okay. October 3rd, 570? Yes. October 3rd, 570. Fuck. I've already fucked it up, guys. I've already messed it up. That was my opportunity there. See, the worst case, this is why it's good. This is why I always fight for price, right? Like, okay, if we don't get this pullback, or if we do get it, if we get a pullback to like VWAP, or we still hang out here, I do like that the volume is falling off there on that sell side there, but you know, I can take, like, if we, like, let's say if we do get that run up, and for whatever reason we can't get above 568, I should be able to take off a little bit of profit there. I should be able to just stop out of that trade with a profit. And that's why it's important for me to try to get the best price. Because it helps so much in the long run. What's in... See, that's the other part to this is NVIDIA. Nike's holding on. There goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA has a level here. I want to see NVIDIA get through. Keep an eye on Apple. But I'm saying... There, it's a beautiful tail. Alright. So 118. 118. God, that's a mean tail. Great, nice job, man. Nice job, guys. Good job. I'm happy for you guys. That's awesome. Still, so look at Apple. Apple's pulling back. All right, Apple's pulling back. UNH was bouncing. There's a Humana commercial on right now, which is kind of funny. So UNH is pulling back. JP Morgan is bouncing, which is the Dow. Microsoft is a component of all of them. You know, CRM is doing pretty good. Looks like she wants to run back up there. Let's go look at Amazon, Meta, and Google. Meta's pulling back. Trying to hold. Oh my gosh, bro. It's a mean looking bear flag. Dude, the SPY is still struggling right there. I think it'll get off of that level. Alright, so Google is back at 167. It's putting in tails here, as you guys can see. Look, it's putting in tails. Looking like it's trying to put in a bear flag and a potentially... Look. Oh, I'll be damned. All right, so there, Google is trying to be funny. Something, I don't know. Amazon. Amazon's kind of just flat. Snowflake, I like today for a tech name long. 110, 115 long. So if we can start to try to do something, I would just understand that the Qs were our leader, then they failed. Right? This is a resistance zone here. You got to get above this, and it doesn't seem like it's going to. At 480. There it is. Did it just make it support? Nope, it broke it. Fuck.
Good Wednesday morning. Welcome to another hour's Walk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla, Sarah Eyes, and David Faber by the Post.
This is crazy. This is seriously insane.
Israel-Iran conflict today. Watching the port strike in day 2. Tesla deliveries adding a little corporate news here.
Oh my gosh, I missed it. I could have got it at 134. Come on. Oh my god, 135, $1.35. Come on. Fuck, what is it? 145, 45, 75, 75, 75. Come on, 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 come on. Fuck, bro. Oh my god. That was bullshit, bro. That's bullshit. Bro, I just had a chance to get it at $1.30. Now it's... You fucking asshole. Excuse my language. I'm sorry, guys. I was trying, so I didn't have the order up. I had the options chain up. What did we say? We said wait for that little pullback to VWAP, right? Baidu might have just... Look, Baidu just pulled into an area of support, guys. If this holds on Baidu, I might long Baidu here. Alright, so there we are. Back at $1.30. $1.31 on the SPY. Tomorrow's 570 calls. Tomorrow's 570 calls. Dude, why does my daily chart not save? Come on, bro. Listen, I am only going to take this long. It's already over there. I'm only going to take a little bit. I'm going to be... Listen, guys. I am in the camp that when I get the opportunity, and I feel like today is the day I strike, I'm putting on risk for the downside. All right, and I would point you to a few different things outside of energy. All right, and that's the dollar. If you guys haven't looked, the dollar is ready to roll, and if this bad boy gets going, I expect it to get back up to like 103. Possibly 103.50 to 104, and go back and retest this level. And I think that could give us about a 5-6% downside move on the overall markets, maybe more. So keep an eye on this trade line here, and look, we're extending with lower volume, which is telling me everything I need to know. All right, nice job. Look, $1.72 for tomorrow's 170 calls, 570 calls on the SPY. Congratulations. That's a nice little trade there for you. All right. Take your money. Take your money. Let me save my charts again one more time. Again, guys, I'm in the camp that I want to put on some risk for some downside moves. We're already starting. If you look here, Tuesday, Monday, last Friday, and even last Thursday, we're all what? Down moves. So it is natural for us here to get a bounce, but $1.30 to $1.70 isn't much. I mean, that's a nice, you know, $40 a contract. You know, somebody that buys 10 contracts. It's a nice little day there.
Reorienting the Chinese economy towards domestic consumption are paramount for China in the medium term.
At least a start, you know what I'm saying? That's just a couple minutes.
Real estate equity REIT getting a pop to the highs here.
So I do want you guys to understand that I am in the camp that the timing part's going to be hard. That's why I want to give myself some time. But
changes in the Chinese economy to reorient them to a consumer-led economy where the Chinese consumer actually can spend and not save. And there's, you know, there's evidence at least that
it's a nice setup right there. Watch 567.40.
in names like an Estee Lauder.
I'm not going to take it now because
in China. We'll see if they follow through and start to do some of these changes, but there's definitely a lot
it's
of
too slow.
building in this trade right now. And it could have
$1.49. I can't take that I can't take that contract for anything less than $1, like $1.40 to $1.35. Like if it gives me $1.40 maybe, but I doubt we get that. And if it gives me that, it might be a problem.
What is still going to be an export-led economy, but one that they had been hoping certainly would find its footing, which has been really hard to get really since they emerged from COVID.
Right. I mean, and you can track the stock market underperformance back to 2020
Mm.
when they sort of reopened, and there were these high hopes for reopening like we got in the U.S., but they just we had a lot of stimulus.
That's why. See why I fight for price? You'd have been able to take off a nice chunk right there in front of that level, because that's a key level there. That is a key level there. And what else did we say? We had our trade line, our daily trade line right there. $1.44. I'm thinking about it.
Unpredictability, or you know what Xi's path is. You know, as far as the U.S. though, we got a nice surprise in the form of private sector.
Let me see real quick. Let me go here.
TIGR, FinTech making new highs now. Tango India Golf Romeo.
I'm gonna go here really quickly so you guys, everybody can see.
Private companies added 143,000 jobs in September, and that was
What's going on? You know, we still are somewhat stuck here. So listen, we have fallen below the high of that Fed day, right? Now you've just ran a test back into the highs. You held it yesterday. You're running a test back into the high to make it resistance. You know, I think we got to look for the low 560s. I do. It's very hard to say that when we're so oversold like we are too, though. But I feel like that is... Listen, I could very well be wrong. But if we get above 568, then I feel a lot better. But if you're going to continue to have an increase in volume, is it going to hold? What time is it? 10:07. Yep, it's going to hold. I'm going to keep this up here again. I tried. Snowflake's not moving. DJT's on my list as well. So this is prior day's low right here at 1560 on DJT. All right, right there. 1560.
50 basis points of cuts. The data on JOLTS yesterday was confusing, right? Better hiring, but a lower quits rate. On manufacturing, kind of in line, but the 6-month and
All right, so that's Monday's low. We have Monday's low there. Damn, Monday's close is way up there at 574. Dude, what is going on?
Feels like a 25 basis point cut, but let's see what happens Friday.
See if that price is paid was the low of the year. Meantime, we got energy to watch. Oil prices
So I'm going to turn this red now.
did strike back at Hezbollah in Lebanon. The real story, though, may be why oil is not even higher, given some of these rising tensions. Let's check.
All right, I think I'm going to turn that red. So the bottom and top of this box, all right, is why. So 572 and 573. DGT 1575 double bottom.
That's pretty obvious. Why aren't they at 80 bucks given all the tensions that we are seeing in the Middle East? Well, let's talk about it. Number one, you've got a couple million spare barrels of capacity.
We're just not getting any follow through in either direction, guys. Feels like sellers are already are winning the day so far. Anybody that's been a seller of options.
Is that we have not seen a major reaction from Israel. Yes, they attacked Hezbollah sites in Beirut, Lebanon overnight, but we have not seen a big response by Israel directly at Iran, either their oil ports or the nuclear
Give me 1 second here. All right.
guys that we all know that would send oil much, much higher. Okay, now to the little palace intrigue story, Carl, that you sort of referenced. Big article in the Wall Street Journal today. OPEC just ended, by the way, their virtual meeting.
Yeah, 570. So that's my target, 570 to the upside. My downside target's going to be 565. That's the two ranges I'm playing. All right, that's the two ranges I'd be playing. There goes the SPY. There goes NVIDIA. Let's go, Vid. NVIDIA to 120. AMD's got some room. Come on. There goes. Okay, so DJT's chilling now. Look at AMD, guys. This thing has some nice room. 161 held. Snowflake also, if tech can really get going, Snowflake could have a really nice day. Got a little bit of resistance at 162 and some change, like 162 to 163. 164.
Come back to us then. I mean, you know the Saudis as well as anyone, Brian. So how do you view this in terms
I would much rather, honestly, use this level up here.
After a circuit breaker halt, Whiskey Hotel Lima Romeo, WHLR, spiking here now to the highs, $9, $10.21 for WHLR.
WHLR. Okay, Waller.
Everybody, they are aligned in many ways, but they are also sovereign nations, David, as you know, with their own, looking out for their own sovereign nation best interest. How do we read this? Well, I think that we read this as...
So you guys see that? What is that? Like 160... 164, 165.
There is no official OPEC or Saudi price target. I want to clear that up. There's been a lot of talk about defending higher prices, but I think this is a clear sign that some in the group maybe are not happy with their quotas, that they are sort of being allowed, I'm using air quotes, to pump out. So says my facts, anyway.
Got it. All right. Well, keep us abreast of all things, including whatever faxes you're getting over there, Brian. Thank you. Brian Sullivan, still living in 1992. He looks good. Let's turn to Tesla now. Shares falling after the EV maker missed delivery estimates. You can see down some almost 6%. Phil, you know, when you reported these, we thought they were in line. You reported them essentially as that. Any idea why the
WHLR $11.30?
We have really low volume today too, just so everybody's aware. The volume is really low today for the overall markets. Sorry, I don't know why. AMD 0.9.
As is usually the case every quarter, Model 3 and Model 1. Production coming in at just under 470,000 vehicles for the quarter. So now this brings up the question, will Tesla be able to hit the consensus in terms of what the street is looking for full year deliveries? Remember last year they delivered just over 1.81 million vehicles. Well, the consensus right now going into this morning was for 1.78 million. You add up the first three quarters, they still need to come up with about 512,000 vehicles delivered in the fourth quarter in order to hit the 1.78. So that may even have to come down a little bit, let alone you'd have to go up another 30,000, 40,000 vehicles in order to get up in that 1.8 million range. So that may be some of the pressure that is out there. As we take a look at shares of Tesla, you've got two events coming up next week that will likely be catalysts for the stock as well, whether they moves higher or if we see a bit of a
Let's see here.
Robotaxi next
See if we
week,
can hold
and
on.
you get financials
See if we can hold on.
regarding the stock being down about what 5-6% today. There has been a whisper number out there for third quarter deliveries of 565 to 570,000 vehicles. Is it possible, after the move this stock has had over the last couple of months, that some people say, they didn't get 565 to 570,
indicating
we're going to sell our
$26.
shares here. That's a possibility.
Dude, what was that?
Those are the reasons why you might be seeing
Holy
a little
shit.
bit of pressure on the stock today.
There's a little bit of resistance right there. Something just happened. Hold on.
Priced at $24. That's it.
There's a little bit of resistance right there.
Also IPOs for WCT, World Chains Holdings, priced at $4. FVR Frontview REIT, priced at $19.
Big show still ahead as Walk on the Street continues on this Wednesday.
In a world of uncertainty.
We've been navigating change for 125 years, always looking forward.
Did the SPY fail? Alright. Because it was doing really well, man. See, like, that $1.30 to $1.70, like, you get that really nice rip and roar, and it's like, it hasn't paid, or it hasn't paid you to, like, you just been sitting here, and it's just been sitting at, like, $1.50. Right, so if you ever get those big pumps of, like, you know, if you're trading calls or something, or puts, and, like, those contracts, for instance, you know, you get them at $1.30, and they run to $1.70, man, take that off. Especially when you see on your chart, we have nothing but, like, you know, a whole bunch of consolidation up here. Like, this thing just ran right into a brick wall and just stopped. It's like, damn, bro. So, you rallied, and you pulled back to this little previous high here. Now you're trying to extend higher. Like, it's going to happen now. If it's going to happen. It's going to happen very soon. Alright, now you got to hold. And it ain't over with. It ain't over with, because you still got some 568.80s to deal with.
You've got Chesapeake Telemedicine. Chesapeake Telemedicine is like having your own personal care provider. Whenever and wherever you need. Need care that's convenient and reliable?
Fuck, that was it. That was my shot. That was my shot right there. Fuck. On that pullback on AMD right there. That was it. You guys see this level from yesterday? This like little flat top resistance right there. We got above it. Holy shit. Pulled back and kind of just pulled into it, and then boom. Fuck. That was it. That was my shot.
Watching shares of Nike under pressure, down almost 8%. Profit topping expectations, revenue falling short. The company also withdrawing its full-year guidance and postponing its investor day, which had been scheduled for November 19th as it gets ready for a CEO change, which happens in 2 weeks, guys. Not much to be surprised about here. We know that they couldn't really do an investor day because they have a new CEO starting in a few weeks. We knew that they would probably want to clear the decks when it comes to the financial outlook ahead of that new CEO. John Donahoe, the current CEO, was not on the conference call. I don't think that came as a surprise either, nor was he quoted in the release. It was Matt Friend, the CFO. And in fact, the CFO did talk about some progress when it comes to the turnaround, at least getting newness and innovation working with consumers again, particularly in running. They have this Peg 41 shoe, which apparently is doing very well. However, what investors are focused on here is it's hard to see the next for financials and when the financial performance might improve, especially when we don't know the CEO's plan and don't know that much about him. I mean, one thing that of Elliott Hill, a lot of people are Googling him. He's very well liked within Nike, and we heard that on the call, and I've heard that from a number of employees, past and present, that it's going to change the morale basically overnight. But how do you then forecast the financial performance, especially, David, when what we learned last night is it's going to be a heavy lift. A lot of the analysts were worried about, for instance, higher inventories, suggesting they're going to need to discount and promote into the holiday, and that's going to cut into some of those better margins, for instance, as Nike tries to figure out, the balance of the franchises.
I'm watching 84 on Nike. If Nike gets up to 84, and I want to see what happens there.
That's really what this is about.
Yeah, well, a number of the analysts basically saying the same thing, which is this turnaround is going to be a marathon, not a sprint. Nike Direct not looking particularly strong, which of course was one area that Donahoe was supposed to be on top of in the sense of being a tech guy, so to speak. Yeah, no shortage of challenges, many of which you've been outlining for some time, Sarah, and it can take some time to turn around. That said, it's not bad to come in as a CEO and have a very low bar.
Right.
They do seem to be creating that for the incoming Mr. Elliott Hill.
Yes, exactly. Let's get more on the streets take on Nike. Joining us here is Williams trading analyst Sam Poser. He has a buy rating on Nike, $97 price target, and I always give you credit, Sam, because you identified the problem here with management and with some of the culture. And
Qs are lagging, man. Early this morning, they were attempting to outperform this morning.
Well, I mean, as you said, I don't think anybody should have been surprised. And I also think that if you
Another rejection.
what Nike was 2 weeks ago under the outgoing leadership, anything.
All right, I think that was it. Yeah, we're struggling. I might run after DJT, guys. All right, I don't want to be short tech or anything just yet. Some of the longs, like CRM, this is already kind of taken off. But you know, anytime you get a pullback in front of 270, look, SPY broke it. All right, I'm watching DJT up here. Still prior day's low.
What's going to happen in China? What's going to happen with this inventory? Of which none of it would have been gotten better under the leadership, as far as I'm concerned.
Right, it's about brand heat, and it's about putting out products that have big resales that people are talking about.
But you have to have motivated people.
A lot of the consumers really like PDD. So I don't know if I told you guys yesterday. I was looking. I was doing some research on like some of the top names and top companies that, you know, companies in China and the Chinese people, like what companies they use and shop at the most. So it's not surprising to see PDD up here already at highs or near highs. Fuck, I gotta, excuse my language again. I gotta put this DJT trade on. I'm gonna miss it. I already missed it. You gotta be kidding me. Oh, shit.
And I also wanted to mention China because I know there's a lot of pessimism around the China numbers, and they were down like 4%.
Alright, we're gonna float back and forth from DJT to SPY.
You've been very realistic about the challenges of the company, and more so in previous interviews we did. Why do you have a buy on it right now?
Don't be,
I either think you're going to like it for the long term or you're not.
don't be hard-headed out there, everybody. All right, worst case scenario, don't trade. Don't trade, because right now you're stuck between on the SPY, VWAP in the trade line. So you'll probably consolidate and put in a little flag here. You'll probably sit between these two areas. You're stuck between VWAP and trade line on multiple time frames. 15, 3 minute, 5 minute, 1 minute. So let it consolidate and figure out if it's going to break out and higher. Chances are, in my opinion, it probably, I don't think it does. I don't think it does. It's just my opinion. Let me go see where the dollar's at so I can, let's see, 15 minutes. I would like a pullback on the dollar.
Do you know him?
I've met him years ago. I don't know him.
Because I think one of the question now is when, how long it'll take, right?
Right, and that's what I'm saying. I think it's in that, 15 to 18 and 12 if we're...
This is funny. They're like, how long will it take?
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Stock down 7%, Sam Poser.
Like, look at this. Put a little double top there. Like, dude, this dollar, the dollar has so much room to go. It really does.
A new AI partnership that's coming up on closing bell overtime, 4 p.m. Eastern time.
Dude.
With gold and copper prices pushing towards all-time highs, U.S. Gold Corp offers investors leverage to both gold and copper at its project in mining-friendly Wyoming. U.S. Gold Corp has a reserve of almost 1.5 million ounces of gold equivalents, permits to mine, zero debt with only 10.73 million shares outstanding, and a portfolio of world-class American strategic metals assets. U.S. Gold
Coming up, crude inventories, a draw of 1.5 million expected. Distillates, a draw of 1.9 million. Gasoline inventories, 500,000 barrel draw expected.
Endless luxury. The Real Real. Shop now and get 20% off at therealreal.com. Terms apply.
WHLR shares hitting $12.80 now at the high, up 88%. Whiskey Hotel Lima Romeo, WHLR.
Plumbing work, he's refinished this beautiful table here. Find top-rated certified pros in your area at Angie.com.
Do you see yourself enjoying a comfortable retirement like these folks? As I
60.
You get what you plan for. You may have a retirement plan in place, but are you sure it's the right one?
Oh, got above it. Nice job.
Fisher Investments gives you the confidence.
Nice job, Spy.
Through retirement, we'll shape your plan to meet your unique goals, needs, and lifestyles. So
You know what? No. I need to have this there. There we go.
$13.44, continued to spike here, WHLR, Whiskey Hotel Lima Romeo.
168.92. 168.92. 168.92.
take back control with Or Health. Or Health provides access to medication proven to make it easier.
168.92. Just doing a couple things here. I'm just watching.
JOBY, Joby Aviation at the intraday high now, up about 22%, $5.90 on that investment from Toyota, TM.
All right, so some of the, yeah, Joby.
Of course, day two. Our Diana Olick is looking at one sector that could see a brief bump, at least from the fallout of the strike. Diana.
Well, David, we're talking warehouse, and I would emphasize this is a short-term play. It all changes if the strike goes long-term. But for now, warehouse REITs will see more demand and more pricing power as tenants need workarounds for their goods and containers. This according to a new report from Alex Goldfarb at Piper Sandler. So what are the names to watch?
I'm not sure if this Kava news turns into anything or not. Something to keep on watch. There's a little resistance zone up here. You know, if you guys notice that the SPY starts to fail, you know, you have a test here, this 20-day moving average up at 124, 123.
They said they are providing different options, and they'll consider adjusting operations depending on how the situation evolves. Now, again, this is all if the strike is short term. If there's a complete port shutdown long enough that the economy suffers, then
NNE, Nano Nuclear Energy, getting up pop to the high. November Echo, NNE.
and it all just kind of grinds to a halt. Carl.
That's the scenario market's trying to game out. Diana, thank you. Diana Olick, watching the port strike. Still to come this morning, shares of Humana extending its losses for the year. Now down around
Crude, a build of 3.889 million versus a draw of 1.5.
Do you guys remember what that was this morning?
Gasoline, a build of 1.119 million versus a draw of 500,000. Expected distillates, a draw of 1.284 million, lower than the draw of 1.9 million expected.
See, it's just not giving you the continuation.
Ticking slightly lower
It's
now,
not giving us the
71.88,
continuation.
about 2.9%.
$0.03, 41. All right, so it's priced in the middle.
Shares.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need?
$13.93 the high.
For an immediate cash payment. Call Coventry Direct to learn more.
And hold it at the highs of the day.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
Our friends sold their policy to help pay their medical bills. That got me thinking. Maybe selling our policy could help with our retirement.
I'm skeptical, so I did some research and called Coventry Direct. They explained life insurance is a valuable asset that can be sold.
We learned we could sell all of our policy or keep part of it with no future payments. Who knew? We sold our policy. Now we can relax and enjoy our retirement as we had planned.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies or call 1-800-514-7800. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance. The global blood glucose monitoring device market size is $14.5 billion.
I feel like I'm forgetting some of the news that we had and some of the things that were going on.
Preparing to commercialize an industry-changing glucose monitoring device based on its already approved European technology in discussions with a global pharma giant for distribution in India and China.
Let me look at last week.
I voted for Donald Trump in 2016 and 2020. Now, for the first time in my life, I'm voting for a Democrat.
No, for the first time in my life, I'm voting. Why would you vote for a Democrat now? If this ain't the most bullshit ass commercial I've ever heard of. Oh, I'm voting for a Democrat for the very first time this year because I believe in my democracy, and my democracy is that I didn't have a choice on what Democratic Party, or what Democratic candidate I would have. I had no choice in that. Matter of fact, democracy. For the first time, I'm voting Democrat because I love being lied to. I was told that man did not have anything wrong with him to my face and to my fellow Americans. That is why I'm voting Democrat this year. Never in my life I voted Democrat until now. Sorry, it was a commercial. Yo, you can't make this shit up, bro. It's so funny. For the first time.
WHOR
Palantir's moving.
5.
Alright, they're not talking about anything. 43. QQQ. There you go, Qs. Let's go. Let's go look at the...
now.
Let's go.
Continue to spike here.
CVX. Alright, semiconductors. So we were right. If we wanted to be long, semiconductors were it. AVGO right now is one of the leaders. I don't know what that is. Qualcomm, TSM, AMD.
Well, Sarah, for Medicare Advantage insurers, the
said the star rating for one of its biggest Medicare Advantage
CVS. I'm not sure what's going on with CVS. I know I thought I heard something about it. What's $64? 65, I'm sorry. I think you have room to run to $65 on CVS. Here it goes. Look at that wedge. Look at that wedge that's forming right there. Boom, there's your breakout. That's a double bottom gap up. You gapped up. Boom, boom, Audi 5000 from Step Brothers. That's a beautiful setup right there. That's a beaut of a setup. There's your prior resistance. Made it support. Extendo clip. Extendo clip right there. Right there's your buy trigger. That's why I say extendo clip, because there's the buy trigger.
Joby hitting new high, $6.14.
And JOBY. If you haven't heard, it's been making. Come on, bro. JOBY. Joby going bananas right now. WHLR also. WHLR. WHLR. Another one. So there's a lot moving here, guys. I'm not sure Wheeler. What the hell is Wheeler? What's the news? So you have CVS, Wheeler Real Estate Investment.
International, RPM, Romeo Papa Michael, 126.10.
Holy shit.
Highs of the day now, following their earnings.
It's wild.
Shares up about 5% for RPM, Romeo Papa Michael.
Yo, this thing looks like this is something that it does all the time. Wow. All right, so you're right at the 20-day moving average, little prior resistance. Maybe you see 40, but I don't know. Or I should say 20, 2050. Damn, this thing is going crazy, you guys.
Story to Bertha Coombs watching certainly the story out of Humana today. Let's get back to the markets, and now we're into trading. Our next guest does prefer some growth and cyclical names to manage some of this choppiness going into year end. Joining us here at Post 9, Citi's U.S. equity strategist Scott Kroner, S&P target of 5600.
I just want to go grab something.
Carl, thanks for being here. Since we last talked,
let me grab something to eat really quickly, guys. I'll be right back.
A couple of strikes are now in place. Obviously, what's happened in the Middle East, does any of that change your overall playbook?
Well, the Middle East is, sort of ongoing wild card. Geopolitics is something we keep an eye on, but trying to translate it into fundamentals has been a little bit trickier. Going back to Russia, Ukraine, and now the ongoing Israeli situation. So, we're keeping an eye on that. What we did do tactically was go overweight energy going into Q4. So this is over the weekend, and there we think the setup allows for some potential beneficiary of that continuing to flare up. But I'd say it's a little bit more of a contrarian call right now.
Does that move in on your monetary policy forecast?
Well, essentially, the way this goes in terms of the monetary policy setup is that we still think we're in this less restrictive mode. We're not to the point yet where we can say, hey, look, at the Fed is at this point being accommodative. So what we're looking to do is balance here in terms of growth as defensive as a play into the end of the year. We want to marry it with some cyclicals, and that we've been ongoing overweight financials via the banks, and now we're adding energy to that. So essentially, what we're doing here is avoiding the more defensive parts of the market, which in our view are generally historically expensive. Healthcare, a little bit of an outlier to that. We've been underweight for the better part of the year. We don't see any urgency to go back to those sectors. We prefer to either go down the growth path or begin to kind of set up for the other side of this hawkish Fed narrative.
So is it the bet that, though, the Fed has to stick the soft landing for that to work?
Well, I mean, I think the bet is that the Fed trajectory from here continues lower. The market's telling you there's, we're prepared for as much as 200 basis points.
But
Market's been wrong on that before.
The market's been wrong on that, but I do think that the setup here, in our view, is one where fundamentally we think we're still looking at a pretty good Q3 earnings reporting season. That said, we did go underweight industrials, and the spin there is very, very clear. Relative performance has been pretty good. Valuations have gotten pretty expensive. We think there's going to be some, quote, fraying around the edges from a fundamental perspective as we go through Q3 reporting, and we think that takes some edge off of the price action in that part of the market.
Is the bigger risk that the Fed doesn't cut as much, or that the economy performs worse than expected?
So, okay, so from our perspective, the bigger risk is that the Fed needs to stay ahead of the narrative here, and we don't want to fall too far behind if you do begin to see some further deterioration in the labor circumstance, which is essentially a house economics call, that we will begin to see a bit of a downward spiral or deceleration in labor. I don't think that necessarily means we have to be at
But that just means they're going to be cutting more. I mean, isn't it a bigger risk that we have some sort of reflation because financial conditions are so easy, commodity prices are rising again on geopolitics, and they won't be able to cut?
So I'd argue that that risk is more of a 25 risk, but a little bit different, right? So we're talking about the election in nearly every conversation. And our view is that both candidates are mostly fundamentally negative for U.S. equities, but we have that lingering deficit discussion around spending in the background. So when I look at the rate environment, I think the Fed's on a path where they can continue to ease, and I think that's net constructive versus the past 2-year narrative. But as you get further into 2025 and we continue to go down this debate around how to finance the deficit, then you begin to risk things like the bond market vigilantes coming back. Do rates back up for other reasons, Sarah, that maybe are a little bit less tied to the traditional economic circumstance?
Finally, what's your number for Friday?
Well, I don't have a number specifically on that, but what I would say is that I think we're prepared and positioned that it's going to be supportive of, with the current Fed trajectory. House view is that you potentially get 50 in November. I'm happy with 25 or 50. I want to see the trajectory continue is the main point for me.
It's good check-in, Scott. Thank you, as always. Scott Cronin of Citi.
Still to come, how worried should Apple investors be over these weaker iPhone demand reports? We're going to talk to a bearish analyst about his concerns on the stock, which is little change, and why he holds one of the lowest targets on the street for Apple. We'll be right back. Stay with us with the Dow up 14 and the S&P 500 climbing back toward the flat line.
Yeah, that was one that I forgot about this morning. I finally gave in and getting something to eat, so just give me 1 minute. Again, if I get into something, I'm going to let you guys know. I just missed that SPY call at the for tomorrow. The 170 calls for $1.30, and what I've been doing too is watching these contracts here. Look, they're already bidding this. They've already got orders set at like 22 cents, but so that tells me I do not want to go that far out on DJT on a weekly. Unless I can get it for the right price. Like if I paid 20 cents for like a 15 put, sure. I mean, we've already been down there. Wow. All right, so here we go. I think this 1583 is a nice sell trigger, guys, on DJT. Right here. I'm watching this. Support, resistance, all that lining right up right there. Let's see. I mean, I could be wrong. Here we go. 1575. Let's see.
Is currently valued at $10 billion annually. Now, Meats Dry Foods, a NASDAQ company, stock symbol SNAX, an emerging leader in the healthy snack foods.
WCT, which is an IPO, priced at $4, just opened up.
85 cents. That's WCT, Whiskey Charlie Tango.
PDD, right back at highs.
3 million units being cut at a semiconductor component in iPhones.
Let me finish this food, and I'll let you guys know if I get into
The impact you think it means on demand.
Sure, thanks for having me.
if I get into DJT up here like 1580.
Panel checks and 3 million units being cut at a semiconductor component in iPhones. How confident are you that that is true, A, and B, that it will have the impact you think it means on demand?
Sure, thanks for having me. Yeah, look, we do think we're pretty confident that there have been some adjustments to the build plan here. If you remember correctly, a few weeks after their June event, there was a lot of speculation that Apple was telling the supply chain to build more iPhones for this upcoming cycle. Given all the data that we've seen and others have talked about with sell-through and pre-orders being weak, it's likely that upside that they were hoping for in these devices is not there currently. We're still only a few weeks into this cycle, so certainly things can change, but we do think this upside case that was built in has probably gone away for now, and we'll just have to track to see how sell-through or true demand is tracking over the next month or two. Most indications are we're tracking about 10% down, if not even a little bit more, compared to the iPhone 15 cycle. So it is off to a little bit of a weak start here.
Yeah, I mean, you say in the report yesterday, your sell-through checks point to 15% declines year over year for iPhone 16 in the first week of sales. I mean, kudos to you for doing some reporting here, so to speak. Does it mean this thing is going to be, I don't know, would you term it, a weaker expectation overall for an entrant of a new iPhone than we've seen in some time?
Yeah, it certainly feels that way, particularly because the iPhone 14 and iPhone 15 cycles were basically flat. So we're coming into this with an iPhone installed base that's very old. On average, people are holding phones that are 5.5 years old. So the setup was pretty good into this cycle. The Apple Intelligence features are not out yet. So there is a possibility that when we start to see Apple Intelligence on these phones at some point in October or maybe November when the betas are completed, there might be a little bit more demand. There could also certainly be a lot more promotion and co-marketing from an Apple, maybe with some of the U.S. carriers, maybe some more discounting. So it's a little bit different cycle this time around because we do have a meaningful software feature. For the last decade or so, most of the features that have been added each year are some kind of hardware-based feature, and those haven't really resulted in much change. We're shipping, this year, the same number of iPhone units we shipped about 10 years ago on the 6 and the 6 Plus. So Apple has not really had that killer product in almost a decade. Will Apple Intelligence and these AI features change that dynamic? It still remains to be seen. I think consumers really need to get these services in their hand, try them out, and see if it's something that's worthy of considering an upgrade for their current device.
How much of the stock move and the conviction on the stock story has to do with just the sales of this product, the 16 and Apple Intelligence, versus some of
those.
Company announced a new share buyback, $500 million. That's Charlie Zulu Romeo.
That AI will drive a cycle that will be meaningful. There is still a lot of regulatory risk here. That is something investors are watching.
Caesars, Charlie, what?
On the Google DOJ case, which impacts a large part of Apple's earnings through that the tax payment they get. That's a meaningful driver.
Fuck, I don't know Caesar's ticker.
Meaningful. There is still a lot of regulatory risk here. That is something investors are watching. We should get the initial ruling on the Google DOJ case, which impacts a large part of Apple's earnings through that the tax payment they get. That's a meaningful driver as well. So there are several vectors here. We think this iPhone is very important, coming off 2-week cycles with what is, some were expecting to be a super cycle. We don't really expect super cycles. It's pretty rare in smartphone land. So that's why I think it's extra important. But there is still a lot of regulatory, China exposure. There's other things that are getting a lot of attention as well.
Well, finally, I mean, if you're right and this thing's down 15%, let's call it year over year, where's the stock go?
Well, we're using a 25 multiple on the stock. It's currently trading at 30 times. So, we're in the mid 180s for our price target. Again, there's a lot of different constituents owning this stock that are looking at different things. So, and the base of these numbers doesn't move around a ton. So I wouldn't expect units to ultimately be down 15%.
Okay.
But the sentiment could change, certainly.
Tim, appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
After the break, Eli Lilly unveiling its new multi-billion-dollar factory here in the United States. What's at stake for that company? When we come right back.
Um, 482 on the Qs, guys. If you haven't went long, QQQ, in my opinion, yeah, watch, it's got to hold here. It's got to hold. That 483 level's rough. Yeah, look, it's going to sell off. And as soon as I said that, I'm like, bro, don't even say it because of the dollar. All right. Feel like I know what we need to do. All right. I'm watching this level here at 481.
Join the millions of people taking back their privacy by downloading DuckDuckGo on all your devices today. The foundation we're built on is determination.
What's everyone's thoughts? How'd everybody do? I mean, obviously some got paid. We talked about going long on that pullback. It was funny because Bingo literally read my mind. I'm like, hey, and he's like, hey, I'm going long. And I'm like, bro, I was literally just about to say the same thing, that this may be a buying opportunity right there on the S&Ps. I love that, I love that. Excuse me, sorry. I know that might have hurt your ears. It hurt my throat. I didn't know I was gonna do that, but all right. So
experimental obesity medicine. They won't tell us which one. We tried to ask, but this is a really important area for the company, of course. They have a lot more in development. We sat down with CEO Dave Ricks yesterday about what's next. Here's what he had to say.
Currently, Lilly has 11 pipeline projects in obesity, all with the sort of.
all right, so we went up and tested that trade line.
Oral is a big need, of course. Multimodal, so
So watch now if this pullback. Watch now for this pullback here off of this area. If it tries to hold 481.25, if it tries to hold prior day's close, see if it tries. And if not, then hey, we're gonna go. We got some room down here at 475 to test the gap fill down here, which is probably what I'm going with, and we need to get on it. Damn, that's wild. That's so crazy. We're so oversold. I hate to be the one, but I'll be damned. We don't have hardly any volume today, guys, so you may want to look elsewhere than the overall indexes. Unless you're going to swing trade, then it's a little bit different. You know, again, not to say that volume can't just come in out of nowhere. And we need a bounce.
We tried to ask a few times. We asked specific drugs and they wouldn't tell us. But again, they have 11 different obesity drugs in the pipeline, so I assume it's one of those. It's hard to say, but there
Dude, like,
from Lilly going forward, both in the pipeline and also in the data that we're going to see over the next 2 years. So be sure to look for that, and we'll have more from our interview with David Ricks later today.
Angelica, thank you. Angelica Peoples in Indianapolis. The Lilly shares, for their part, up about 0.75%. Not quite an all-time high, about $850 billion market value. Speaking of the market overall, we're basically flat on the S&P and the NASDAQ. Of course, geopolitical concerns continue to color some of the trading. We got a lot more market coverage for you straight ahead.
In a world of uncertainty and disruption, how will your investment...
All right, guys, I'm going to take a small position here on a daily. Give me...
Always looking forward, anticipating risks, and trusted to manage
477s. Come on.
solving for the needs of investors today and tomorrow. That's the power of Nuveen.
All right, I'm in that, guys.
When you're looking for answers, it's good to have
So I just got short the Qs.
at the right time. They make all the difference. At Humana,
477. It said I got filled at 23 cents.
that's why we're offering 7 things every Medicare supplement should have. It's yours free. Just for
And that's even lower. That's not cool.
and when you call, a knowledgeable
Oh no, they picked...
can answer any
Fucking assholes. They gave me more.
choose the plan that's right for you. The call is free and there's no obligation. You see, Medicare covers only about 80%
25. It's not smart to do that, but...
Medicare supplement insurance plans like those offered by Humana. They're designed to help you save money and pay some of the costs Medicare doesn't. Depending on the Medicare supplement plan you select, you could have no deductibles or co-payments for doctor visits, hospital stays, emergency care, and more.
I'm a little too far out of the money. I gotta be honest with you guys. I'm a little too far out of the money. That volume just shit the bed, by the way, too.
And personalized service from a healthcare partner.
Oh, man, fuck.
You can choose from a wide range of standardized plans. Each one is designed to work seamlessly with Medicare and help save you money. So how do you find the plan that's right for you? One that fits your needs and your budget. Call Humana now at the number on your screen for this free guide. It's just one of the ways that Humana is making healthcare simpler. And when you call, A knowledgeable licensed agent can answer
All
your
right,
questions
so
and help you choose the plan
can I
that's right for you.
get
The call is free and there's no
a
obligation.
chart?
You know Medicare
Can
won't
I get
cover all
a
your
chart?
medical costs.
Can
So
I
call
get a
now
chart?
and see why a Medicare supplement plan from a company like Humana just might be the answer.
Who am I?
I'm an organizer of community events.
So again, we're pulling back here, and the question is do we start to hold prior day's close here, and then are we going to run a test to Monday's open or Monday's close? I'm quite curious.
Good Wednesday morning. Welcome to Money Movers. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Sarah Eisen, live at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Today, former U.S. Defense Secretary William Cohen on the conflict in the Middle East and the geopolitical impact for the markets.
Plus, what we learned from a
That dollar's ripping, guys. Look at the dollar. The dollar is just ripping. Which it could start to pull back here. It could probably pull back to 101.60. 101.60, and then you know, start to hold that level. Look at the dollars just soaring, guys. How are the... Oh my god. I can't even stop out right now. Fuck. You're an asshole, Q's. Let's see. God damn it. Why am I an idiot, guys? Like, why am I an idiot? I'm just trying to get a little 480. Can I get a little 480? Come on. Like, we have no volume as it is.
For sure, Sarah. I mean, we're in this tactical pause. We've been here for a couple of days. I guess you could characterize it that way. We came into the quarter with a lot of house money piled on the table. Wouldn't make
Like, just give us that little pullback we're looking for.
give back a little bit or basically just go sideways for a while as we wait to see.
There it goes. You gotta be fucking kidding me, bro. You gotta be kidding me.
Months in a row. Been talking about that. That really did culminate both of those months in August and September with
The fuck out of here.
We have that on Friday. On the other hand, we did see yields react to the upside after the ADP number came out. We actually now have the City Economic Surprise Index having gone from negative
Like, look at that.
to positive.
Look at that.
So all of a
Look
sudden,
at this.
we actually have a
Look at
firming
this.
tone in
Look at
some of
this.
the data.
Look at this. Look at that little buy. Look at that little buy volume. And then out of nowhere, bang, it'll rip and take your head off. Like, we can't just get a little pullback. Look, see what I'm saying? I told you it's going to rip and take your head off. Listen, I do this too much, bro. Don't fuck with me. Look at that. Nope. Just can't get your little pullback. You just cannot get your little pullback to VWAP to bring in buyers. Just can't do it. Nope, we can't do that. We're not allowed to. We got to shake and bake you into some shorts. We got to kill your premium. And then we send it back down and you still don't get paid. Fucking dickheads. Suck a fucking dick, you fucking faggot motherfuckers. Not you guys, but the fucking NASDAQ. Like, get the fuck out of here. Right? Look at NVIDIA. All of them. Right? At resistance. You gotta be kidding me. Of course. Of course I can't buy it at the right price. I sit and wait for the long. I don't get the long and I don't take it. But then here we go on fucking no volume. Look at this. No volume at all. None. And this thing just wants to take heads off. I knew it. You're a fucking dirtbag. That's all you are. You're a fucking dirtbag. Go fucking suck a dick, you piece of shit. Oh, that's NVIDIA. Look. 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 Look at that. No volume at all. None. Ain't no volume at all on that fucking rally. But it green as hell. Shit. Fuck out of here. Sorry for cursing.
And I think the expectations are so high that U.S. will never have a recession.
That's it. That's it. Just 481. Just can we get that little pullback? Can we get a little pullback to VWAP? Put in a double top up here. That's all we're asking for. Not much. Not much at all. But you got to make it difficult.
You would love to freeze them both right now. Because given the last 6 months of inflation trajectory, you know, it's around.
I have no fucking choice. I gotta start the fucking day off red. For no fucking reason, bro. This is fucking ridiculous. Like, this is a fucking joke. You couldn't. You tried to extend up above here. You pulled it all the way back. Right? You bounced into it. You rejected it. And you just couldn't pull back to 481. You couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. No, I think you chose not to do it. To suck a bunch of people in long for a move back to VWAP, only to run it up in their face to take their money. You fucking dickbag piece of shit. You know what the fuck you faggots are fucking doing? Let's not talk about how we were below trade line with no fucking volume. Let's not talk about that. Let's not bring that up. Let's not bring that mean ass tail up and this low volume bounce just to stop people out. Look at this. Can't even get a pullback to VWAP. You gotta be kidding me, bro.
I think you start looking at things a bit differently. Maybe the Fed would then have to be a bit more aggressive in terms of how quickly they get to the, to the neutral. And also the fact that here's what I'm picturing, right? We take a run and we run a test on the daily chart to the trade line. We reject the trade line, and yet we don't, and then we pull away from it. What did we hit on that pullback to make us say, oh, we're going higher again? What was that? What was the area? What was the relevance of that? I'm really curious. I'm really curious. Because we didn't even get to test yesterday's close. Because why? Right there. Right where I was wanting to get to, 481, is prior day's close. Fucking dirtbag. QQQ's a dirtbag. Fuck out of here. I'm still looking like. There's this. We held that level. So you're gonna look. It just rejected again. You just double topped right at the daily trade line. Beautiful double top there. But this time it's gonna go through it. Watch. It's gonna go through it. On no volume, mind you. On no volume at all.
But if the risk is that inflation
See.
is higher than they want, and that we expect that they won't be able to.
They just want to stop as many people out as they can. Let's go look and see where the Dow is. Where's the Dow? Okay, Alright, I'm gonna get rid of this because this thing's just going to fucking hell and the Qs are gonna end up going higher. Sorry for cussing, I just stupid mistake on my part, I guess, for trying to get a pullback.
Do you think they can get away with an ECB-like pause where they cut, then they don't, then they cut again?
And the thing is I wish I could get, like, there was no break even because
They said I got filled at 23 cents, and I go back to the thing, back to the screen, and then they ended up filling me at 25. They said order filled 23. Nope, tricked you. 25. So I paid top dollar for that. I pretty much hit the top of that. All right, so here's the Dow. The Dow is at its resistance zone, probably about to move higher. The whole market's about to move higher, and I'm the fucking idiot in a fucking put still. The IWM, I wanted to go long the IWM. Okay, so the IWM is breaking down. So the IWM is at prior day's close. Let's hold on to this for just a minute. I just think I'm making a mistake here. I think I'm making a mistake. The thing is that this is a daily. I need this thing to start going my direction or I'm fucked. Just go ahead, Q's. Just go make a new high. Just do it. Just go make a new high. Go. Just go. Why are you being a little bitch? Go make a new high. Looks like it doesn't have much pullback up there.
Meantime, freight continues to move to the West Coast ports. Container shipment rates to the West Coast are more than 300% higher year over year, but, and this is important, double digits lower than the highs in August.
All right, IWM is back below this level. Pre-market lows. Pre-market lows. You know, I'm not really sure what to do, you guys. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I feel like you're at the mercy of sellers, and it doesn't matter what happens. I just feel like the market's not going to move. This looks like a really good setup here for a short and a pullback into 215 on the IWM. I don't know.
We've also spoken to a number of major companies about their plans, including Walmart, FedEx, Pfizer, just many of the names.
We had a lot of nice ideas here, but then the one that I take is a like a
look at the shipping companies. We've seen them move higher over the last week and outperform, but despite the pricing power they're expected to have, you can see many of them.
I really thought I was going to have that, man. And then it just never gave me the follow through. Like, I'm trying to wait this out because you can see it's not in a hurry here to go green. I think it's going to go green. All right. I think we're going to continue to go green. I don't know, man. I don't know.
That's what we were just hitting on right there. The container shipping prices. There's also surcharges, sometimes a couple $100, sometimes a couple $1,000 to move
I don't know. I can't call it. I don't know what it's thinking. I think it's going to be a little difficult to go higher. And we said the Qs were leading us higher. But then they switched, and then the Dow started to take that spot. 0.2. See? Yeah, the Qs are 0.2% in the green. We said we wanted to be long semiconductors. And then 0.5 in the Dow. Just nothing's happening, man. This is fucking bullshit. Look, and then it goes right back to green. As soon as you think it wants to just pull back a little bit, test VWAP, nope. Nope. Come on, baby. Just pull it back. Just give me a fucking test. Give me a 480 test. Like, you're just sitting here above the daily chart again. There it goes. That's it. I'm done. This thing's fucking done. 15 cents, so I'm already down 50%. I'm working on being down 50%. Like a fucking bum. Jesus Christ, you fucking idiot. You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. Look at this, and everything is just staying sideways. like a piece of shit. Fucking dirtbag, trailer park trash, cracker ass motherfucker. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You know, you win some, you lose some. It's the nature of the business. Alright, I'm out of here. Not out of here, but like, you really got me ticking the fucking top of this fucking option, bro? God damn, cuz. Jesus Christ. I gotta hang it up, y'all. I gotta hang it up. I gotta hang it up. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. I don't give a fuck about the money. It ain't even about the fucking money. It's just the fucking fact that all these ideas that we had this morning, and to go long, and here I am sitting in a small short position. It's down over 50% now. Over 50%. It's just stupid. It's just fucking stupid. Couldn't give me a little fucking pullback to 481. You just could not pull back to test 481. I get it. I see it. Trust me, I see it. We're doing this. Right there. That. Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Going higher. That's it. You just gotta be kidding me, man. You, like, give me a fucking break. Give me a fucking break, bro. Look at this. New high. Like, now, do I even take this off? Do I take it off now and then it pulls back and then I can get 20 cents? Or do I leave it on? See? You fucking dirtbag piece of fucking shit, man. Yeah, I'm waiting. All right, I need a pullback back into 481.90 because I just do. I need it. I'm gonna wait for a test and a pullback here. It's just fucking horse shit, bro.
So many analysts remain bullish. Bank of America, for instance, this morning reiterating the call, calling it a clean.
You're okay. Come on, Daddy, go get you some more food, boo boo. What you doing, Beanie?
Telling me that the model continues to embed a U-shaped recovery, which is different than the street relative to the consensus V-shaped recovery. He sees a potential hangover effect weighing on 2026 revenues, with Nike cycling out the unit volumes, for instance, that are being pushed out on digital associated with the franchise life cycle.
So we're not going to go test the 15-minute trade line. We seem to have liked to have done it.
I just want to give him credit because he had that negative catalyst watch ahead of earnings, which turned out to be true as the street digests this. Although, Carl, not sure what the big surprise is, though, on the postponement of Investor Day or getting rid of guidance, because they've got a brand new leader coming in 2 weeks.
I laugh at everybody that wants to be that. You know, like, trading's fun, trading's cool and stuff. You know, I don't know about, you know, cool, but everyone seems to want to do it for whatever reason. Shit. We'll see. It's one of the only jobs motherfuckers commit suicide on. It's one of the only industries their job can really take them to the limit. Like, just, you know what I mean? I'm sure there's another career out there, but I just can't think of one. You know, I just can't think of one. This is the only career that I know of that can really damage, you know, somebody enough to take their own life. And this is why. This is a prime example of why right there. It's a prime example. Prime example. Look at that.
What do you think that will look like, Mr. Secretary, in terms of Israel threatening Iran will pay?
I think the Israelis will move fairly quickly because delay will not work in their
It's a nice little retest, pre-market highs. You get above it, that's failed. Then it recaptures it, pulls back, holds it, and now it extends and runs.
Also sanctions, but my expectation is that targets, probably missile silos and sites, production of weapons facilities.
And here we were this morning talking about going long.
They will go after some of the nuclear production capability that the Iranians have trying to develop. So I think it's across the spectrum. I think they'll hit pretty hard. I think the Biden administration will urge some caution.
There's a lot of tails in there too.
Prime Minister Netanyahu will say,
Let's see this morning.
This is our opportunity. Iran has been hanging over us for 75 years, and they're going to take action now to reduce their capability.
Why wouldn't they go after the nuclear facility? They're in an existential war,
decisions.
and this represents potentially the biggest existential threat.
I'm gonna play CNBC so you guys don't have to hear from a fucking loser.
Prime Minister say this is our opportunity. Iran has been hanging over us for 75 years, and we're going to take action now to reduce their capability.
Why wouldn't they go after the nuclear facility? They're in an existential war, and this represents potentially the biggest existential threat. And all we hear is that Iran is getting closer and closer, weeks away.
Well, they can, and I think probably will go after their nuclear facilities, but I'm not sure they have the capability to do it on their own. They don't have the capability the United States has. So the question is, will the United States join them in this effort? And what does that mean for the United States? What does that mean for President Biden in terms of trying to bring about some kind of a peaceful solution to the region? I think also there are unintended consequences to that. If you have a regional war, what does that do in terms of our economy, the world economy? We're already seeing the spike of oil, the price of oil. It's bound to go up. You have a strike on the East Coast as far as the shipping is concerned. And plus you got the disaster in Helene throughout our eastern coast. So there's a lot going on. I think Biden will still try to urge some caution here. We're with you up to a point where you ask us to now start taking out the nuclear sites. We may have a problem with that. So I think that's the discussion that's probably taking place right now.
If given the choice, Mr. Secretary, what do you think the Israelis would rather hit, nuclear production or oil refinement?
I think the nuclear production, that's the one thing they fear. In terms of oil, that can be disrupted, frankly, at any time the Israelis choose to do so. Going after the nuclear facilities at this particular point in time, when you have the U.S. in the region with a capable submarine on site, capable of launching what they call sea launch cruise missiles. You've got also aircraft that we have in the region that can level a devastating attack. So I think that the Israelis are saying, are you with us, are you not? And if you're not, are we willing to take this move on our own? I think they will, the Biden administration is going to be careful here. They don't want to try to appear to put a horse collar around Prime Minister Netanyahu or around the vice president. So I think the Biden administration will be trying to calibrate, working with the Israelis, saying, we're with you, here's what we think you should do, here are the consequences if you go beyond that, and we all have to be willing to live with that.
What we've heard from the Biden administration has been a lot of ceasefire, de-escalation, which it doesn't appear to be working or what's panning out or necessarily what Israel needs.
Well, it leaves the region in a constant state of uncertainty. You have many of the Gulf states are supporting Israel in terms of going after Iran. They worry about Iran getting a nuclear.
So you guys know, I have a 20-cent order out to be able to try to get this thing off. If I don't get it off, I don't get it off. I'm just going to sit into it all day, and I'll be down 100% on it. I'm already down over 50%, so it don't really matter now. Once we're so extended like we are, to even take to like worry about it. Like, I don't understand, man. I don't understand.
Some have tried to argue that maybe the Israelis have an interest in waiting until our election is over so they know how much diplomatic and military backup they have. Does that pass the smell test?
I don't think so. I think that they're going to move now before the elections, taking advantage of the fact that this administration is not going to do anything to impede what they want to do. If they wait until after the election, they may find that either the Trump administration or a Harris administration might have a different opinion. So I think that Bibi Netanyahu is going to move quickly and forcefully and not wait until the elections.
Because outside of this dumb-looking motherfucker, I don't know who he is. Sorry, I'm just taking my anger out on him. Looks like the Qs are going to start trying to hold this trade line. Oh, we're underneath of it again. Oh, so is this considered a hold? Are we holding it or are we rejecting it? What are we doing? What are we doing? Bouncing back and forth on it. We hit it once this morning. We pulled back. Not quite to the yesterday's close. We'll say we got pretty much down there in this area. We went back. We got above the daily trade line. And now we're pulling back to, I don't know. Looks like we broke the daily trade line to me. Like if you look closely, there's a huge gap there. Technically shouldn't be a gap. We should be holding 483.16, 483.16, 483.16. And 483.15. And that was yesterday's high right there. Not yesterday's high, but here it goes. Those options should start to tick higher. Look, they're not even ticking higher. You fucking dirtbags. That's what I'm talking about. Wow. So if you guys look here, though, this 416 level. Look, this thing's selling off, and they're not even going to... What assholes, man. Right there is that 416 level. Look at this. What fucking assholes. Look at that. You see why I get mad? You see that? You see why I'm getting mad? You can't even get some of your money back. It goes into it doesn't even want... Bro. They're scamming today. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, bro. They're scamming the fuck out of these things. Look, it's still 13. Are you kidding me? You just went and moved from 484 to 482. You moved $1.50 and you're going to tell me you can't go up a few pennies and we didn't even move but 50 cents here? Right? We pulled back. We got filled. We went from 481.50 to 482. We moved 50 cents and then you take away 30% on a move? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. I'm telling you guys right now. They're scamming at the NASDAQ. The Philly NASDAQ, the New York NASDAQ, the Jersey NASDAQ, the California NASDAQ. They're scamming on the Qs. They're fucking scamming. I guarantee you, if you go watch the price and you look at your Delta and Gamma, guarantee you it's not adding up. Guarantee it. Guarantee it. I'll put anything on it. Anything. I mean, technically, real talk, guys. I shouldn't even be in it. I shouldn't even have taken the trade. But, I mean, listen, I thought we could get a little pullback. It says I got filled at 83 cents. I look, I get filled at 85. I'm like, whoa, hold up. Once again, this is my point. Once we get down here, what are we touching to, like, bounce? Why is this daily candle holding? There's literally nothing there. Literally, there's nothing there. You have nothing here. You got above the trade line. You pull it back. You can't hold the trade line, apparently. It starts breaking itself down. And then it bumps into it for resistance, and it starts breaking down. But then all of a sudden, we just get held up. We get held up. Something randomly just holds us up. No specific level. No VWAP. No trade line. Nothing. We just randomly get held up. It's wild, bro. I'm telling you. They're scamming. They're scamming big time today. Just be careful. I mean, at least just go long. That's what I would say. If you're going to do anything, I wouldn't do anything now. But I just want to be able to get some of my fucking money back. That's it. I just want to be able to recoup it. Can I just get a pullback to the trade line? That's it. Can I get a pullback to 482? Is that too much to ask for? She's lucky I don't have her phone number, or I'd be calling her. Fucking NASDAQ president. This is bullshit. I'm getting fucking scammed. I'm getting fucking scammed. I know. I know.
Welcome back. European markets closing right now. Mixed picture after opening higher this morning.
So what are we going to do? Like, this is my point. What are we going to do? Just go above the daily trade line again? Oh, here we go. We're back. We're back. We're so bullish, we get above the daily trade line twice and can't hold. But we're back. Here we are. Hello. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Get out of here. Fucking just, they're just, listen, I'm just upset because they're pinning this. And I wouldn't be surprised if you're long, you're also losing money too. I really feel that that's what's going on. And then the second everyone just gets tired of it, they just fucking slam it in one direction. I know we don't have much volume today, but this is bullshit. This is absolute fucfucking bullshit. Pull it back. Pull it back. 482. That's all everybody wants. But you see how it's so hard for them to do it? They don't want to do it. They don't want to do it. They want to kill, let's see, it's 11:31. They'll wait until like 11:45, 11:55, right at the last end of that hour to cut it into a new hour just to fucking just eat more premium. I'm telling you, look, I'm telling you right now what just happened. Look at what take a close look at what the fuck is really going on. Look at that. You just cut the volume in half, y'all. They just literally cut the volume in half. Nope. Oh, you thought we was going down the trade line, huh? Psych, bitch, we gonna hold it right here. We're not moving. We're not moving. If you're long, you're fucked. If you're short, you're fucked. Guess what? We're just chilling. So that's 3 times. 3 times today we've went above the daily trade line. And it couldn't hold. Like, and they're look, they're literally just gonna sit it right here. What a fucking joke. What a joke. So the next time, what's his face from the NASDAQ does a next time what's his face from the NASDAQ with the long hair, you know, the only face that people know of. Next time he does a an interview talking about, you know, just manage risk, just manage risk. Bring up to him, it's a little hard to manage risk when you guys don't fucking move the market. Or when you go in to take a position, they just pin it and it just sits there. And you're like, for sure, without like hiding it, you're screwing one side of the market. You're screwing one side of the market. And you're barely paying the other side. Come on. Stop playing, bro. Like, there's no reason why, if they wanted to find buyers and sellers in this market, why they would not run a test back to this 482 level. But not do it at 11:45, 11:55 into 12, so the premium gets fucked. No. They'd be doing it right around now. What more evidence do you need that the trade line, daily trade line is not support? Like, this is crazy. I'm sorry to keep talking about it, but it is, guys. Like, come on now. You think people are sitting here saying, oh, I'm bullish right here? Seriously, ask yourself, do you think somebody right now is saying, yes, right here is where I'm bullish? Let's go. Let's go. If so, tell me why. Why right here at 483 flat would you be bullish? Please explain to me. And I'll be damned if the volume don't fall the hell off right here. Fucking bullshit, bro. I just want to pull back. That's it. And they're not going to give it because they know what they're doing. They know what the fuck they're doing. Like, we're not this bullish. We aren't this bullish.
Is a vertically integrated manufacturer and R&D center built on 40 years of history.
It's just apparent what's going on. All right, let's see. This is our fourth time, or our fifth, one of the two, our fourth or fifth time. Let's see. Where are you going? Where are you going? Where are you going, Q's? I want to know. Are you still trying to figure out the trade lines thing? Are you still trying to figure that out? Because I'm pretty sure if I do something 3-4 different times and it doesn't work out, chances are I'm not doing it a fifth. I probably won't give a shit at that point. I'm just trying to figure out what it is we're doing. You sure as shit aren't trying to run a test back to 487. You sure aren't trying to give it a little bit of a pullback to 481 to actually bring buyers in to see if this market's going to be bullish or not. You don't want to do that. You don't want to go up and you don't want to go down. Scamming. You're fucking scamming right now. And you're really locking out everybody that got short on this setup. You're really fucking everybody up right now. And I would be okay right now if I was able to get long. Right here where I said I wanted to get long. It's just crazy, bro. I don't know how I do this to myself. I really don't. All these fucking ideas, every single one of them works, but I fucking trade the exact fucking thing I don't want to do. Just try. Let's look for a test for a pullback to VWAP. Let's look for a pullback to VWAP. Higher. Not even. We don't even go higher. We just run it up and then just stop it right there. Look, we're literally trading sideways. We're trading sideways right now. We closed at 483.13 at 11:20. What time is it? It's 11:40. What I tell you guys? You guys see I'm not fucking stupid. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. They're going to hold it here until the very last 5-10 minutes of that 11 o'clock hour. Right when that premium is getting just, you're cutting it half day. Like the premium's just going to just get wiped. Watch. Watch these premiums. Even if we sit sideways, watch. They're just going to just burn and churn this thing down to 5 cents, 8 cents. Watch. Especially if they just get a low volume rip higher. Watch. This thing is fucked. Let's go. Just go ahead and be a dirtbag. Just go ahead and be a dirtbag. Go ahead. Go do it. Go ahead. Go do it. Oh, look. What? Is that a fifth time? Is that a fifth resistance? You would think anybody that's a real trader, right? Or anybody that's really moving this market, they're like, dude, that's the fifth time we hit the trade line. Like, sell, guys. Sell. Sell. Selling's on. Let's go. Put it on them. That's what should be going on right now. Sure, you got this little previous high right here, right? Yeah, we all see that. We all see that, but it's weird that you can't extend from there. Or that it's not weird that you can't extend from there. This is that previous resistance zone. You're hanging out right there. You got above it. You got above it. What looks to be just like a little bit more volume. And there it goes. It officially has gotten above the trade line. I wonder what separates now from the 5 other times this morning it got above the trade line for it to extend off of it. Help me figure that one out. I don't know if I should sell this. Where's the IWM and everything at? I don't know what to do. Other than to get sick. Just so sick and tired of this. Like, there's so fucking many. There were so many easy ass fucking setups to get long AMD, get long NVIDIAs. We said this morning the Qs look like they have a little more strength, right? We said Snowflake, but Snowflake was looking kind of weak. But apparently, look, yeah, Snowflake turned around. So that's okay. That didn't work. All right, cool. It's just funny. It's just funny. That's all. It's just funny. The IWM looked really bullish. It turned around, started to look bearish. Now it's bullish again for whatever reason. I don't know. I think it's just fucking sick. I think it's fucking sick. We're still not even above this area. Like, we just looking for a pullback to VWAP, and you can't even do that. Can't even pull back to VWAP. I don't know. Do I go long? Do I go long now? Just give in and go long? And pay the high for the longs at the high of day? Should I do it? Should I do it to prove they're scamming or what? Do you want me to go long? We're above this pivot high. We're above. We have recontrolled Monday's low. Will it hold? Will it hold? Let's find out. Are you going to be able to extend off of that at high a day? Fucking joke, bro. It's a fucking joke. Bro, I swear to God, if that fucking daily candle is not above that trade line, I'm smacking the shit out of it. I'm smacking the shit out of it, bro. What the fuck are you doing? I swear to God, guys, I'm going to pick the phone up and I'm going to call the NASDAQ. I'm going to do it right on this live stream. They can fucking call the SEC. They can do whatever they want. I want to know what the fuck are you doing? If you don't take that daily candle and shove it up above that fucking daily trade line and shove it up your ass, or get the fuck away from it. Go back to test prior day's close. Go back to test last week's close. Something. Something. Because it's apparent after 6-7 fucking times you're above the trade line and it pulls back to hold it and it doesn't extend higher. What should you then be doing? Okay, looks like we put in the top end of the range for the day. It looks like things are going to pull back because buyers are not stepping up to take the market up. But they are, and they will. They will. They just said don't do anything. Don't sell, don't buy, kill time, kill their fucking portfolio, take their money. Take their money. That's what's going on right now. This is legitimately what the fuck is going on. I have a limit order out. You would think that they would see it. I know other traders are also right around that area. Would they go and run a test to go fill those orders? No. Why would they do that? They're fucking broke too. They need to steal everyone else's money. Shit's getting ready to shut down. Right? They may not even be working soon. I don't know. So, it's just a fucking joke. What a joke of a trade. Like, it's just funny because as soon as I get out of this motherfucker, they're just going to rip this thing right back to VWAP. I know they are. I know they are. 6 times, guys. Look at that. Look, I want you guys to take a look at that. 6 times have we went above to pull back, to sit on that trade line, to try to extend higher, and we cannot. That's 6 times. It's fucking breaking again, you piece of shit motherfucker. If you don't get the fuck above that fucking trade line, motherfucker, I swear to God. I swear to God, get up there. Just go run higher. Now that's 7. 7 times. 7 times. Like, you would think you'd be going to a destination, right? Like maybe 485, 480, 475. Tell me I'm not on point, guys. Tell me I was not telling you we are not extending until the last 15 minutes of the 11 o'clock hour going into lunch.
Each one is designed to work seamlessly with Medicare and help save you money. So how do you find the plan that's right for you?
If they were not scamming, there would be no reason that I would know that. There would be no reason that I said at 10:45, 45 minutes ago, they're going to pin it right here. We're not going higher. We're not going lower. They're going to pin it right here so that the last 15 minutes from 11:45 to 11:55, right before we hit 12 o'clock, that fucking premium just get... What'd I say? What the fuck I say? Didn't I say 8 cents? Didn't I tell you this thing is going to be 8 cents? Stop it. That's not even predicting the future. It's knowing what they're doing. It's just a fucking joke that they can't even pull this thing back to help motherfuckers get out of their positions. They know exactly what the fuck they're doing. That's what I'm pissed about. Because there's people out there that probably oversized themselves that got fucked. I'm not going to get fucked because I'm not going to put myself in that type of position. But still, it's just bullshit when you can sit here at 10 o'clock, 10:50, 10:45. Guess what? Chances are this is where we're at and we're not moving. How do I know that? How do I know that? So I'm sorry for anybody that even got long or short. If you're long, you at least have the rest of the day, and I'm sure it does extend higher. I do. I think this market extends higher. But if that wasn't one big entire scam... Can we just get a fucking VWAP pullback? Can we get something? Look at this. Look how far above VWAP we are. Alright, so we have... If we do this, right? We go here to there. What is that? 0.68. Let's go right here. Oh, shit. .43. 0.43. That's pretty ironic, ain't it? You guys think that's ironic? This gap right there and this gap are the same. But I think we're going to extend higher. It's going to start to raise VWAP, I'm sure. You fucking assholes, bro. They really are. They really are. Like, this is so fucked. Like, pull back so motherfuckers can get the fuck out of their position. Like, come on. I swear to God, I have half the nerve to fucking call the NASDAQ, bro. Or the New York Stock Exchange. One of them. And I'm going to tell them. Bro, if you don't fucking rip this market higher or get this fucking thing to pull back to fucking VWAP and stop doing what the fuck you're doing. Like, fill these orders. Do your job. Fill the orders. If you want to buy, if you would like the market to go higher, what do? Right? If you're not going higher, if you're sitting here for over an hour, what would you do? Run a test. Let's run a test back to yesterday's close. Let's pull it back. See if the buyers are still there. See if we got some more buyers there. Chances are we do. And guess what? And you got VWAP down there. Nope. We can't do that, Sarge. We just sold all these contracts. And the Sarge looks over with cigar like, good job, son. Good job, son. Yeah, we'll stay here. We're not going to retreat, but we're just going to stay right here. We're just going to give it a little time. Let's stop by tomorrow. How about that? We'll sleep on it. Fucking dirtbags. Fucking 7 times. 7 times you sat here with this trade line. It's just like... And the reason I say we're not moving off of it is because where would you go? Outside of a level, something more relevant would be a close, right? Or a prior high, a prior close, a weekly open, a weekly high, right? That's all up here. They don't even want to send it up there. They're fucking scamming, bro. Look, what time is it? 11:51. Just like I said. 11:55. This market's going to sell off, or not sell off, but they're going to run a little test higher, right? This thing's going to go like this. So it should be a 1-minute chart. I don't know why it's not. Right? Here's what's going to happen. You ready for this? I'm going to draw it. I'm going to draw it. Here we go. It's going to pull back like it's doing right now. Shake a little people into the short. And we're going to go higher. We're going to go higher. Here it goes. It's going to do it now. It's going to start going higher right now. It's just going to do it. We're going to extend higher. We're going to extend higher and go to 485 roughly. Roughly. But that's after 11:55. So let's see if they try to get slick and like fail it. And this thing comes down and breaks 483. Tests 483, but doesn't extend. And it gets back above it. And it kind of just hangs out. Oh, well, let's run a test back to 483.50. Like, just a bunch of BS. Watch. It's going to run higher. The second 12 o'clock comes, guys, this thing's going to go higher. I'm sorry and apologize that I sat here and talked for 45 minutes, but that shit fucking pisses me off. That shit really pisses me off. If you're really running if you're really figuring out the type of market that you have, or if you're letting buyers buy and sellers sell, buyers are not buying up here. You extended, you failed, like we look, we're still, where are we? We are below the trade line, and what are we doing? Turning the trade line into resistance? Like, come on. Get fucking real. You know? And by the way, this was the level right here. What did we say? Chances are it breaks, acts like it wants to test. They pull people in to short it. Did I or did I not just draw that? Don't make me go back to YouTube. Huh. Wouldn't you know? Wouldn't you know? They're like, yeah, it's been so long. We're not extending higher. I think we pull it back, Sarge. Don't be so dumb, Tommy. That's what they want you to think. The second you walk in them there woods, your legs is blown off. You're smarter than that. See? Look, they broke it. That's so funny. It breaks the level. People think they're good. Look, people right now probably trying to get short here. You know, you got a lot of buying here. Remember, it's think or swim. This thing will be all green and it'll sell off because it just won't show you the orders for whatever reason. Oh, here it goes. It's going to do its little dance. Pull it back a little bit. It's so funny. It's so funny. How can you sit here and call the markets like this and still still lose money? Here it goes now. Just pull it back a little bit. Then they start packing it on. Right? It's only going to go higher. I'm just letting you guys know. There it goes. Pack it on. There we go. Pack it on. Pack on the volume. Oh, and then it suddenly, what happens? It just suddenly stops. Stifling competition, no transparency. Shut the fuck up, Joe.
Why is this a big deal? Well, it gets to the heart of the business model of NASCAR, which, unlike other leagues like the NBA, is owned by a single family. And so these two teams are accusing them of monopolistic bullying, basically, and not sharing any of the profits with the teams.
You guys aren't sharing. I'm sure there's something here that they're not reporting on. Let's be honest.
Part of the business model of NASCAR, which, unlike other leagues like the NBA, is owned by a single family. And so these two teams are accusing them of monopolistic bullying, basically, and not sharing any of the profits with the teams. Just for contrast, you know I follow F1. Yeah. So F1 gives approximately half of the profits to the teams. The teams are arguing here in NASCAR that this makes it impossible for these teams to be profitable. It all gets back to this charter system they have, which is basically a license to operate. It was introduced in 2016, and according to the suit, of the 19 team owners who originally granted charters in 2016, only 8 remain in the sport because it is so cumbersome, basically, and financially hard to compete. So they hired Jeffrey Kessler, who's this top antitrust lawyer, especially in sports. He helped push the NCAA toward paid college athletes, the equal pay settlement for women's soccer. They've hired him now to go after NASCAR and sort of break this model where team owners can share in the profits, and it's significant because it's Michael Jordan.
I'm just trying to think, is there a history of litigiousness within either the organization? I'm trying to think, certainly thinking back in Jordan's history as well.
No, I mean...
When did the United States become so bitch? Next time I see a woman making more than me, you say, oh, you can't make more than me. It's not fair. It's not fair. You busted your ass and you worked hard. You found the right place to work. You make more than me. It's not fair. Oh, man, they would love the markets. They'd love the markets. Oh, you can't pin the daily chart on the trade line 7-8 times and then sell it off right in front of what? 1158. 1158. What did we say? Look at this. They were just 14 cents. Now they're down to 10 to 9 cents. You fucking dirtbags. They're fucking dirtbags, bro. Like, this is about as low as it gets. It really does. Like, come on. Like, get real. Like I said, once again, there is no reason why I should be able to say what happens. There's no way. And I just did it again. A failed breakdown. And 483. And we get back above 483. Like, come on, man.
Agreed to ease output cuts after Kingdom issued a veiled threat of a price war against cheaters.
Yeah, tell them nobody gives a shit. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. 15-minute chart. So I have a limit order at 15 cents. I'm going to be lucky if I get that. I just... I mean, you get scammed, you get scammed. I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
Striking a broad deal with Formula One. This would be a 10-year deal, includes several LVMH brands.
Here comes 485, guys. 485 incoming.
The dollar terms were not disclosed. There have been reports that Tag Heuer would replace Rolex as the official sponsor. Rolex holding that title for 11 years. Their logo, of course, flashed across the track and the pit lane. Now, Tag Heuer was the first watch sponsor of Formula One 74 years ago. Several reports here saying that this was going to be a $150 million a year deal. That would be the same amount that LVMH paid for the entire Olympics. So remember, they're talking about $150 million a year for this multi-brand partnership. LVMH not commenting, of course, on the deal terms. And this, Sarah, as you know, the latest sign of Formula One growing and its value to brands. A TV deal with ESPN for U.S. broadcast set to be between $75 and $90 million a year. That compares to the previous $5 million deal. So again, for LVMH, a big push into sports, and for F1, a big dollar amount from the world's largest luxury brand. Guys?
That's the business of F1. This was rumored for a while, Robert. Thank you for confirming. Told you it's hot.
Let's get to the judge of Post 9. All right, Carl, thanks so much. Welcome, everybody, to the Halftime Report. I'm Scott Wapner, front and center this hour, navigating the choppy and more volatile markets with the investment committee. Joining me for the hour today, Joe Terranova, Jenny Harrington, Steve Weiss. We're all here at Post 9 today. Do want to check the market. We have been choppy. We have been a little volatile, but we're green right now across the board, led by the NASDAQ, which is up a little more than 1/4 of 1%. We have a lot to talk about because there's a lot going on in these markets.
No, I'm here. I'm just trying to get my AirPod to work real quick.
But I do want to bring you a story that is new at noon, and an important one at that, because there was news this week
All right, let's
that
see.
OpenAI was in talks to raise $6.5 billion at a $150 billion value.
Volatile, but we're green right now across the board, led by the NASDAQ, which is up a little more than 1/4 of 1%. We have a lot to talk about because there's a lot going on in these markets, as you know, and we're going to do that with the committee in just a minute. But I do want to bring you a story that is new.
Look at Snowflake.
Because there was news this week that OpenAI was in talks to raise $6.5 billion at a $150 billion valuation. I'm told from sources that that funding round, the deal, has now closed. In fact, that sources tell me they raised a little more than $6.5 billion at that $150 billion valuation. That it will be announced in the coming days. The amount. We'll learn about the exact investors. I don't have the table in front of me, of course, but it's already been reported that Microsoft and NVIDIA were among those in talks to take part in that round. And of course, the news a couple days ago that Apple had dropped out. Interesting story, Weiss. It goes to the growing power of this company, the meteoric rise of this business, which is now going to be a for-profit enterprise, right? The changes that we've seen.
You hear them in the back? Listen to that. Listen.
Week or so, but this is a big deal that this funding round, I'm told, has now closed, and we'll learn officially in the coming days about that.
Yeah, so I was actually shown a piece of the transaction, of the deal, and passed on it. And the reason I passed on it were a few things. Number one, I still think it's in the hype stage, and number two, their operating metrics aren't great. Now, in earlier stage companies, and this is an early stage company, no matter how many times we've heard about it, I just thought it's too difficult to pick the winners and losers. Now, it's very expensive, extremely expensive to put out the kind of products that they do. So, so I get that. So that's a moat around their business. But nonetheless, what are you willing to pay for it? Now, in terms of Microsoft and NVIDIA investing in it, I couldn't count the number of $50 to $100 million checks that NVIDIA has written to earlier stage startups. We look at Figure.ai, where they invested, where Microsoft invested, wrote big checks. Actually, Jeff Bezos invested. They have no revenues. They've got I'd call a spec contract with BMW, but other than that, there's nothing there. And they put a value in that of, I think it was $1 billion too.
Pull it back.
We also passed net. I'm not saying it won't be a great company. It's got a good founder, but the point is that it's fever pitch for AI, and the valuations you're paying now, you're going to have to wait a long time for those companies to grow into, in my view. But I take a more conservative view on investing in tech until the clear winners and losers, there'll be a winner to some degree, really are visible.
Well, I mean, I'm told, and this is not, some great revelation, of course, that demand was obviously off the charts. That they don't need Apple to invest. No. The more you have these hyperscalers investing, the more control.
You hear the phone ringing? That's me calling, bitch. If you don't send that fucking market up,
able to do in what feels like a pretty darn short period of time.
So first of all, congratulations to Sarah Fraser, who's the CFO there. She used to be at Square working with Fryer, working with Jack Dorsey. This is a historic growth rate for this company. You're talking about a company that is projecting revenue at $11.5 billion next year. That's triple where they...
I'm selling it right now. And you know what that means? You know what that means? This market's pulling back to VWAP. You're going to get that pullback to 480. All right? You're going to get that pullback to 480.
As we talk about the IPO pipeline and the way that, or the different way now that we're going to think about the prospects of this company, what they're going, wherever they go public, whenever they do, the scene that's going to be, and the amount of money that they're going to be able to raise, the valuation that they're going to go public at is extraordinary. You'll put it up there with the best and biggest of these technology companies ever.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I'm not criticizing the fundamentals, nothing like that. It's been extraordinary, to Joe's point. This is just my view and my discipline in how I look to invest in the private markets. So there's scarcity value that actually raising $6.5 billion is not a huge feat when you look at the demand that's around. And it's
the bigger feat is the $150 billion.
Right,
yeah.
right.
Let's be clear.
Like, I'm just saying, am I crazy? Am I crazy? Am I crazy? It's upset because they're pinning this. And I wouldn't be surprised if you're long, you're also losing money too. I really feel that hold it back. We're just chilling. And buyers and
Fed's barking.
it's every single
says half percentage point rate cut in September warranted.
I think it's just fucking sick. That's what's going on right now. Extend higher, what should you then be doing?
Barkin says Fed can't declare
Shit out of it.
battle over.
Do I just give in and go long? I want to see where I fucking draw it. Why would they do that? They're fucking broke too. They five.
Barkin says he is watching closely how lower.
Let me see the time. Can we just get a fucking VWAP pullback? Can we get something? Look at this. Look how far above VWAP we are. Alright, so we have... If we do this, right? I'm going to draw it. Here we go. Here we go. I got it. Ready? It's going to pull back like it's doing right now. Shake a little people into the short. And we're going to go higher. We're going to go higher. Here it goes. It's going to do it now. It's going to start going higher right now. It's just going to do it. We're going to extend higher. We're going to extend higher and go to 485 roughly. No, we're going to go lower. That's after 11:55.
That's the time down at the
So
bottom.
let's see if they try to get slick and like fail it, and this thing comes down and breaks 483, tests 483, but doesn't extend, and it gets back above it, and it kind of. Yep. What happened? Rally, fail, pulls back to where? 482.69. Bounces to turn this into a rejection point to 483. And guess what? Guess what? It sells off, but does not give you the follow through, and then it rallies. And then it pulls those contracts down to 8 cents. Again, why is it so difficult for the market to pull back to VWAP? Why is it? Because the market makers and every piece of shit motherfucker that's at the NASDAQ, wherever, whatever NASDAQ, they don't want to lose their money. So they're going to pin this thing. If you had a market to find out where the buyers and where the sellers, this thing would have already pulled back to VWAP. The sellers would have completely stepped away, let the sellers take over, and we would have already tested VWAP down here at 480, 481, I mean, to extend higher to 485 later in the day. You haven't made this area support yet. You have not made it support. You have a double top resistance zone right there. But this is not support. Or VWAP there. Look at that. I don't even know what that is. That ain't it. You need to pull back into 481. I don't care if it's like 480.78 something. Like, come on, bro. You don't just like have a failed break higher up here above 482, but yet not come down and test VWAP. This is wild, bro. Fucking scamming like punk triggers. Fucking crazy, bro. Anyway, I hope your day's going better than mine, because I have a limit order. I can't even get out of my fucking order. These fucking dirtbags. This is fucking crazy. Let's go back and dude, play.
OPEC. So there's really a lot that could happen here, but it's not going to end today with Iran saying we're done. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to get them back into into a manageable situation. Look, Israel went after Hezbollah. They went after Hamas. Who funds that? Iran. So it's likely they'll make a statement by going after them, in my view. So all that leads to volatility. What's kind of interesting is that the market is trading up today after trading down yesterday, because yesterday was sort of like a minor move. So you buy geopolitical issues, I firmly believe.
Well, because we've seen before. Yeah. Obviously, not to minimize the events in any way, shape, or form. I'm speaking from the market's perspective, not any personal thoughts or anything related to that. The market has generally viewed that kind of thing as noise.
True. But and I agree with that 1,000%. But here's why it's different. It's different because we are so focused on inflation and so focused on the Fed. We've borrowed performance from Fed further easing in the Fed. So if they do after oil, that's inflationary. If the strike continues to go, that's inflationary. But specifically in the Middle East, it's not like taking out capability, the infrastructure of oil before. This is different because if inflation pops up, will the Fed go? So, I sort of think that'll be transitory and they'll go anyway, but I think the market is just, whistling by the potential graveyard in that. So that's why I'm cautious right now through the election.
I think this is one of the times when it's particularly hard to be an investor because you have all the noise, right? All the noise from the elections, all the noise from the Middle East, Russia, Ukraine, and then you need to put on your cold, hard capitalist portfolio manager hat. And this is what I'm struggling with writing in my letter to clients. Literally right now, what I'm struggling with is
are you sure you're not struggling with the NASDAQ just pinning the damn thing
out there? But as it impacts the U.S. markets, it's really nil. And even with respect to oil, you know, Saudi said, hey, we're going to pump, and that, you know, we saw oil drop from $75 a barrel down to a little below 70. Now it's rallying up, but it's still in a very manageable range. We also have the shale.
That's why they would suggest ignore the noise, focus on that, distill it down to what's the most critical piece of information
You guys are supposed to know as an investor the noise and focus on the big picture, which is once again being distilled down by some who watch and, you know, guide people through the markets that the Fed's cutting and the economy is good. That's why they would suggest ignore the noise, focus on that. Distill it down to what's the most critical piece of information that you need to know as an investor. And it's that the Fed is cutting and the trend is just starting and the economy is actually still doing pretty well.
And, okay, so, and that's right. And so in this market letter where I am now is set that noise aside. Here's what matters. The Fed is cutting and earnings are still strong and earnings growth is still strong. And that's where we started the year off too, thinking like, why would the market go up this year? Because interest rates are coming down and earnings are going up. Those are what underpin a strong equity market. Now, that being said, when I say I don't really see how we get another 7% growth, which maybe we will, I'm often wrong on that. But when I say that, I just think that this market has pulled forward a lot of the return year to date, right? We went into this year expecting interest rates cuts. We finally got them. We went into this year fully expecting 15%.
NVIDIA looks good for a pullback.
We're getting that. So I just think when we're at a plus 21% on the year, I think we've pulled a lot of that great economic news into the spot that we're sitting in right now.
Are we making too much, Joe, of the market's valuation, which is 21.5 times, right?
I'm just getting
it's
out of this
1.5 times
thing.
standard, 1.5 standard deviation
I know,
above the long-term averages.
Appreciate it,
However,
Bingo.
It's skewed.
Appreciate it, bro. Sorry, I just got frustrated because like I took a small short. I grabbed some puts to get a small test of VWAP for the Qs. And they're not moving it. And it just makes me frustrated that you know, we called it. We drew it out. So I'm going to take a loss on this. This is like a 75% loss. Congrats on the long, bro. I don't know. I just, again, I never, you know, I wanted the 130s. I wanted that like 135, low 130s for those SPY calls for tomorrow. The 470 calls for tomorrow are at $1.35, and then they just ripped. And then, I don't know. I took a try on a pullback on the Qs right here, and I was just looking for a pullback to VWAP in this 481 level, right, and that resistance level right there, and have VWAP. So I was trying to get a little pullback there to take a little short, take the money off, and in front of VWAP, and then it just goes up here and sits. So I got scammed. They fucking scammed this shit out of me, and I fucking fell for it. Sorry for my language. Just like this. Just like 483. We said, nope, they're going to hold it here from 11 o'clock till like 12:55. And just before lunch, they'll act like they wanted to run it up. They'll sell it off. It'll pull it, it'll break the level, it'll bounce into it, they'll sell it off just to suck you in, and then they just rip it higher. And that's we literally drew this. We literally drew this right here. Goes up, pulls back, retest, sell off, no follow through, boom. We drew it. I don't know, but we shouldn't know those things. You know what I'm saying? There's no reason why we shouldn't know what the hell's going to happen for an hour and a half. If you want price, what's it called? Where it tries to like find like the price, price discovery. Like, look at this. We're still rejecting the 9 EMA on the daily chart. Like, why? Why are you still rejecting it? We've been above it. We pull back to it. It clearly doesn't hold support. It breaks it, and then it goes to reject it. It clearly is like what is it doing? This is why I'm saying they're scamming the shit out of these people. They're scamming people right now, man. And it's bullshit. It's bullshit. Pull back to if you want to try to find out where this market's going, pull this motherfucker right back to 481, and I guarantee you in 15 minutes you're going to know whether you're going to go higher or you're going to go lower. I promise. That is the level and area you're going to find out where this market moves. So for whoever's at the NASDAQ in New York, Philly, San Francisco, Chicago, I don't give a shit where you're at. New York Stock Exchange, throw the cues back to VWAP. Go ahead. At least help people get out of the puts from back here. This was a fucked up scenario, and I guarantee you so many people just lost so much money. I had to sit there and hang on just to get a better fill. Like, come on, man. Come on. What are you going to do? Go back to VWAP, your daily trade line again? You're going to go back to your daily trade line to find out whether or not you want to hold it or don't hold it? Huh? 481. Just go and get it over with. Get this market moving. 481. Look, VWAP doesn't even want to go higher. VWAP's done. It's flattened out. It's just crazy, bro, because so many people probably just lost money there, and I'm sitting there drawing what's more than likely about to play out. There's no reason why I should be able to draw a failed breakdown and then a rip higher, and that's exactly what happens. And to sit there and say for 45 minutes they're just going to sit this market from 11 to 11:55 into 12 o'clock, and they're just going to sit it and not move it. But anyway, I'm done. I know that was long again, but it's just crazy. I have an order at 15 cents to hopefully lighten the load. It won't quite be 50%. It'd be like 35 to 40% loss, which I'm okay with. It's a small position. It's nothing major. But if we can get this pullback, I wouldn't mind trying to do something. I don't even know. I may not even trade, because I don't know if... Bro, if they sell this fucking market off right now, like, something tells me be careful. Something's telling me to be careful. You may end up back down to like 480. The dollar's been ripping. Come on, just go to 15 cents. They're such assholes, bro. Look, they can't even... Please. All I'm asking, market, just pull it the fuck back to 482 and stop chewing up time off the clock. Please. Just give us 15 cents. You've taken half the position. What a dirtbag. What a fucking dirtbag. For anybody that's on here, I do apologize for cussing. I'm just really... I'm not even aggravated. I'm just sickened by this. I'm just sickened by it. We'd have no issue running the 485, 486, this area up here. How'd I know? How'd I know that pop was going to happen? And there it is, 89 cents. I can't even get some of my money back. It's so fucking ridiculous. It's so fucked. Like, look at this. Can you guys want to locate the support zone? We're gonna work together. Let's find that support zone. Oh, right here. And what won't it do? You would think any other day she'd pull back into support. But no, apparently that's too hard. There's too much. Too many people got long and short, and now we have to take that money back. Because too many people got long and too many people got short. And what happened was we didn't price the market correctly. So everybody was up money. But if we pin it here, everybody's fucked. And we got to take your guys' money. You guys have to be down first before we can, you know. I know that may not make sense to some, but look at this. This is the most absurd shit I've ever seen. Like, seriously. What is this? What is this? So you have a tail, right? It pulls back, holds, you rally tail, pull it back, gets bought up a little bit, bounce, sells off, or I don't know. Like, come on.
Biden joined the call with G7 to discuss and coordinate on a response to Iran's attack against Israel, including new sanctions.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares, Biden. Nobody cares. You told them don't, and they did anyway. They don't. You're a fucking corpse, bro. You do not strike them. Down with your weapons. Wait, why are they going up? Wait, why are they firing? We said. Sorry, Joe. They don't. You're a politician, bud. All right. Well, I was just a penny. I was just a penny away. 2 pennies away. I guess I'm riding this one into the grave, boys. We'll see if I can come back from it. I feel like it's one of them weeks for me. We had a few good ideas. 135 or $1.35 for the, I guess what, 470s, 480 calls. They had a nice run. NVIDIA, AMD. DJT kind of worked out, but it didn't. I mean, I guess it did because it went down to the level. This is ridiculous. This market is so bullish right now. Don't nobody want to fucking bid it up higher. Jesus Christ, what a joke. What a joke.
What just happened in the markets that day and preparing for tomorrow. I'm looking to talk to all investors, sophisticated investors, beginning investors. I'm always learning.
Closing bell over time, 4 Eastern, CNBC.
Alright. Looks like DJT's pulling back again. The Dow's not doing anything. Just getting fucking scammed. Just one big fucking scam. Alright, let's see here. Do we have anything? Anything at all? Russia had retail sales. Stock investment by foreigners.
Right now, save $50 on the MS250 gas-powered chainsaw. Real steel.
Oh shit. Tonight there's a 10-year JGB auction, guys. Which I'm sure it'll be unchanged.
Upside, they do keep the price target $2,400, Joe.
All right, so let's set the expectation for the viewers on this position. First of all, in the Joe T ETF, it's been a holding since April of 23. I cite that because we have a 54% gain. So we have time on our side. We can be patient going through what a period looks like.
Challenger job cuts, initial jobless claims, continuing claims tomorrow, jobless claims 4-week average. What else do we have? S&P Global Composite PMI services. Oh shit! Tomorrow's ISM services PMI too. I forgot about ACB. Aurora just got jacked. Holy cow.
So with Rio, it's really all about the iron ore, and right now they're selling it at 109 a ton. That's down from the 144 in January, but when they talk about that moat, that's because it costs them $22 a ton to produce, so it's extraordinary. They have almost no debt, which puts them in a great position to make acquisitions, and here are the valuations, which are pretty insane. Trading at 10 times earnings, 5 times EBITDA, has a 6.1% dividend yield, has a
What is she? What?
So we own this in our international income strategy, and we love owning it in there.
Iran's president says we don't seek war, but if Israel acts against us, we will respond.
Stocks. This is just a quick aside, but there was a headline from Goldman this morning that said hedge funds made record purchases of China.
Come on, man. Please. Please. Just give us the VWAP. Come on. In order to bring VWAP higher, you need to pull it back. Pre-market highs. Pre-market highs. Let's go. Come on, Q's. Something. I'm just tired of this shit, man. It's fucking bullshit.
Very strong tailwinds. In the case of Apollo, you're talking about a company that's raising nearly $150 billion through 2029.
You fucking dickhead motherfucker. Fuck you. Suck a fucking dick. I know. I know. Just can't do it. I know. You just can't run it. You can't run a test down to 481.45. I know. You just can't do it. You just can't do it. God forbid. God forbid the people get some of their money back. You fucking trick. That's why you're a hoe. You little hoe ass sitting there taking orders for the big man. I'm just joking, right? Not really. I'm not joking, but I think I'm just really pissed at it. It's just ridiculous. There's no reason why we should have not ran a test yet. Back down to like somewhere reasonable, right? Price discovery. People talk about that all the time, right? Where are we going? I refer you guys to, I said it yesterday. I refer you guys to Dave Matthews Band. Where are you going? Right? Where are we going? We're still just sitting on the fucking trade line right now. Like, prior day's close is below us. Prior day's open and Monday's close is double above us than what we've moved today. It's way up here at 488. So it's just ridiculous. Like, if you run up to, like, today's Wednesday, we run up to Monday's low, cool. All right, just pull it back. Just fucking pull it back. As soon as you pull it back, VWAP comes up higher, 481.50. Let people be able to get their orders fucking filled, so you guys can stop scamming and being a dirtbag. Like, seriously, come on now. The market's better than this. The guys in the market are better than this. Some of them were not strong enough to hold on, because now it's going to do it. Now you're going to get it. Now you'll get it. Watch. Now you'll get it. How do I know that?
Biden says the last thing we need is man-made disaster on ports. Says it's time time for them to sit at the table and get it done.
25% over the last 3 years on a consistent quarterly basis. That is a very
Biden also says Iran is
I still have my orders at 15 cents. I don't think they'll give it to me, but maybe I'll get lucky. I don't know. If watch these things go to like 30 and just out of nowhere it just flushes. Come here, baby. Come here, baby love. Come on. Come here. Come here, turkey butt. Oh my gosh, I got indigestion so bad again. What the fuck is going on? I don't know. I think I broke my mouse. I think I broke my mouse from not being able to get out of that fucking put. Let me get this. So, how is everybody else's day going today? How's everybody doing? Is everybody good? If anybody is at work and needs me to stop cursing, please just let me know. I will do what I can do with that, which is not curse anymore. I am kind of over it, you know. It's just like I wanted to be able to get out of this position and move on, but it's not going to let me. It's not going to just let me move on. It's not going to give me my money back. It just is what it is. Something weird's going to happen. I can tell right now. It's probably going to be a boring day, but I feel like
Is it possible to be more capable and more practical? Be able to perform here and here. Make a statement while barely making a sound. And command the world as well as what lies
JD.com. Alright, so we'll go here. Neo. We got that. Breaking news. Refresh this. Okay.
With gold and copper prices pushing towards all-time highs, U.S. Gold Corp offers investors leverage to both gold and copper at its project in mining-friendly Wyoming. U.S. Gold Corp has a reserve of almost 1.5 million ounces of gold equivalents. Permits to mine.
PLNT. PLNT. Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me, bro. Come on. Please. Please.
life-changing medical breakthroughs, every second counts. But without investment, those breakthroughs are often paused. Citi's seamlessly connected banking, markets, and services businesses
Bro.
global financial solutions. So our client can keep investing in innovations for patients around the world.
Oh, okay. I see what's going on here.
Clients forward for the love of progress.
The daily destination for advanced technical analysis, trading and hedging strategies, and data-driven asset research. Actionable information to trade on. Market Navigator, Power Lunch, 2 Eastern. Sponsored by Charles Schwab. Trade brilliantly.
Let's see if we can get a rejection here.
Let's pull up shares of Humana because this is the worst day, I think, in a couple of decades. They had a drop in the Medicare Advantage quality ratings, and that is a big threat to revenues.
stock's down 16%. It was down more than 22%. You bought it, Weiss.
I bought it on the news, so it's actually been a good little trade. I'm only going to be here for trade.
Like what? Like 10 minutes trade?
I drive it. No, it's been longer than that, actually.
No, but you know what I mean. Like,
no, but
here's my problem. Okay, I want you to give as much context as you think you can give to how long you think you'll be there. Because if we're mentioning it on the program, and then you say it's for a trade, which is respectfully, of course, you can do whatever the heck you want to do. I don't want to give people the impression that this is something that's going to be around for a while. What does that mean?
Okay, so if it continues to move up, so I've got a lot lower cost here. Stock was down over $60 when the news first came out. The news is very significant. Normally, I would buy this and hold it for a period of time, but here's what the STARS rating means. The STARS ratings are what drives consumers
it's holding.
to the plan.
You fucker.
So if you got a 4-star rating, right, that means you're more likely to go, consumers will be attracted to. If you have a 3-star, then they're not as attracted to it, number one. Number two, there's also the quality of care measurement. So you can get bonuses for quality of care depending upon where your star rating is. Obviously a 4-star. This in particular, they're talking about the star rating coming down significantly, which could affect 50% or more of earnings in 2027. So right now, 2025 is set, 2026 is set. But here's what they can do. They're appealing Medicare's findings. So they actually knew there was something going on here. The star ratings were put up by a third party, and we don't know if they're going to be reliable or not. Directionally, they're right. So here's what would happen. By October 10th, Medicare will come out with their star rating conclusion. So you have some runway to that. Additionally, in 2027, there's a lot they can do before 2027, which is make acquisitions to drive revenue. But right now, the stock would be expensive if these star ratings hold, because they lose one large contract. So going back to your question, right now, I still think that you could move up, but if it gets to be, say, down only $40, I'm gone, because that's a good trade.
$4 difference from here is
done.
It's like a percent.
Conversely,
No, it's like 2%.
exactly. But
So you're playing a trade for 2% wise?
You put a significant amount of shares in it. It's dollars. You see, you use a benchmark. You use a benchmark of what
$4 difference from here is done.
It's
right.
like a percent.
Conversely,
No, it's like 2%.
Exactly. But
so you're playing a trade for 2% wise?
You put a significant amount of shares in it. It's dollars. You see, you use a benchmark. You use a benchmark of what the S&P do. I use a benchmark of how much money am I making.
All right. Here's what we're going to do. Next time, we're not even going to mention it.
That's your call, man.
How about that?
I didn't lobby anybody to
How
mention
about that?
this. I just said
next time we're not even going to mention it. Because it's too confusing for the viewers to figure out, well, when is he in? When's he out?
Scott, I only mentioned it. I didn't say I want to come and talk about it, but I give our viewers a lot of credit as they can
I give them tons of credit, but you're not going to.
I'm not criticizing what you said. I think that they could say, okay, there's upside here. I gave them the facts. They may think there's more. They may say 25, 26 earnings are in the bag. I'll worry about 27 when it happens, and remedial action they can take between now and then. I guarantee you a lot of comments will come out to that.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Just want to make sure we're doing what we got to do.
We're all aligned. We're 100% aligned.
We are?
Except on Hocus. I prefer stance.
A lot, believe me. A lot of others. I've seen you wear some stuff. We're not aligned fully. Santoli's next with his midday word.
You gotta be fucking kidding me, you fucking dickbag peasant motherfucker. Fuck you, you piece of shit faggot motherfucker. Bro, if this thing goes back up and does not fill me at 12 cents, oh my god, you piece of shit. You motherfucker. You fucking dingleberry. Oh my god. If you have kids or anything around, please fucking turn it right now. Let's go, you dingleberry piece of shit. Oh my god, there's so much I want to say.
A lifesaver.
Lifesaver.
Senior markets
Smack
commentator
another
Mike
fucking crack
Santoli
pipe,
now with
you
his
fucking
midday
retard.
word. Little volatile. What do you make of
jaw,
all
my
this?
From headline to headline, it seems, you know,
It was
ahead
so
of
much
the
fun,
jobs
and I
report,
talk like
obviously
this now.
pre-earnings season. So it feels as if everyone is at least
Bro,
on alert
fill
for
me!
the possibility, the likelihood, the capacity for the market
Fucking
to sort of
cunt
chop
bag.
around and correct
Let's
a little
go.
bit and pull back in October. Almost nobody is saying,
Come on,
hey,
let's
fourth
go, you
quarter
little
is traditionally strong, and that means straight up.
Shut the fuck up, you piece of shit. You don't know what you're talking about. 13, 13, 13, 13, 13. Look, everybody's just like, give me my 12, give me my 12. Give me my 12. I want my order filled at 12 cents. Look, everybody and their mother, y'all. Look at this. Look at this. The whole thing is filled with 12 cents because they don't think they're going to get another chance. Oh my God. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Oh my God. I'm never going to get filled with all them pansies over there. Oh my God, bro. You got to be shitting me. Nope. I'm not selling it. Listen, I got to bleed out or give it to me no less than 12 to 15 cents. Or I'm bleeding out. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. We still need to go to VWAP. Flush it. Just give us a limit order. It started to do it. Here it goes. It's going to show 13. It didn't do it. It went up instead of going down. Yeah, my fucking mouse is broke.
Standard arrow ticker SARO Sandy Alpha.
Oh my God, bro. You piece of shit. You really are a piece of shit, aren't you? This market's really a fucking dirtbag. Oh my God. We couldn't. Listen. They could not run this thing, run a test and just flush limit order down to 481.50 to fill everybody so that they could just get like a speck of their crumbs back that they dropped. That's the type of shit that the Nasdaq's on right now. That's the type of shit the market's on right now. Get the fuck out of here. You fucking dirtbags. Go back. Look, it's going to go to... Bro, if you do not pull this thing back and fill us... I swear to God. I swear to God. Look at this volume.
Financial Times, Amazon to increase number of advertisements on Prime Video.
Don't nobody care. Alright, look, you know what? We might be going to 481. I think we are. I'm going to try to raise it to 13 or something. I don't know what to do.
Hospital stays, emergency care, and more. You can keep the doctors you have now, ones you know and trust.
Oh, I'm out, guys. Did I get... Oh my gosh. They did it. I did it. I got filled... Yo, that's so weird. That's so weird. I got filled at 13. Bro, I got filled at 13. No, you are not dying, AirPod. You're not dying, bro. Everything's fine. You're good. Just fucking drink some water. Just drink some water. You're not dying. Alright, now we can have some fun. Oh, wait. This one's dying? How would this side die? Alright, so... I don't... You know what? That could have been a broker thing. But that was too weird. That was too weird that, Like, as soon as I flip the order to 13 cents orders, yeah, 13. 13.
Industries are transforming, and businesses need to navigate the changing landscape to stay ahead.
Who was the market maker?
Every change leads to a bold possibility.
Order number 2849.
You have the vision. We have the insights.
Order status rejected.
To help you make it real.
Order type, sell, close. Term, good for day. Price type, limit order. Limit price, 13 cents. It did get filled, right? I know I did. I don't have no order. You have no positions. Exactly. Alright. Alright then. There we go. It's just weird. Alright. I agree with this 100%, and that's what I was saying, is to watch.
Quoted as saying he has, quote, no interest, quote, as long as Xi Jinping is running that country. It just goes to why some, I think including you for a pretty long time, have said it's uninvestable. You don't trust it.
Right.
Whereas Renaissance Macro's Jeff DeGraff says he's very bullish. If you never listen to another
Who wants
thing
to
we
go
say,
long here, guys?
listen to number one.
Who wants to try for a long? Should we go for it? The SPY didn't hold. Hold on, hold on. The SPY didn't hold. That would be, wait, no, that would be this level on the SPY. So that was a rejection. We got above it. Come on, man. What are we doing, SPY? What are we just going to sell off? It's going to start to sell off, guys. Watch. Market's going to sell off. God, they make it so hard. That's what she said. God, you make it so hard. So the Dow, AMD. Look at AMD. AMD is back below that level. Like, I don't want to do anything stupid. That's what I don't want to do. I do not want to do the stupid shit. But, like, part of me... Look. AMD is going to sell off, too. And I was just looking at this. I'm like, hey, look at that short. Look at that short. But I feel like the second you go short, it turns itself back around and gets back above 160 and then hits VWAP type shit. But the fact that I don't take it is why it's going to continue to extend lower. It's going to continue to extend lower. DJT. Hold on, let me see this real quick. Let's go to the other chart. I want to get out of this chart real quick. Let's just go here. Wait, is that a reverse head and shoulders? Is that a left shoulder? Is that a head? Is that the right shoulder? And is this the neckline? Which is it? Yeah, it's wild. I see so many, like, channels, like, randomly. Like, they'll have, like, 37,000 followers. I'm like, damn, son. Damn. You would actually think you're a trader. You would actually think you trade. Or know how to invest type shit. Like, you actually would think you would know what you're doing at 37,000 subscribers, 40,000 subscribers. Like, I'm not talking about, I'm talking like people none of us have ever even heard of. At least me. Maybe you guys have, but I forget what it was. One of these channels, man, it was like, I looked, I'm like, damn, 40,000. I wonder if they built bots for it or something. I don't know. But it's like, damn, you got all those subs, and then why haven't you popped on my feed? It's weird. I would feel neglected by YouTube or something. Like, if you get to that, like, 50 to 80, like, you start flirting with 50,000 subs, and you're, like, your stuff is, like, in the markets, you're doing a lot. Because the space is small compared to, like, sports or just fun stuff. Like, hey, we're playing hide and go seek in this random house that we've never been to. See if we get kicked out or not. See if someone actually lives here. Is it haunted? Right? My name's mrbeast, and I have a couple weirdos with me. Don't bring your kids, but bring your kids. Fucking sickos. So yeah, that's like, in this space, I found that it's already a small market, kinda. You know, I feel like if you wanted to put out good content, there's a way to do it. I just don't know how. Like, first off, I don't know anybody, and I wish I did. So listen, if you're out there and you want to talk markets or something, and you want to have like a real podcast and be able to bring some people on, that's what I would love to be able to do. Right? I don't know anybody. I don't know anybody that trades. I'm talking even like around me. I don't know anybody. I have no friends. I have no friends that are traders. You know? I mean, I have some people in the chat. I have just, subscribers and stuff, which is awesome. But, being able to have a podcast where you can bring people on and have charts and do different things and talk markets, talk like where you are in that time and what, where do we go from here and stuff like that. Like, it can be a lot of fun, and you can make a good live. You can make some good money doing it. You can pick up some sponsors if you do it right. But look, 13 cents. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go feed my cat real quick. Do me a favor. Let me know in the chat what you guys think, if we're gonna be, like, if you think this week, like, today's Wednesday, so let me know down below, how do you think, where do we wake up tomorrow, up or down, and how do you think Thursday and Friday are gonna go? What are your thoughts? I am curious of where you guys think this might, like, do you think it just stays here? Like, as far as, let's use the Fed days high, right? The QQQ right now is, this morning, our low from this morning was the Fed days high. We made it support. We rallied. We got above 482. We're running a test right now, right back into 482. Do we reject it on this retest? Like, should you go short now, later, you know, in the next couple days, we pull back? I personally... Shit. So give me 1 minute. Let me know in the chat what you guys think happens the rest of this week. I feel like we're at a midpoint here. It's a wick. And do we get bought up? And can we close up here? All right, I'll be right back, guys. Give me 1 minute.
Mr. Sharp handed to Mr. Atkins a thumb drive.
Not like literally, you just made 15% off the AM or like 7.
Case against an East. The case against. There was some modest growth. They delivered around 462,890 vehicles in the third quarter. 464,000 roughly deliveries. Well, I saw consensus was also 462.
Let's call it in line.
Yeah, either way, it wasn't a substantial beat. I think that's a fair statement.
I think one thing too, we highlighted this yesterday, Jenny, just to kind of build on this sentiment and why I frame it this way, is we talked about 3 separate analysts. I think it was Goldman, and it was certainly Dan Ives from Wedbush for sure. I don't remember the third one. Maybe it was Barclays. But the 3 analysts from those shops basically said we expect to see a beat. Dan Ives said something 465 on the low end, 470 on the high end, I think was the numbers that he was talking about. This misses the whisper numbers. We hear about whisper numbers all the time around earnings, and in some cases something like this that's predicted on, and then of course has a number that comes out. It beat the estimate, but the expectation was actually to beat it by a kind of a wide margin. So in line is what I would say, and in line wasn't the beat that was expected.
Especially, I think what's even more concerning, and I totally agree with you, when you look at now its pace of growth that's slowing. You can see in the first half of the year, they sold roughly 831,000 vehicles. That was down 7%. For the first 3 quarters of this year, they've sold now 1.3 million cars. That's down 2% year over year, meaning they need to sell around 515,000 cars in this fourth quarter, even just to match last year's figures. Street's projecting now 490,000 vehicles for the final 3 months of this year. So we are expecting an uptick. But again, will we be able to make this very high bar set forth? Because, of course, now we're comparing 2024 with 2023 numbers once we close out this next quarter. But of course, there's the Robotaxi event October 10th, and I think that will be more interesting. Frankly, Tesla came late to the party. We had all the enthusiasm tied to the Chinese EV makers yesterday. I'm excited for October 10th now.
Yeah, final thoughts on Tesla. Completely agree. October 10th and then earnings, I think, the following week. It's just week after week events for Tesla, but it's already volatile anyways. There's news headlines, and it's a high beta stock. But last final thing, too. Some of this could come down to the delivery mix of the models as well. It seems that they did a little bit better on some of the lower end models, like the more mass production ones, the Model 3 and the Y, closer to 440,000. The expectation was for about 436, where you had the other models miss a little bit. So just shy of 23 on the other models, and the expectation was closer to 26. So the mix of those models was perhaps maybe favoring the cheaper model, and we've seen that throughout all auto manufacturers. I saw some study, I think it was from Edmunds, that's saying $35,000 car with a lower rate is more the sweet spot, not these $70,000 Wagoneers.
Dude, we're falling apart, guys. This thing's falling apart.
Not the ones that are flying off the lot. It's the more affordable value vehicles that are more in line. Next one on the list, though, not to spend the entire time on Tesla, although it easily could be done, is GM. GM, a little bit more of a muted reaction to its figures.
Definitely, but at least seeing some substantial growth as far as like its EV offerings are concerned. It delivered almost 32,000 all-electric vehicles in the third quarter. That was a record and up 58% from last year.
Holy shit.
And to your point,
look at Apple. Apple turned itself back around. Holy cow. I didn't even see this happen yesterday. What? Sorry.
in the second quarter when they first went on sale. Their EV penetration of total GM car sales was about 5%. That was up almost 2% year over year. Their Cadillac sales also hit 19.4%. That was up about 11 percentage points from a year ago. So year to date, they've delivered over 70,000 all-electric cars. So while they're definitely smaller than Tesla, they're fighting for that prize market share here.
So just for kind of clarification, it went from 3% mix to 5%, or it went from like 4.98 or whatever it would be to 5%?
It went to about 5%, so that, yeah, from 3%.
Okay, that's a pretty impressive market share that's starting to pick up, or I guess a product mix that's starting to pick up. You're starting to see EV penetration, to kind of use the words that the street seems to prefer. 60% year-over-year growth for electric vehicles is pretty impressive when you start to see some of these numbers show up. Somewhat impressive numbers from Ford, but not quite to the same extent when it comes to electric vehicles as a percentage of sales and growth there. Seems the hybrid F-150 was the bright spot. And hey, when your biggest selling vehicle is the F-150 and we know hybrids are in focus, probably a good place to be doing well.
Yeah, those sales jumped 64%. Their Maverick sales grew 22%. Nautilus sales rose 26%. Nautilus hybrids now make up around 46% of those total Nautilus sales. But to your point, not seeing the same stellar growth as, say, like a GM. They did see vehicle sales were up about 1% from a year ago, including a 12% increase of sales of EVs. Now, year to date, their EV sales are up 45% to roughly around 68,000, which places the company in second in the U.S., just behind Tesla.
Yeah, I saw maybe just a little bit disappointing for the month of only 12% for the EVs in Ford relative to that 60% figure that we saw for GM. So maybe that's why there's that pass given to the fact that you actually saw declining overall in GM. But again, there was the bright spot of EVs. But I can't help but notice that F-150 hybrid starting to pick up a little bit. We knew the Lightning. Maybe you're going too far, too quickly. All in, the pickup truck driver's probably going to be, not to stereotype too much, maybe the last to want to go full electric, especially if they're towing things and the power, long distance travel, who knows, if it's a work-related vehicle. Maybe the hybrid's a better mix for that, and it seems like that's starting to catch on.
Bro.
Last one, though, we sail overseas here to Xpeng. This stock has been on an impressive run. That's probably underplaying it, as it's up almost 80% over the last 6 months, and those numbers, while they get a little bit smaller, 55% in 1 month. I mean, it's been so front-loaded in this last, or back-loaded, I guess, in this last month that you pick a time frame with basically at any point over the last 6 months, it's going to be up.
I mean, yeah, now off of 52-week lows by 99%, which is amazing because we're still off of 52-week highs by 30%, just to speak to this volatility. And I think this is a great example of a chart you need to zoom out to get the full picture. But news today, they're considering plans to produce vehicles in Europe so they can avoid these EU tariffs levied against Chinese EVs. This was first reported by Bloomberg earlier today. Their vice chairman and co-president did say in an interview the company is considering various options, including contract manufacturing, working with existing plants, or building new plants. He added these plans are still very preliminary, but I do think that it's interesting, especially when we have Friday, EU member states are to vote on whether to introduce these tariffs. Could be as high as 45% on some of these imported EVs made in China. So they're trying to curb that the best they can. And I will say the street still very much believes in the same. There's 20 buys, 9 holds, 1 underperform, and no sells.
So one thing I would say when I look at this name, and I always use BABA as just like a general barometer for Chinese stocks in general. I mean, it's not perfect, but this chart looks identical to Alibaba's. And so to me, it's not trading like electric vehicle stocks. It's trading like Chinese stocks broadly. Now, there's exceptions. There's times when electric vehicle names are generally doing good. Chinese electric vehicle names are generally doing good. But largely, this big move has caught on because of the China stimulus, less so because of just general delivery numbers or excitement around Xpeng individually. So that's one thing I would say as a caveat. It fits in here. It obviously has nice numbers in terms of growth, but the real reason I believe that this rally is happening is because there's just excitement amongst Chinese ADRs for the first time in a long time. And there's a long ways to go. You talked about zooming out. Alibaba was 319. It's 113 now. XPEV was 74.5. It's $13. So, it's got a long ways to go if it's ever going to sniff those all-time highs.
Yeah, and if you want to find a point of strength today, to your point, look at anything with Chinese exposure. I mean, Lee, Luckin Coffee, these companies we haven't looked at in years, it feels like, are all rallying today. JD.com, Baidu, Alibaba. And have been, yes. Just continuing that nice momentum. But we'll be looking actually more at the chart of Xpeng coming up next, as well as, of course, our old reliable Tesla. We'll also be looking at some example trades. Stick around. Next Gen Investing. We'll be right back.
Wrap up the trading day with me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage, 3 p.m. Eastern. It's Market on Close. No place better than the Schwab Network.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
No politics, no noise, from bell to bell and beyond. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's now time for our Chartmaster segment. So joining me, as always, is the Chartmaster himself, Rick Ducat, to help us break down the technicals in 2 of these EV players. One a bit larger, a bit closer to home than the other, but we'll start off with Tesla because Tesla had, of course, its deliveries this morning. It was read as a disappointment, Rick. I think you could find good, you could find bad, of course, naturally, as this is one of the most polarizing names we talk about. But shares down right now, I mean, substantially, about 4% on the session here. So walk us through what you're seeing from a technical standpoint.
Finding good and finding bad in this chart is a pretty good one-sentence summary here. So let's kind of start at the beginning. We can see, for our purposes, a lot of the price action is important starting right here at these yearly lows. We had a big surge to the upside very shortly after we experienced that bottoming out near about 138, 139 or so. Then we enjoyed a rather modestly sloping upward trend line that transitioned into a steeper blue line and an even steeper white line heading upward here. Now, the price action, we're above all our moving averages. All that's looking good. The moving averages are all trending upward here. But when we look at where we stopped yesterday, it was probably pretty disappointing for the bulls. Look at our red line here. We can see that that was a high point and then another high point. We did make some intraday fluctuations beyond that level, but no really strong close above those previous highs. Then yesterday and the day before, halted once again at that same point. So a repeated failure at resistance near 265. Since then, we have broken through our steep short-term white trend line. We found some footing at our yellow 21-day exponential moving average here. So some good, some bad, but definitely seeing some signs of potential trend rollover from up to down.
Okay, so then as far as momentum, is this indicating anything else as far as price? Because I do think the momentum behind Tesla is actually quite interesting.
Long-term uptrend in RSI, our measure of momentum here, you can see this green trend line going across these lows has stayed pretty consistent here. More recently, we did have a downward trend here. We broke through it, and you could argue that we're still kind of pushing to the upside. We crossed above the 50 midline, so things are more in the bullish side of the camp here. However, we also failed to cross into that overbought area. Typically, that would be read as a sign of strength in a trending market here. But, you know, now we're dropping off. We're kind of matching up with the price action here. The warning signs would be if we started to get into this area, if we started to break through the 50 midline and then invalidate our trend line, that would be further confirmation of potential rollover in the trend here. So keep an eye on that for further clues.
Okay, so now as far as going forward, obviously we mentioned the Robotaxi event on October 10th, so that's a near-term catalyst, and then earnings right around the corner here. So we actually have several catalysts to look out for in Tesla shares. So what are you watching now in the mid to near term?
Sure, I know a lot of people have been waiting for that Robotaxi announcement for a long time, so that should be pretty interesting, definitely something to keep on your radar. When we look at kind of the overall technical picture here, there's several things to consider. So first off, I included standard deviation channels on our chart here. We take our blue linear regression line, our solid blue line there, our line of best fit based on closing prices, then 1, 2 standard deviations to the upside. Guess what? That's pretty much where we stopped the past couple days. It's also quite close to our previous highs. So this area to the upside takes on even extra additional importance to what we initially were talking about here, because now it's the site of 2 important technical measures here. So a break above 263, 265, that area would be significant. That would be something that the bulls would certainly want to see, and then take out those intraday yearly highs. Now, to the downside, we've got our yellow 21-day EMA that was roughly the low point of where we were today. That comes in near 241. Beyond that, down here, we've got our trend line, the +1 standard deviation line, and then this green line that represents a gap and some subsequent high points near about 231. So those would be some near-term areas that many traders likely would have their eye on.
Okay, yeah, not helping obviously sentiment today, down 4% here. It is off the session lows a bit by about several dollars, but still hanging on to about a 4% move to the downside. So Alex, say you were a believer and we were following the optimist camp here going into this Robotaxi event, which I do think will be at least interesting. Fireworks could definitely be expected. I would be shocked if it was a non-event, but leaning into, say, a more bullish example.
I don't know, this some bitch just about turned green, son. This some about turn green. Tesla's turning green, man. I mean, yes, it's in the red from prior day's close, but I wouldn't be as surprised to see if this thing does reclaim prior day's low and then starts trying to grind itself up higher. But this could be a level pullback support, you know, pullback hold, pullback support, bounce into resistance here, Yeah, I think we gotta watch this close there. Oh my god. Oh my god. Tesla is one stock I have not traded in a little while. I mean, that is a pretty clear double top there. Wow, this is so hard to believe that we sold off. There's that reverse head and shoulders back here. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder, blah, 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 blah. Resistance, resistance. Support, support. I don't know. This zone here might be a good 240 might be a good zone to. Oh my god! I seriously think I broke my mouse.
I think retaliation is a sure thing. Israel does not let these kinds of attacks go without hitting back hard. And I can imagine a ladder of options. The low end being asymmetrical responses, a cyber attack hitting Iranian targets.
All right, so Tesla will probably hang out right here in between, you know, VWAP 247.13 and 250.30, 250. I think that's what you see here. I think you see Tesla hang out, try to hold VWAP 247. I would look for a long there, look for a move into like 250. That's going to be 250.12. 250.12. Let's look at the 30-minute. Okay. That's a little bit better. Oh, 15-minute might actually be crossing below. Uh-oh. Hold on. No, it's not. Wow. 5. Let's go to the 5. Let's go to the 5. Still coming on in there. Damn. Oh no, this thing might break above. Dude, it's between all of them. That's insane. Look at this. So here's your 4 hour, right? Here's VWAP for 247. And then look at the top of the range. There is your trade line. 255. Or I'm sorry, 254.28. Let's simmer on down. Let's simmer on downtown. Trade line 252. VWAP 247. Let's go to the hourly chart. And she's coming on down. Here you go. Here's your resistance zone 250. 249.50 to 250. Right? 250.12. 250.20. Whatever you want to call it. Yeah, 250.14. Alright, so we're above VWAP. We reclaimed it, so we pulled back. We rallied. We had a pullback. And now we're trying to extend off of that, which we do have some upside resistance here, which we could consolidate. Trade line VWAP, 247. And the trade line's at 250.20, 250.12, whatever you want to consider it at. And then look, it's coming on in. Should be coming around the... Here it is again. Right? We're closing in. This trade line's literally trying to, like, saying, hey, I'm trying my hardest to break through VWAP and you just ain't letting me. This thing might just rip higher. 3 minute. 3 minute. Still listening to it. 1 minute. Here it goes. This is where it all starts. Can it break through? Should be coming on. Come on, bro. This is such a scam day, bro. Seriously. This is such a scam day. They're scamming like crazy.
The focus of Saudi Arabia and the other countries who are actually going ahead with the voluntary cuts is on compliance. They don't want to be taken for a free ride. They don't want to be in a situation where they are cutting production, and there are a few countries,
And it sells off. That's okay.
Absolutely, that remains the focus.
It's
but
okay.
I think there's a little bit, there's more to that story in terms of the timing of it. As soon as prices started going up, that story.
I haven't watched Tesla in a while. It's been a while. I told you guys I was taking a break from it. Alright, so I have some coffee being made. What I'm going to do is, if you guys don't mind, I'm going to go pour some coffee. I'm going to play a video, if you guys don't mind. So again, for anybody that doesn't know, I got the baddies up there for a reason. They were in. Yo, they're so bad, bro. They're so bad.
Between them flooding the market and going after market share versus saying, look, you have compliance to focus on, and when you take barrels off, we will bring barrels on. I think there's a lot of these media headlines going around which doesn't
Fits if the stock just.
So.
And like that, we're back, baby. LA, California, Mia's here. You good? Good? You good, girl? What's going on? And like that, we're back, baby. LA, California, Mia's here. You good? You good, girl? What's going on? What are you doing? What the hell? Dave's here?
Nothing's happened so far.
Hey, nothing has happened except for I spilled cream literally all over that Starbucks floor.
I almost ate it into the Uber there.
Did you? Almost.
Yeah, the mat was slippery and the went out from under me.
You were like, woo, woo.
I know.
Oh man, we are back in SoCal.
Almost a month, like
a month.
27 days.
It's been a long time, man. Long time. We're about to go to the HQ.
I hope they haven't cleaned up Compton.
Man, I hope the F12's not done. That'd be disappointing. Look at this.
Do you want to see his phone number?
This is awesome. Sunny skies. Do we want? You're gonna dock stuff? Don't show his number.
I covered it up.
We got some new Dort decals, and we got a little Daily Driven Exotics delivery ring here. Me eat food, is that what you said?
Me eat sandwich, I'm hungry.
That's a bit broken, the English on that one.
Or you could make it, if you had a question mark, that would work.
I do like how they made it gold like your car. We're branding the building. The door? What? Yo, we have a doorbell.
There's Tim.
Why is Tim here?
Should we grab hold of his car, drag him across the ground?
Bye.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Birthday starts at 5:30.
What the hell? You ain't bouncing now. We caught you.
Nah, you fucked up, Tim.
Yeah. What's up?
The gate's closing.
Keep backing up. Don't hit. You're gonna hit it. You're gonna hit it. Oh my God, that is so close. How close is that? Later, bro.
Hit it, Tim.
Did he hit it?
Fucking hit it. Could you imagine?
Did he just bend that?
That hurt him.
How are you?
You distracted me.
How you doing, bro?
I'm good.
Give me a pound right there. Boom, bam.
My keys.
Tim's staying late, you guys.
He took his key out of his car. That's so good. That's so good.
You distracted me.
How have things been, man?
Good.
The F12 done?
No.
Thank God.
How's it running? Is it fast?
What's running?
The F12.
Man, I'd hate to come back if that car was running already.
What?
I'd miss it all. I want to see the first startup.
No, we're good.
We're starting right now.
What?
After all that, you backed up to keep the gate open. Now the gate's closing whether you like it or not. Oh, it didn't work.
What?
Psych.
It's been a month, man.
Don't stick your foot in there now. Give him a hug. Give him a hug.
In here.
Don't touch me. Don't touch
I
me.
like that. What's in here?
Cell phone charger.
Hey, what's new, man?
What's
Seriously.
new? I don't know.
The new Gumball and Ulysse Nardin watch, limited to 150 pieces. Boom! Back here with us in the DDHQ. It's pretty special. All the way from Southeast Asia back to the DDHQ. We got one of the very exclusive timepieces right here. And this thing's really impressive to watch it move.
Damn,
Most
that is
complicated
nice.
time only
got a
timepiece in the world. Now, you know what else is really complicated? Building a car. Holy crap. This thing is taking forever, but you know what? I'm excited. I think we're on the home stretch, you guys. It's cool to see it all painted. Hey, looks cool. Like definitely more finished.
And this is that paint that you can weld on. That's what Mike's been using for the car.
Correct.
You need to add any components to it.
Yeah. What do you think, Nia? It's cool. It's like it's all cleaned up because the last time you saw it was at the block party.
Yeah.
And all this was just like black and red and it didn't look good.
It kind of looks like a Lego car to me now.
It looks like a Lego car?
Yeah, it does.
I like that.
Like mid-process of building it.
Lego
It's a little
should
bit more complicated.
Lego
than
should
that.
sponsor us. It'd be cool to have Lego DD cars.
For me.
Yeah.
What?
Tonight, while we're sleeping, just take a pen and piece of paper, go through our parts room, catalog all the parts, put them on eBay, take photos, list it. We probably have like a Porsche worth of parts to come off here.
Oh, more than that.
So you want that car, you gotta go on eBay. It's gonna take you a minute. One Ferrari Bolt, 10mm, $2.
Stock Ferrari seats. Probably like 10 grand.
Differential, we've got
Lots and lots of money in spare parts. Also, we're going to be doing an update on the Murcielago. By the way, you guys, that project not only is on time and on budget, but those guys at DTM Auto Body, I cannot believe I haven't met them earlier. They're absolutely killing it. And I actually blame one of our friends, Eric Choi, who might not be our friend anymore now that I know he's been hiding them from us. I'm just joking. He hasn't been hiding them. But they built his wide body M3 wagon. And obviously that was an amazing project. Maybe I didn't really appreciate how much work went into building that car, but damn, it's impressive. The Mercy, you guys, wait until you see the update video. I'm excited for this.
I think those are off of Mike's car, off of his BMW.
Stay tuned. It should be the video on the main channel after this video. Now, before we go through more stuff on the F12, this is the first time I'm seeing it, so it's really cool, and I want to take a moment to look at it and appreciate it. You probably have noticed I have a new hat on my head. Now, we are in the works of making another DDE merch line. And this is kind of a hat that we had in the works prototype. I really like it. I hope you guys like it. It comes in many, many different colors. Do you like
actually,
it?
I have makeup on. I don't want to get makeup all over your white hat.
Yeah, true.
But the
you also
merch
have a lot
line,
more hair. What do you think of the new merch line?
It's so fire.
Right?
Yeah, you guys are going to like it.
Tons
I
of
love
new
it.
t-shirts. We got some new hoodies because it's the fall. Yeah. We have hats. So I'm excited for this. We've been working on it with our boy Stefan. He's coming tomorrow to drop it off, so you'll see that in a future video. We should be
of our members are low-wage workers who are indeed struggling to get by. They're worried about the cost of housing, the price of food, and those, those concerns are what at the top of their mind, just like many Americans as we get ready to go to the polls in November.
Our economy was crushed by COVID. The Biden-Harris policies brought the economy back, and especially
Like, am I crazy to think that, like, how the fuck do these people say shit like that? The first one's on there. I'm so poor, I can't take care of myself. Government, please help me. Government, please pick me up. I'm getting eaten by the sharks. And then the second one, the economy was dusted. It was so damn bad. Even during COVID, you didn't have people like, wait, what? That guy? I'm sorry, I'm not a violent person. Oh my God. Oh my God. Like, is this really happening? This is really happening. Like, why? Listen, there is an underlying thing for people, like, for anybody to want to stick up and to sit here and say that these two people, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, have done a wonderful job. If you aren't the fucking problem, I don't know what is. There's something in it for them. You can't just get anybody off the street to come say that with some actual brains that has some common sense. Bro, what are you talking about? The economy was so bad. Everybody that was getting checks didn't even need them. Nobody needed them. It was a small few from New York and California. Bro, everybody I was around was working and fine. And guess what? You could get a triplex. A triplex. For 300 grand. You know what that same triplex is going to run you? Nearly $750,000. And that's not even the point. I don't give a shit about none of that. We don't trust them. I don't trust them. I don't trust them. They've shown they shouldn't be trusted. The only thing that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden give a shit about is where and how much am I going to raise y'all's taxes? Take. That's it. They're a bunch of fucking dirtbags, and they do that. They whine and cry. You can't take care of yourself. Let the government do it for you. It's our job. It's our job to cradle you from birth to death. It's our job. You're right. You can't keep up. You're not strong enough. You can't come up with a plan. You're right. You're going to be poor forever. That's the fucking rhetoric. Holy shit. Let's get back to people living their lives in the way that they want to live them, and coming up with the plan, not having to worry about the government. Matter of fact, the government worries about them because they live better than the government. The same government that told you you couldn't leave or go out to the beach or go out to the eat, but yet the same motherfucker is out flying a plane and having family parties and doing all kinds of shit. While he tells his people, oh yeah, you guys can't do shit. Y'all are in lockdown. Y'all need your shots. Both of them.
Wearing it throughout the next, week or 2 weeks of videos. We're trying to figure out when we should drop this stuff. And I know a lot of you, when we were on Gumball on our adventures, were asking that we maybe pre-sign some sort of an item. So I think we're going to go back to doing like a nice poster. Maybe we'll pick something from the recent Gumball with the SVJ, and Dave and I'll sit down with a nice pen and we'll sign, let's say, 500 posters. It doesn't seem like a lot, but it's a lot to sit and sign. It takes us a few hours to do it. We could,
gold Sharpies.
we would get a really nice pen.
It sounds really nice.
Yeah. So we'll sign a poster from Gumball. We'll try to pick a really high resolution, really iconic photo that we like. And we know in the past that you guys have always liked that. It's hard for us to sign hats or to sign anything clothing because the pen gets stuck on the material. It never looks that clean. So a nice little poster, something that's like postcard size.
Yeah.
Maybe not huge. I don't know. You guys let us know. Do you want a big poster, like a poster for the wall? Or do you think cardboard size or poster size is better?
Or 8x10. 8x10 we did in the past is a good size.
8x10. All right. So merch coming soon. F12 updates. Wow. We knew this was all done. I think they said they got a lot of the plumbing done. So the plumbing, the brakes are on. None of this stuff was on before, right? The brakes are all on in here, the Willwood brakes. And we have the rear differential in.
Differential's in.
This is all redone.
There's a pump there for the cooling system. There's fire suppression above it.
Oh, that's wild.
And there's a battery even below there.
Well, things are...
You guys let me know in chat, please. I just want to know the question. I want to know what
she wants to do. Is to pay their fair share. When you do...
What is fair share? I'm actually curious. Please, I urge, if there is just anybody here, anyone, what is fair share, and what What amount do you need to make? And what is fair share? I'm curious. I'm curious to know. All right. Whether or not one person chooses to take their life one direction and another decides to take it another direction, right? One gets off their ass to do something and make some money. The other one lives on the stoops and sells weed off a stoop. I don't care. What is fair share? All right. I'm just curious. Just curious.
Sector of endorsing candidates, but we have not and we won't this year neither.
What is the number one policy issue for you then when you want to hear either
So
say what exactly to tell you that's the person?
We're moving along, you guys. It's exciting to come back after being gone for nearly a month. We have not been here. The crazy thing I hope you guys appreciate is while we're gone, things don't stop as far as bills. So we still got to pay for this place even though we're not here. We still got to pay all the bills that Mike sends us for every single part. Mike.
You sure you don't need the government to do it? You know, things are so bad. Sure, again, listen, you guys know, I think we need a pullback, right? But people can't ever keep up if you have Regina on TV talking about, I'm so scared there's going to be a recession. Like, that wouldn't be something that wouldn't benefit the hell out of the United States and or the world right now, right?
Mike's time, Tim's time, and let me tell you guys something. The bills here are no joke. So we got to keep cranking out. We got to keep cranking out content. And the content comes in ebbs and flows. You know what? We just came back from Gumball, and here's what's going to happen. We call it the Gumball hangover. And that is coming off of this high of being on the rally and being around 100 other, 99 other exotic cars with a whole bunch of really epic, like-minded people going on an adventure of a lifetime on some other exotic part on this planet and doing all the things that come with that. And things just happen really organically. And then we come back, and everybody on Gumball's like, in the Gumball chat, they're like, man, where's my route card? Yeah. Where are we going today? Where's the police escort? Blah, 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 blah. And it's a big come down off of that dopamine hit every single day for 12, 15 hours a day. And I bet you guys kind of feel like that. You're going to come back and you're going to see some updates here in LA that are going to be a bit more slower paced. We're going to be doing updates on this. We're going to be giving you guys updates on the Mercy. We got updates on, a whole bunch of other cars. 720 GTR. What are we going to be doing with Dave's cars? My 599 has some really big things planned for it. So that is going to be a big change of pace. Now, it's exciting stuff, but you guys might feel that it's not living up to the craziness of the Gumball videos. And you also are going to have to live through the Gumball hangover along with all of us. All right? So hang in there with us. Some of the content might not seem super crazy, but on the flip side, we have all these cars, we have this building, and everything we do within these walls, anything that happens to the cars, anything that's going on with DDE is content. And you know what? Sometimes if you watch a video and you're like, man, this seems quote unquote boring, something that's boring to you might be really interesting to somebody else. So you know what? You don't have to watch every video. You just have to watch 99% of them. All right? All right? 99%, right?
I'll never be watching every single video.
But this thing's starting to really look cool. Like, again, all the work that went into obviously building this suspension out and doing all the things that it does and the freaking acronym or whatever they call it. And this is cool. Look at brake lines are on here and stuff. It's pretty wild. Pretty freaking wild to stand here and look at this car. That, by the way, I have had this car now for over 4 years. 4 years. What the actual...
I bought this car April 2019.
That is bonkers. And you know what's crazy? I bought this car and I don't know why, but I took it up to Alex at Gintani and I was like, he was like, let's twin turbo this. And I was like, yeah, but the turbos have to stick out of the hood. He was like, yeah, no problem. But that all got flipped upside down because the old pandemic hit.
No, I lied to you guys. We bought this in November because you did donuts in the snow.
In the snow.
We were transporting with Carlos. He stopped to do donuts.
Yeah.
That was November.
Yeah.
And then by March, the borders closed. This is stuff.
Aaron Kaufman did the first build on this. Then Alex did a version 2. And then this is like a slightly modified version 3.
Not talk about money for a second, but I would love to take every receipt from this car, from every build we've done. See how much money we spent on this car. By far the most we've ever spent on any car on the channel as far as modifications.
I don't know, man.
I would say we're fucking big.
We might be really comparable to like the mods that we've done to the SVJ with this.
It's not exhausting.
Yeah, for sure.
By the way,
This car is ridiculously expensive. What's going on? Are we doing the Bentley? Want to go look at it?
Did you see what happened to the Bentley?
I don't know what happened to the Bentley.
I got a picture from a guy the other day and he's like, is this normal? I'm like, no.
Does everybody know who Guy is?
No, I'm keeping Guy a mystery.
Well, I revealed Guy's first day, the day when the cops showed up.
Okay, reveal his social insurance number.
All right. So this is Guy.
What's up,
Guy, say hi to everybody.
Hi, everybody.
Stop moving around. Don't be nervous.
So Guy's purpose here at DDE is quite simple. It is to manage all of this building and the cars and all the things that Dave and I would have to manage. But the problem is Dave and I aren't always here. So we really need someone to have our back with making sure that the bills get paid and things get tidied and yada, yada. You know, people get let into the building because Mike and Tim are back here working on the cars. And we noticed that before Guy got here and when Dave and I are out of town, deliveries get missed or things get lost. And it's not on these guys to have to manage all of this plus build a car. So we made Mike kind of like a promise. We were like, look, bro, your job is to build this. Let's go ham on this. Here's the money. Here's the time. Here's the shop. Here's everything you need. We're going to stay out of your hair. But we needed someone to have our back while we're out of town, which is
your right hand.
50% of the time. Well, I hope you're not using your right hand on Dave all the time.
You know what I like about Guy, by the way?
No.
I put it out there, okay, he does. I put it out there that I needed help, and I wasn't sure what that looked like. And you emailed me, you called me, you came to the block party, you harassed me. Finally, I was like, cool, I'll try it out for a few days. That's how I got a job here. He's very, very persistent, which means he wanted it. And then since then, just getting acclimated. The challenge is that most of the systems are in my head.
Yeah.
So like, with all the branding managers, he does that now. So they yell at him and he yells at me.
Yeah.
You got the script wrong. I'm like, nah, that's how I want to have it. And he has to go to them and they yell at him. So appreciate that.
What are your genuinely honest thoughts of the chaos that is daily driven exotics?
I mean, getting thrown into it is pretty wild. I mean, I came towards the end of the block party. I came at like 9:30 when it was supposed to end at 9. I had to still park like 2 miles away, walked here, and then I just tried to find the right time to approach you and talk to you. And then, yeah.
I blew you off. You did a good job.
No, we talked for a little bit. You don't remember.
And then what about actually working here as far as like the upload schedule and how consistent we are, the pressure it is on the team? What's that like?
Oh, it's definitely a lot to juggle communication with everybody, with Mike, you guys, the ad agencies, and making them happy, getting calls from them.
Well, tell them about the one, don't say the brand name, the one that got denied. What were they doing in the video they didn't like?
Oh, driving.
You cannot drive the entire time doing this promo. I'm like, this is DDE.
It's pretty funny. Well, yeah. You're here. Welcome to the team.
Thank you.
So far, so good. Haven't had to fire you yet. There's a lot going on here, though, isn't there?
It is.
Like, outside of just the videos, when you realize it's a mountain to manage all the time.
Yeah, don't fire me.
I'm firing you.
We're in this together. We're both on trial runs right now.
Everyone's on the trial
period,
run.
right? My 3-month period.
Well, you had experience before, so just so not everybody shows up here acting all persistent, knocking on the door every day. We don't want that. We're good at the moment, but yeah, he had a ton of experience. So part of his resume was doing things kind of similar to what he's doing here, but for other big companies and corporations, even specifically in automotive.
Go to the graveyard.
Correct, yes.
You worked at what? It was like Lexus or something, right?
Lexus. I actually met Mike long time ago doing Formula D stuff.
Yeah. So you're from the industry.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right, Dave. Bentley problems. What's going on with the bloody Bentley? And for the record, we really, really, really want to do the Bentley GT3 project. It's just
They're really expensive.
Somebody has to do that's what they're doing. I don't want that.
Correct.
I love this family.
It's also really complicated. You coming?
Yep, coming.
You hold the door for Guy. Slam the door in his face. By the way, I'm really excited to see the Senna. I have now gotten eyes on this damage, which, by the way, this is not vandalism damage. Dave?
Don't look at me. Don't.
I wonder who made the title and thumbnail for that video.
Mia.
So, the glass, we did a lot of looking back at other footage, looking at photos, and I have determined that this was in fact broken before the guys came and installed the windshield. So somehow, some way that broke. I don't know how, but
I'm curious, guys, if we end up trying to run a rally into the close here, I'm going to go pour some coffee really quickly and look to see if the Qs end up trying to make a run back up to high a day. And I would pay attention to Monday's low. Okay? Monday's low. That's what I'd be watching out for. Be careful if you do get an extension. Dude, what is going on with my it's like going crazy. If you do get this extension here, let's start seeing if we can get some volume. What time is it? It's 2 o'clock. Right on time. Right on time. That's what I'm looking for. Let's see if we can start turning this week around. Let's go. Look at it. It's on now. It's on now. It's on. Let's get it. Let's go, guys. Hit that like button. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. I'm looking for the long side of this trade. All right. This was a struggle. This was a struggle getting above here. So let's see if we can get above there and start getting back above 485 on the Qs. All right. That's what I'm looking for. Let's go.
I know in the video they were like, well, this is a common defect. It was in very early model cars before the Senna. And then there were a few issues with some of the Sennas, but this car didn't have the defect glass. Something actually happened to this. I don't know what. It wasn't just like it broke. Now the weird...
Bro, like right now, I'm trying to get long. I'm trying to get long. All right, let's see here. Get above this trade line right here. It's already $1. I gotta find a way to cut down on my time that it takes for me to take a position. I do. I gotta find a way. So I'm watching tomorrow's 486s on this. Let's see what's cheaper or what costs a little less. Let me see here.
Weird thing is, the windshield, on the other hand, did break on its own. No impact from a rock. So let's move on to this monster since we're doing a bit of an update here.
You notice something?
Again?
I got that sag. Not that bad though. It's just sagging.
So why is it doing that? I thought we paid to fix that.
There's a leak somewhere. So they replaced the bags. There could be an issue with one of the lines or something now. I don't know.
That's super annoying.
Yeah, the good news is that once it aired up, the car's been driven in a month. That took a month to air out like that, so it's a very, very slow leak, but we'll get it dialed in.
Yeah. Well, what are you going to drive, more importantly, to the hotel?
Oh, the van?
Well,
the van has registration now, right?
Should we all pile into the van? Yeah, there's a guy question. Yes. We don't answer that anymore. Does the van have registration?
It does, but the tags got mailed to you guys' old HQ, so I reordered them. So
to Huntington Beach?
Yeah.
You want to go back to Surveyor Circle?
Yeah.
You found some interesting updates on that. You want to show them? That would actually make a good title and thumbnail, to be honest.
Yeah, it's weird. It's a very strange situation. So a fan, one of you guys, by the way, I love you guys, because you guys always do the snitching. Sent me a link.
They're internet investigators.
Oh, they don't miss a thing.
Guy, have you seen these photos of our old HQ with all the updates?
I have not.
They're pretty interesting, actually. You saw our old HQ, right?
Yeah, I've been looking back.
With the sketchy
videos.
stairs?
Yeah.
The death stairs?
Yeah, I actually brought out those big old posters you guys had of you and Damon, like doing a photo shoot with your apparel.
I'm always with Damon.
And then...
Stop it. Okay, go.
Was he with Damon?
Well,
was I with Damon?
Was he with Damon or was he with Dave?
Oh, Dave. Sorry.
Okay, so someone's like, hey, your old Benpack lifts are for sale. I said, what do you mean? What do you mean? Your Benpack lifts are for sale. I said, what do you mean? He goes, click the link. Our old HQ, somebody, and it's not the landlord, I won't show their name, posted this ad for sale.
Check this out.
And this is all of our old, can I go sideways? It won't let me. All of our old Benpack lifts. But look in the background, you can see it's still taped up under construction, and it's all been redone.
The mezzanine's been redone.
So I'll get you a better picture.
And show the photo of the stairs. Because
it's all open now, by the way.
It's all open. And the death stairs are gone. Look at that.
Proper stairs.
New metal railing
and
a proper...
They blew it out to the other room.
Yeah.
Now, this photo apparently was taken 3 days ago, allegedly. And it would seem to me it's not done yet. And if you look at the calendar, right, on the wall, the snap on with the girls in bikinis, maybe, I don't judge. It's October.
Yeah, that's 8 months. We've been here for 8 months.
And you can see they still have, it's obviously some mud for drywalling on that scaffolding piece there. There's tools. They're not done yet.
So do you remember when they told us, oh, it'll be 3 months? And we were like,
I said 2 months.
Oh, 2 months, maybe 3. And we were like, what are we gonna do when we don't have an HQ for 3 months? Like, that's ridiculous. It's not even feasible. It's been 8 months and it's still not done. So, you know what's cool? We made the right choice by leaving. The downside is we were forced into paying $50,000 to break our lease, even though that wasn't our fault. And when we got into that place, all of these problems weren't taken care of by the actual landlord.
And we did all the leasehold improvements, and then the landlord's son went through the checklist and literally is like, wait, that wasn't there before. $9. So the $25,000 security deposit didn't get anything back. They want us to pay more. Made a video on that. And in the end, what did we do?
We just walked away. 75 grand it took us to get out of that old.
You guys need to bring the Benpacks back here.
They wouldn't let us.
They wouldn't let us take them out of the
bought them?
So check this out. Benpack sponsored us. They wouldn't let us take them out of the building because when we went into that building, there were some old crappy lifts from like 1920. Yeah. And basically we said, hey, if you want, you can take these lifts and we'll put some new lifts in while we're here. And they took the old lifts, which they kept, and then said that they wanted to keep our new lifts and not put the old lifts back in.
Up top, actually in the building on the mezzanine, they stored them up there.
Yeah, but they had them.
They had them. They chose to donate 2 of them at some point to a friend or something like that. Long story short, it was a big mess. And then this person isn't the landlord, by the way. It's a business. So a liquidation company maybe something's happening, we don't know. But all I know is that had we been there, we would have been, I think AAPL is delayed right now.
Oh, we would have been screwed. Absolutely.
We would have had to delete the channel. What? There's nothing we can do. No, sorry, guy.
Guy wouldn't have been here. Guy wouldn't have been here.
I wouldn't have been here.
You would have still been at fake Toyota.
Yeah.
What is going on over here? Oh, those are our new Pelote shoes, right?
Yeah, so that's their new street line that's made a more affordable option.
Oh, these are sick.
But right now, behind the scenes, we're working with Pelote to come up with a shoe, like a DDE shoe, and it's going to be...
No, really?
Yeah, it's going to be sick. We actually have some really big plans of Pelote.
You had a meeting with Pelote the other day. I didn't know that, and he just laid that on me now. I'm excited. I'm hearing it for the first time. You guys are hearing
They
it.
want us to take what we love about other shoes and bring it into their driving shoe for you guys. So
Let's
stay tuned.
go. Well, these are really nice. I like these. These are clean. Those are nice.
And then Gumball.
You were wearing the black ones, weren't you, recently?
So I rocked the black ones, the gray ones.
Yeah.
And then I obviously the white ones. I wore these at
These are
Monterey
the
Car
new
Week.
white ones?
Yeah, I destroyed them.
Yeah,
I wore them at Car Week and then I took them. I can't wear white.
Don't give Dave white.
But in my office, police.
You could probably, you know what? Sorry to cut you off. You could probably just throw those in a washing machine. I bet you they come perfectly white.
Product. They sent me a special new shoe in my office. I want to go check out right now. I haven't opened it yet, but they're a carbon fiber.
Shut up. Well, I'm gonna grab a new pair of shoes. Why is this still here? Garrett? Is Garrett back in prison?
I think Garrett's hiding.
Do you know if Garrett's in prison again, guy?
Can you check?
Oh, he fits right in. He just doesn't listen when he's on his phone. He fits right in a TV.
I don't know, one of these kept flipping.
This is cool. This is guy's desk. Daily Driven Exotics.
So I saw Pelote come up with these shoes and I asked them, can I try them? They're like, you can have whatever you want on the website. And I was like, you're kidding me. They're like, Dave, we trust you. Pick out your favorite pair of shoes off the website. So I grabbed these. They just arrived yesterday.
All right.
And I'm really pumped to check them out. That's dope.
What?
Yeah, they're sort of leather and they're real carbon fiber.
Shut the front door.
And they have this and they have a red version.
Oh,
I have
dude.
black.
Mia, check this out. Dave's got some red bottoms.
Yeah. She's gone. She left.
Where'd she go?
She had enough.
Mia?
She's not playing back to Canada already.
She's in the shitter.
Yeah, so it's pretty cool. So we had to figure out for our DDE Pelote shoe how we want to style it, what shape, what design. So we're kind of testing out everything right now.
I actually like these. Those are really sick. That's cool. All right. I have some ideas for shoes, guys. I have some ideas. The old... there's another idea.
that idea?
Yeah, it just came through. They hurt. This thing's crazy inside, man. Inside this computer.
Dude, it's like
A lot of stuff going on inside there. But the sim is up and running. What do you think? It's cool, right? Let's check this out. Close the gap. There you go. Basically see what Dave sees. Those in a washing machine. I bet you they come perfectly white.
Product. They sent me a special new shoe in my office. I want to go check out right now. I haven't opened it yet, but they're a carbon fiber.
Shut up. Well, I'm gonna grab a new pair of shoes. Why is this still here? Garrett? Is Garrett back in prison?
I think Garrett's hiding.
Do you know if Garrett's in prison again, guy?
Can you check?
Oh, he fits right in. He just doesn't listen when he's on his phone. He fits right in a TV.
I don't know, one of these kept flipping.
This is cool. This is guy's desk. Daily Driven Exotics.
So I saw Pelote come up with these shoes and I asked them, can I try them? They're like, you can have whatever you want on the website. And I was like, you're kidding me. They're like, Dave, we trust you. Pick out your favorite pair of shoes off the website. So I grabbed these. They just arrived yesterday.
All right.
And I'm really pumped to check them out. That's dope.
What?
Yeah, they're sort of leather and they're real carbon fiber.
Shut the front door.
And they have this and they have a red version.
Oh,
I have
dude.
black.
Mia, check this out. Dave's got some red bottoms.
Yeah. She's gone. She left.
Where'd she go?
She had enough.
Mia?
She's not playing back to Canada already.
She's in the shitter.
Yeah, so it's pretty cool. So we had to figure out for our DDE Pelote shoe how we want to style it, what shape, what design. So we're kind of testing out everything right now.
I actually like these. Those are really sick. That's cool. All right. I have some ideas for shoes, guys. I have some ideas. The old... there's another idea.
that idea?
Yeah, it just came through. They hurt. This thing's crazy inside, man. Inside this computer? Dude, it's like a lot of stuff going on inside there. But the sim is up and running. What do you think? It's cool, right? Let's check this out. Close the gap. There you go. Basically see what Dave sees. This is pretty wild, hey? What car are you in? A Huracan GT3. On the streets? We're off the road there. It means all the track. We're gonna teach you how to drive. It's very realistic.
Yeah.
And the
What track is this?
some back road track is what it is. We even have, if you noticed, we even have the actual Lamborghini steering wheel. Yeah, I think so. I think it's far for me.
I don't know if I can reach.
No, you can. You can change it. Dave's just ripping through the backcountry. Check out my goats. They're good. Hello. You really can't see the cars really go back. I kind of look at the car's getting wrecked. Yeah, I guess we know who wrecked the glass.
Defenses.
We know who. Yeah, it's true. Crashed it into a fence.
Yep, he did.
I guess we know who wrecked the glass on the Senna.
Do I need the keyboard?
You have to reset.
too?
You also need to reset it so the car's not all messed up. It's trashed.
Bro, it's not that bad.
Well, you don't need the clutch. We're just going to show you how to drive it first. You got basically brake and gas.
Okay.
That's the clutch.
Okay. You don't need 2 feet in the clutch. Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Brake and then throttle. What are you doing?
You have to have 2 feet. So put one on the gas, one on the brake.
Do you know how? You have a license, right?
Yeah.
What is she doing right now?
Leave me alone.
What are you
Grab that
doing?
paddle.
Okay.
The footwork down here is questionable at best.
You know, I'm driving how Grandma drives.
Well, I like how your left foot braking already, though. Like, that's interesting.
Well, you got clutch in to get in first.
So you gotta put the clutch in.
And brake?
Yeah, and then pull the right paddle to put it in first.
Oh, you know what? I haven't started the session.
No shit, it's not working. Dave's making me look like an asshole.
Dave's killing us here. All right, now try it.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Don't put your thumbs in there, you said, right?
Well, you can, just if it starts to really whip the wheel, just let go of the wheel and keep your hands away from it. Are you gonna go? You gonna hit the throttle or what?
I'm going.
Yeah, watch, this is a tight corner. Hard turn.
Back off the corner a little bit. Just a little bit. It's on off button.
Wow. What is happening?
All right, you're good. Stand. Can you check?
Oh, he fits right in. He just doesn't listen when he's on his phone. He fits
Sorry, guys. I just wanted to see this really quickly.
right in a DD.
I don't know, one of these kept flickering.
This is cool. This is Guy's desk. Daily driven exotics.
So I saw Polo come up with these shoes and I asked them, can I try them? They're like, you can have whatever you want on the website. And I was like, you're kidding me. They're like, Dave, we trust you. Pick out your favorite pair of shoes off the website. So I grabbed these. They just arrived yesterday.
All right.
And I'm really...
You know, if I had one dream, it would be that I could build a successful business that helps take care of other people. It's probably the only thing that I want out of life. Truly.
really pumped to check them out. That's dope.
What?
Hey, they're sort of leather and they're real carbon fiber.
Shut the front door.
And they have this and they have a red version.
Oh, dude.
Black.
Mia, check this out. Dave's got some red bottoms.
Yeah. She's gone. She left.
Where'd she go?
She had enough.
Mia?
She's not playing back to Canada already.
She's in the shitter.
Yeah, so it's pretty cool. So we had to figure out for our DDE uploaded shoe how we want to style it, what shape, what design. So we're kind of testing out everything right now.
I actually like these. Those are really sick. That's cool. All right. I have some ideas for shoes, guys. I have some ideas. The old... There's another idea.
that idea?
Yeah, it just came through. They hurt. This thing's crazy inside, man. Inside this computer.
Dude, it's like
a lot of stuff going on inside there.
Bro, hold on. I don't know who they ordered their stuff from. What do we got here? What kind of rig we got? Come on, y'all. I need you guys. Is there really no NVIDIA? Bro. What graphics card did...
The sim is up and running. What do you think? It's cool, right? Let's check this out. Close the gap. There you go. Basically see what Dave sees. This is pretty wild, hey? What car are you in? A Huracan GT3. On the streets? We're off the road there. It means all the track. We're gonna teach you how to drive. It's very realistic.
Yeah.
And the
What track is this?
some back road track is what it is. We even have, if you noticed, we even have the actual Lamborghini steering wheel.
Can you move the chair closer to the pedals?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's far for me.
I don't know if I can reach.
Oh, you can. You can change it. Dave's just ripping through the backcountry. Check out my goats. They're good. You really can't see the car's gonna go that hard. I kind of look at the car's getting wrecked. Yeah, I guess we know who wrecked the glass.
Into fences.
We know who. Yeah, it's true. Crashed it into a fence.
Yep, he did.
I guess we know who wrecked the glass on the Senna.
Do I need the keyboard?
You have to reset.
too?
You also need to reset it so the car's not all messed up. It's trashed. Bro, it's not that bad. Well, you don't need the clutch. We're just going to show you how to drive it first. You got basically brake and gas.
Okay.
That's the clutch.
You don't need That's clutch. Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Brake
Sorry.
and then throttle. What are you doing?
You have 2 feet. So put one on the gas, one on the brake.
Do you know how? You have a license, right?
Yeah.
What is she doing right now?
What
What are you
Grab that
doing?
pedal.
Okay.
The footwork down here is questionable at best.
You know, I'm driving how Grandma drives.
Well, I like how your left foot braking already, though. Like, that's interesting.
Well, you got clutch in to get in first.
So you gotta put the clutch in.
And brake.
Yeah, and then pull the right paddle to put it in first.
Oh, you know what? I haven't started the session yet.
No shit, it's not working. Dave's making me look like an asshole.
Dave's killing us here. All right, now try it.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Don't put your thumbs in there, you said, right?
Well, you can just if it starts to really whip the wheel, just let go of the wheel, and keep your hands away from it. Are you gonna go? You gonna hit the throttle or what?
I'm going.
Yeah, watch. This is a tight corner. Hard turn.
Back off the corner a little bit. Just a little bit. It's on off button.
Wow. What is happening?
All right, you're good. Stand it.
Come on, bro.
What way does the wheel go?
Push the gas, you'll find
Push
out.
the throttle and you'll start
I think I
turning.
need to go into reverse.
You're fine. Try right here.
Yeah, it's just I'm on the throttle.
Oh, it's stuck in the wall.
Yeah.
All right. We'll start over again. Uncle Dave's got you.
You know, in real life, we don't have these, Mia.
You told me to go on the throttle, and then you're like,
No,
wait,
not
it's a
all the
short-
way. It's not a...
Okay.
All right.
Ready?
Got it?
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see if you can get out of the pits
Just a
this
little bit
time.
of throttle. Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Yeah. And that's a sharp corner, so let up the throttle and roll it. There you go. Straighten it out. Now get in a little bit. Just remember
This is weird.
Just remember to brake on the corners.
I don't know where the corners are, buddy.
You're ahead of you.
You're what?
I'm scared.
You're scared?
It's not a real car.
These are big moves, actually. Learning how to drive on this is no joke.
Describe what it feels like to drive this car.
Yeah, what's it like?
Well, the steering wheel's vibrating a lot. I don't even know what I'm supposed to be shifting.
It gives feedback.
That's cool. I feel like I have to focus here. I'm scared.
You're good. You're doing pretty good. Well, at least you're on the road.
Better than Dave.
Yeah. There you go.
Pulls it.
Get in it. Try to rip it. Just punch it. Let's go.
Okay, I'm punching it.
You need to get the RPMs up. You have to stay off the grass.
Trying.
Watch out for the goats.
Trying. There's no goats. Not on the road anyway.
Should be good. So you get a little tricky here. You go, loosen up.
There you go. Yeah. It's actually not bad. The trick is if she loses control and it hits something, this can get violent, the steering wheel.
Oh, pretty good.
She did good. She made it around the corner. Now, Dave and I learned the hard way that with the feedback, and it tells you all the warnings right here. Basically, this can get really bad. So if you start to feel the steering wheel starting to like buck, you just want to let go of it and you want to hit the emergency off button right here.
There you go. Here's the corner for him.
There you go. Pretty good. That's the one that you couldn't make it around.
Well, I was going a little bit faster, Damien. I was doing 200.
It's definitely more manageable if you're in a higher gear like that and you're not ripping it. How's it feeling?
Good.
Yeah?
Hit the grass.
It's really fast corners, which is cool.
Yeah, they're long sweeping corners, right? What do you guys think of Mia's first time driving on a sim? First time ever.
She's doing really good.
She's never driven on a sim before. Our first time driving on a sim, like a real sim, was in Japan.
It was so hard.
Beyond hard. We actually couldn't even get around half the
I couldn't
track.
even drive it in the straight line. I would just spin out.
It was like out of control, like crazy.
Pretty heavy one, man.
We got the slicks warmed up now, so it's probably pretty good at this speed.
She's very smooth.
She is.
She's not ripping gears down. She's just smashing the brakes. She's just keeping it clean.
Yeah. How's this feeling?
Good. I like it. I want to go on a real track now. Although I did crash the first time.
You want to go on the what?
I want to go on a real track.
With a real car?
Yeah.
Well, that's my daughter.
Bad news for you. We sold
Making
the
me
race
proud.
cars.
We'll put you in the Senna. Hey? $2 million car? Put some slicks on it? Oh! What happened there?
We're not going this.
This is in Scotland.
Dude, you just drove into a wall.
Well, yeah, I saw the corner was coming up real tight.
How'd you at the back of the car as well?
Oh yeah, you wrecked the back. It's red in the front, and the back and the front.
It's fine. We're still going.
Does the car feel any different now that it's been damaged?
Yeah.
Does it really?
Yeah.
Your head's
not-
a bit more twitching in front.
It's actually wild that they do damage. Like, look, the glass is cracked.
Oh,
down the
great.
windscreen. The windscreen's right cracked.
Oopsie.
Down the straight.
100 miles an hour.
115. 120. 125 into a corner.
Corners come up a lot quicker now.
Not even touching the brake. She's staying in it. All right, she's rolling off. 120. 115. A little break to balance the car. You're good.
Dude, you're in the grass.
Yeah.
Now you're falling in the grass. What are you doing in the grass?
I'm just testing out how daily drivable it is.
Do you guys see how every time we get up here, we just like stall? And JOBY is still going too, huh? Like every time it gets up here, it just stalls. It just like runs out of steam. We just run out of steam. I mean, I guess you can consider that a double top. I'm not sure. But we've taken this back. We look like we were making progress. We consolidate. The rallies got sold and the sell-offs got bought. You extend to new highs and then you pull it back, consolidate, and then we failed. We failed to get up off of that level, and then it just gave it up. Gave it up. 584, 586, 485, 486 is what I'm watching for, but you can't even get above 483, so I think you need to worry about that first more than anything else. Again, if you do or do not have pre-market hours on, you may want to take a look at it because there is a little bit of a level right there. But who am I to tell what to do? These are some really nice rips off of this level, though. I don't know. We'll just see what happens. I'm gonna move along. Move along, sir. See what I mean? Like right here. Right? Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. Friday, Thursday. Last Friday and Thursday support level, right? And then Wednesday's support level.
Right, but autopilot meaning they continue to cut rates. The economy continues to expand. I mean,
So 484, and we're below it now. We couldn't get above it again this morning.
Financials, by the way, one of the best names in the third quarter.
I don't know what's going on. The steering wheel's just like this now. That's how I have to steer.
Well, if you look at over here, the control arm got bent. Yeah, you're wrecking stuff. The car doesn't want to turn now. It's like 95 miles an hour.
I just have to drive sideways.
Oh, it's totally screwed. The car's turning right on its own.
I'm going straight.
That is crazy how screwed up this is right now.
It's still going.
To go straight, you gotta hold the wheel like that.
Yeah. Dad's turn.
Dad's turn now.
Dad's turn.
Who's in that seat? I call him Daddy. You ready?
All right.
Alright, keep your mind in the focus, right? Remember? For the coaching? Yeah.
Not a lot of turn angle ahead.
No.
He's showing us up.
He's good at it. Got air there.
Yeah.
See, he's balancing the car using both pedals. So at no point is he not on the throttle or on the brake. It's always one or the other. Or both.
Well, fucked it up there.
Who?
Car's trashed already. It's crazy when you have the damage on Dave.
He's gone. Yeah.
Still ripping it.
Yeah.
Look at the wheel, just to drive straight. This thing is nasty.
That's what I had to do. But the other way. Oh, this is the corner that messed me up.
Yeah, it's really tight. Oh, I made it around once.
There you go.
Hey Dave, let's reset it. I need to reset it. I made it once, even though I hit that one wall.
Yeah, you did.
But one hit at speed completely destroys the car.
Yeah.
Like, it looks like just some cracked windows, but like this thing, to drive straight, the wheel has to be this turned.
Yeah.
And it shows you right here what the damage is, so you can see that's why. Because the control arm right there is bent. I have side damage, some yellow side damage, and I have red front damage. So I clearly drove pretty hard into something.
Yep. Not good.
We'll do a reset. It's fun having this again.
It is fun.
I want to go to Laguna Seca in the Ferrari F1 car because it rips.
Yeah?
Yeah, I had a crazy lap time. Like, it's crazy. Like, things come at you so quick. Your brain has to adapt, like, so much further down the track. Like, and you have to know the track really well.
I want to go in.
I'll show you in a second.
I don't want to drive it yet, but I want to go.
What the hell is this person doing? They've been creeping around our shop the whole time. It's so bizarre.
Ow, bro.
This is my Instacart order, but this person's been creeping the whole time. Who's back here? Oh, he's back. Did he forget something? Is he block him in? I don't know. What the fuck's going on? This is so bizarre. You guys want to do rock, paper, scissors and bullet time? No. What the hell is going on? Got like a stalker or what? There's two people in there. Is that a guy and a girl? Man, it's hard to tell.
Yeah, it's probably nothing, bro. Just let him. All right, time to go over some charts. $230.
Now the cops are out here.
Tom Lee is back with us for his latest musings on the markets. It's managing partner.
Dave. Damon Dave. Come on, y'all. Stop doing that dumb shit. Stop it. Stop. Oh, no, the cops are out here. And then just turn it off. Come on, bro. Don't do that.
And
We caught a creepy stalker. Doesn't look like he's stalking anything. It look like him and his friends are hanging out.
Now the cops are out here.
You see Ethereum doing well because NFT.
Oh, Mark.
Crazy thing.
So You know, normally, what are we? We're approaching 8 o'clock at Silverstone. McLaren are packing down their race car day, as it were. So behind there, they're all closing this down. Tomorrow we're here for a McLaren Pure event, where these cars aren't necessarily taking place in it, but it's after hours, there's no one here. As far as photo shoots go, like it's like this sort of race car studio, well lit, loads of symmetry. It's awesome. So we've got a McLaren Solus GT. This runs a Judd naturally aspirated V10 engine in it. As the name would suggest, Solus, it's a single-seater, ultimate track-focused car. It sits in a funny place because it's not eligible for a race series and it's not road legal. It's just pure track day fun. And we have a McLaren Senna GTR. Look at the wing on this. It makes a Senna look tame, doesn't it? So this car was the fastest car of Goodwood Festival Speed hill climb until the McLaren tree came along. But, you know, for real cars, this was the fastest car. So to see this here, alongside those two, exceptional. The exposed carbon, amazing thing. So what's fun about this is it's like a GT3 car with no rules that apply to GT3 cars, which makes it ballistic. It's got no BOP, which is balance of performance, which they apply to GT3 cars. So it's lighter, more power, more aero, hence why it was rapid up the festival speed run. Wow, look at the width of it. Weirdly, when I say have these to ourselves, we were just walking down the pit lane hoping to get some cool shots. And then we walked in here. And
look what I spotted through there.
You can see a Harrods livery P1 GTR. I mean, sorry, Senna GTR.
Feel that, look at that. It's so thin.
You see that edge there? That's what's known as a gurney flap.
Just sneaking around, aren't we?
That's iconic. Look at that blown tyre down there. See that? It's like fallen off the rim. What a shame. Look at the sculpture of it. Look at the end plates. Wow. Look at the
I know, I just saw that.
of the exhaust tips. That's a thing, you're kidding me. Let me just snap that. One of the things you can't actually appreciate is all of the work on here is painted on. So these aren't stickers, it's actually hand applied. Hand painted. It's an incredible thing.
Is this someone's like track day car?
Yeah.
Customer?
Yeah, that's a customer track day car. I mean, the aero sculpture is sensational. Look how deep that front splitter is. So some serious surface area on it. Also, tiny details. Look at this. This is full race car stuff. I mean, oftentimes, you don't see things like this on road cars. One, because it's really extreme, and you don't actually need it, even if you are driving into a track. But two, you can't road legalize and road homologate shapes like this, because for pedestrian impact, you're not coming back with your legs on. So that's why you can't have aero like this. Also, these things have got solid mounted rose joints all around, which means you can run slicks on these and it can deal with the load. Proper piece of kit. We're going to be driving one of these tomorrow somewhere, which will be cool. I'm hoping it's a 750 because I've not driven one yet, which will be exciting. The other thing that's really substantial about this is it's no ordinary GTR. It's a GTR LM. Now, this has more horsepower and a higher RPM. Now, I'm not exactly sure how much horsepower and what the RPM tops out at, but I do know that that was one of the sort of key upgrades as part of this car. So that's not just through software. Either. There is actual mechanical hardware upgrades inside the engine to achieve that. No doubt this revised exhaust system here also contributes to overall power. But look at that for aero sculpture. Just sensational.
Imagine these during F1.
I would imagine the price of these during F1. Can you imagine?
I wonder how far ahead they're booked.
I reckon they're probably part of a corporate package because they'd be like.
It's like literally the best spot.
These might honestly be for a weekend 50 grand.
No.
Yeah, and I think it'll be a corporate hospitality package where they sell it to a lot of people. Like these bedrooms.
He has a Senna, and I don't know if he still owns it or not. It's green. I imagine he does. I don't know. I'm not sure if he owns it or not.
Rooms will turn into a lounge. They'll get rid of all.
Oh
that.
yeah, look.
Yeah, they'll sack off.
Ah, look.
Yeah.
Does that go that way? Yeah, so you open all this up.
Open all up. And all of these rooms are sponsors' rooms. GlaxoSmithKline will have a room and whatever, right? And everyone will pay ludicrous either to entertain clients or charge people to come and use their land. Ain't no one sleeping in here on Silverstone weekend. There's no way. Hey, check this out. This is hand painted. This is entirely hand painted. So there's a division of McLaren called MSO, which stands for McLaren Special Operations. And they'll do small things like a color, leather, or a contrast stitch, which isn't necessarily available on the standard options list, all the way up to a completely bespoke, hand painted, Senna-inspired, Brazilian-themed finish on your McLaren Senna. And all of this, like that, this is not a wrap. This has been applied by an artisan with a brush and a can. It's exceptional. Isn't that cool? What a thing. Yeah, so MSO, you can kind of think of it as like the options that aren't on the options list. And generally, if you can kind of dream it up, I mean, and they will go, if your pockets are deep enough, they will go to like a one-of-one bespoke car, if you want. But generally, it's sort of like exceptional and special options, like that. God, how long must that have... Look at this. They've painted the badge. That's special. Wow, that's very, very cool. How special is that? That looks like it's painted and then polished within an inch of its life, and then clear coat on top of it. It's incredible. Oh, look at the inserts on the seats. Come and see this. Wow, they are beautiful. Look at this, number 1 on there. So the interesting thing about the Senna seats is they manufacture them in one size, and then you adapt the size according to your shape by the spec and thickness of the foam. So if you want like a more of a touring seat for the touring gentleman, then you can have thinner foam, which makes the seat wider, or you can make it tighter with thicker padding, which I really need. I actually do need to speak to McLaren.
So he does still have his Senna.
About getting new padding for the Senna. So we've got like touring padding in ours, which makes the seat wider to sit in. So on a road trip, it's great. But as soon as you take it on track, you've lost the point of the Senna seat, which is like it's a much wider seat. And like on track here last year, we bought Senna to this event, and it was just throwing me around in the seat. So I really need to find some padding from McLaren that's going to make me feel snug. This is a whole mixture of people. So as you've seen in the car park, there's a lot of McLarens. But what's a really cool thing is you can drive your own McLaren here, but drive one of McLaren's on track. It's like the best of both worlds, isn't it? It's rare that you see, hey man, how you doing? Casual Senna and a P1. It's rare that you see a it's rare that you see a P1 in race mode. It's even more rare seeing a P1 driven by Bruno Senna. It's a whole spectrum of things, right? So you're either VIP, so that you're either an existing McLaren owner, or you're a depositor who's waiting for a car to come. And so it's a sort of stopgap to enjoy a car while you wait for your car. I mean, quite frustrating, say, if your new 750S arrives next week and you've missed the annual Pure event. So they're like, okay, come down, experience a 750 on track so you can look forward to yours. But also, how brilliant to be able to enjoy your car without having to nail your car. It's amazing, just the best. So if you have an Artura, you can come here, destroy someone else's carbon ceramic discs, and go home in your perfectly clean Artura. It's a great idea.
These are special cars. Look at that. What a machine. So they're 675s. I've not seen a 765 yet. I'm amazed there's no 765 yet. We're just following this. I'm going for a safety briefing.
Is that
just making sure I didn't?
Is this part of the race? This is part of the racing driver
This is the race strategy. Yeah. No, this actually finds me tenths. This does. It's good.
Yeah, I heard that
Every
too.
bite is a tenth.
Yeah. Okay.
That's it. So you've got to have the whole
I was
pizza.
going to say, you've got more pizzas back there.
They're expensive.
Yeah.
Specially formulated. What's new, man?
Oh, mate. Oh, yeah, all good. Actually been really busy the last few weeks.
Good.
Did a couple of filming jobs, which was cool.
Nice, very cool.
And then I'm off to I'm racing at Phillip Island in 3
No
weeks.
way.
Yeah.
That's mega.
I know. Yeah.
Dude, that's going to be proper.
Well, I'm trying to learn it now because it's a brand new circuit.
I was going to say, is there a sim out there for that?
Yeah.
There is.
I've jumped on a couple of sims.
That's cool.
For me, it's just, does it go left or right? And that's kind of, I'll learn the rest when I get
I'll know. Is there much undulation and crestage?
Turn one's like flat,
Is it?
flat in 6th gear.
Bloody hell.
Yeah. Which in a 2CV is fine.
What are you in?
It's like 40 miles an hour. I'm in the
Are you? Well, it's been really great knowing you, man. Honestly, listen, you've been wonderful. I'll catch up with you after this. I'll see you in a bit. I think all the sizes. Oh, L. Managed to squeeze that on my dome yesterday, so I'm hoping it'll work. Let's see. What's happening is we're about to go for a very first drive in a 750S, which is super cool. I mean, it's basically a brand new car, and I've been reading all about it, and despite the fact that it looks very similar to the 720S, I'm hearing incredibly good things from people who have driven it, a classic case being greater than the sum of its parts, as it were. So we're going to hop in, find out what this new badge is all about. But effectively, it's 30 horsepower more, 30 kilograms less, and I believe 30 pounds-feet of torque more. So let's see what that feels like. It's the last thing you do is step out of a 720S and go, do you know what that needs? It's more power. So that's what they've gone and done. Very cool. Oh, cool. Nice. Okay. Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah, that one's okay. That one's okay? Yeah, that one just needs bringing in towards. I'll tell you after this corner.
Driven a 750 before?
No, this is the first time.
It's like a 720, but
yes.
I think.
my gosh, I literally said all that and the mic was off. It's all good. It's no big deal. I'll just say this. Congrats if you took Tesla. Not that it was a big hitter, but you know, you played the move. You got paid. All right, we said Tesla could get a nice little bounce off this 247 to 250. 250, 251, 250.20 area, like in between there. 255.20. So yeah, congrats. We said 250. 250.20-ish. I don't know. You might not have gotten paid. I don't know. Just a couple dollars there. It's not really much going on.
I just stepped out of that and was told I'm getting in with you. So there's worse ways. There's worse ways to spend a Thursday, dude. So
it's a P1. Have you been on track in anger with a P1 before?
I don't think I have, man. I might have been around Dunsfold. It's not the same.
It's not really.
It's not really a track. So I don't think, no, not really. And I think this, for us, will complete the suite of McLaren experiences, because I think we've been out in everything else together
Pretty
except for
much
a P1,
I know.
which is cool. This is cool.
How do you turn the S?
Not been in a P1 in a while. From what I've been told, this guy's okay at driving, so let's see what it's got.
I know nothing. I have no idea what I'm doing, mate.
Oh, nice rotation on it. Wonderful. The doors are heavy.
Yeah, get that shoulder workout, mate.
These doors are not like Senna doors. They are weighty. No surprises there, but that boy can pedal. Just an honor to be in one of these things. It's such a hero car.
Nah,
I don't think so.
This one is.
I don't think so.
They will never let me drive it fast on the racetrack. This one.
Really?
Yeah.
What they not do?
With the livery that's painted. Nah, they were like, stay away from this car.
Is that one yours or theirs?
That's their car.
That's their car.
Yeah. So this car is the car we. So they made this special livery, the Senna Sempre livery, and it's all hand painted.
It's all hand painted, right?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's
great. I love how they even hand painted through the badge on the nose.
Yeah,
so special.
So they, whenever we went filming with it in Monaco, they were being very, very careful with it. And there's when you're inside, there's a video that we did for the Monaco thing. And there's a scene where the car is parked on the street, and like it's on a hairpin, you can see Monaco from the top, right? So I parked the car there. It's like the road that goes up to the golf course in Monaco. Mate, I'm sitting in the car and we're like doing the shots, and then I hear this, I'm like,
what is that?
So I come out of the car and realize the car is coming down from the top of the hill, flat out. And I'm like, run out of the car, like go up the hill a little bit, and then it's like, this guy's on full emergency brakes on this M3, and they were drifting there. They call it.
Is this up La Turbi?
Yeah. So you have like the rock wall.
Yes.
You have the hairpin here, and they have the rock wall behind it.
Yeah.
And like on the Disneyland font, it's Driftland.
You're kidding me. Someone put it on there? To be fair, it's a great road. Great road.
The road is all like rubbered up from people doing drifts there. So this guy was like with 3 people in the car.
Everywhere.
Like,
and you were parked on a corner.
I was parked
for
on
a shoot.
Corner. Exactly.
That could have been a bad day out, couldn't it?
Yeah.
What was the? I think we texted briefly when I saw you driving the F1 car in during the 30th.
That was awesome.
Tell me what that was like.
Dude, it was driving. One of my uncle's cars is awesome, right?
Yeah.
Driving in Monaco is something else, but driving his car in Monaco with another of his cars on the track at the same time
during the Grand Prix.
Oh.
So this was is it a 30th anniversary celebration of his life? And which model F1 car were you driving?
I drove the MP45B, so that's a 1990 car when he won his second championship with.
And you drove it in Monaco just before the Monaco Grand Prix.
Yeah, and I had
full crowds, everything.
Thierry Boutsen
yes.
On the Lotus. And Stefan Johansson was supposed to drive the Tolman, but the Tolman had a little issue.
Right.
So it never went around. But we had like 3 cars, 2 of these F1 cars. It was just
What was that
something else.
like, man? That must have been the most surreal thing ever.
It was bizarre because when you see like the other car on the track at the same time, you think like you feel like you're there. You know, it's
100%,
really
yeah.
So it was
Super
surreal. It was surreal. It was a
To
real
watch it was
experience.
magic, man. It was just magic seeing it. You know, so strange.
And I drove my Senna on the racetrack as well during the historic Grand Prix. I was the course car for the 80s cars.
Wow.
Mate, I gave it all.
Did you?
Absolutely.
Just give it full
Curved everything. I was like this far from the wall in a few corners.
Well, you know what's funny about that is it's also your like hometown. So you're ripping around your hometown with 10 tenths.
Dude, whenever
cool
you're
is
gonna
that?
get the Monaco Grand Prix track for yourself? Never, right? So I'm taking this chance. The lady from McLaren came to me and said, "Did you take insurance for this?" I said, if I had taken insurance for it, then surely they would not let me pass 50 kilometers per hour.
That's true.
So
yeah.
if I crash the car, consequences, you know, it's part of life. But all is good. My
Once in a lifetime, man. Super special.
My only regret.
Yeah.
I didn't do the track telemetry. I didn't start it. I set it up and I forgot to press start.
You press start on the telemetry
of the track in Monaco.
That would have been fascinating
That would
data.
have been amazing, right?
Oh man, I would have kicked myself about that one. Never mind. It was fun though. I was just saying fun how that these two P1s were being driven like go-karts. It was great.
The power is so great, man. Coming out of the corner,
so cool.
like going, it's awesome.
Still my favorite car.
Yeah?
Yeah, she's a...
That's 8 years I've had it.
You just wouldn't think they were like that old. Like, what are they, about 10 years old, are they? 12 years old? Is it, I mean, you just wouldn't imagine that, would you?
Seriously,
Because
right?
They go like hell. Yeah. You can see why, like, because they're still fast now, like,
Yeah,
you know. But you can appreciate when they launched. When journalists first got in them, it must have been like flying a spacecraft.
Yeah.
Right? It was so far ahead of its time. It's a Judd engine in this, right?
It's it's
Judd
based on the Judd, yeah.
Based on the Judd.
Yeah.
Does it have to go through a pre-heating cycle first?
Yeah.
So it's a full tolerance spec engine. Is it going to go out? Later.
Half an hour.
Crazy thing.
It's cool when you come here and you look at it and you're like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you're like, oh yeah,
V10. I mean, it's right in your back. It's like really. Is it a stress member?
Yes. Yeah, so you have like the extra thing for the that goes into the bell housing here.
Yeah.
But the engine is part of the chassis.
The engine's part of the top. Brilliant.
Proper race car, right? It's a beast, man.
You've driven it, I imagine.
Yeah, it's very friendly.
Yeah.
Very friendly. If you're like at 10 tenths, then you need to sort of like feel it well. But otherwise, you know, the visibility is great inside the car. You have like an amazing view. Sitting position is comfortable. There's like, but the comfort is there. So it's not like a race car in this sense, but it feels like a race car. So really,
You're not as flat, are you? You haven't got your feet above you.
no. It's very comfortable. Having said that, I like having the feet up. It gives you like a really nice sort of way to brace yourself. But yeah, this is proper race car, man.
It's funny. It's almost like a GT position in a single seater.
Yeah, it's
interesting
a bit
balance.
high, but you get great visibility from it.
Yeah, I bet.
beast, man. Well, that's what we need in every road car, right?
Tell me about
V10.
it. Oof, mate. Particularly one like that. High revving NA.
Use this to get Sainsbury's.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, you go to the pub, you stop there, and then you turn the car off, and then after that, oh, I can't turn my car back on because the engine, you need to warm it up again. The engine is too tight.
I'm supposed to be out in a car now, but...
Take whatever you find in front of you, mate.
This one.
Go for it.
This one?
Yeah, this
will
one.
be nice.
You might need some tires, though.
Yeah, I think you'd probably need a day for this, right? Build up in a... Do a Senna GTR first?
Yeah, that's what people are doing. They started in the Artura GT4.
Okay,
Senna
cool.
GTR or GT3X, either or, they're here.
And then into this.
And then they'll go into this. If they've never been on track before, they'll go into this and they'll follow the Senna GTR.
Nice.
They'll be lead and follow. And then once they were familiar with the car, they were good for a few laps with the car. Yeah.
What a great day. Wow. GT4, Senna GTR, Solus GT. That's a strong afternoon.
It is.
That's a good program.
It's a good day. Yeah, they were.
So this is the kind of the program here. This is kind of it.
Pretty much. It's a good day out, isn't it?
That's very cool. How's this compared to this?
So this is a lot easier to drive.
Yeah.
Much more comfortable. So it's set up in a way that is a bit more friendly. The suspension of these two cars is exactly the same.
Right.
So whatever is underneath is very much the same.
Okay.
That car obviously has much less drag.
Yes.
This has a bit more power. But the main difference is that car is running on race rubber, proper full
proper slick compound.
You get like a soft, medium, and hard compound for it, whatever you want.
Okay.
So when you're running on the softs, you get like one lap that's like out of this world. But this is like the same compound as P1 GTR. So it's a tire that's made for a heavier, more powerful car.
Right.
So it's a bit harder. So you lose maybe a couple of seconds of lap time comparatively because you're running on harder rubber. This is like when you hit the brakes on this car, you know, the road Senna.
Yeah.
This it's like a LMP car. You just hit the brakes, the thing is just like stops.
So good.
So from a braking perspective, this is much closer to that than.
Is it? Is it actually?
Yeah.
Wow, that's impressive. So this is like a GT3 car with no BOP.
Pretty much.
Is that right?
Yeah. So it's as light as it can be with as much power as you can have. I'll show. I don't think I'll be able to show you in the dash because it's off.
Sure.
But you have a button here. So when you get to, you can see the nice little yellow button on the top left.
Yeah.
It's push to pass. When you hit that, you get another 50 horsepower.
50?
50.
For how long?
For as long as you're pressing it.
Are you serious?
Yeah. And then you get go baby go on the dashboard and the thing is like flying down the straight, man. It's awesome.
So it's a de-restricted GT3 race car.
Exactly.
But track day only. Like this
Track
is
day
not
only.
eligible for a series, is it? It's too quick.
And you can't convert this into a GT3 car. It's a lot of work because like
You might as well buy a GT3 car.
Pretty much.
Sure.
Yeah, it's they removed all the shackles from the GT3 car to make this this beast, and it's freaking awesome, man.
What a program.
Proper.
So cool.
So I mean, if you get a Solus, you get a nice build up to it, I guess. So.
Yeah. Man, I got to speak to the press department and go, listen, do you know what I think would be a really good idea? Is to share with the audience what the journey that a Solus client would experience on their way up to this.
Happened the last 2 days, mate. James, just call me, man. Call me.
Gonna have to send my strongest pitch email. Say Bruno says.
ChatGPT.
There you go. Exactly. There you go.
You're immediately done. No worries.
Done. Mega.
Seems like the track was a little wet.
Tomorrow?
You joining us today. It's been fun. And thanks for watching Power Lunch. Closing.
All right, guys. It's the end of the day. Let's see if we can't find ourselves something here. Let's see if we can't find a setup. Let's get it.
Post 9 here at the New York Stock Exchange, and this make or break hour begins with what matters most to markets: earnings, the election, and geopolitical uncertainty, or the trend of an easing Fed and still strong economy. We'll ask our experts over this final stretch. With stocks a touch unsettled again today. Let's show you the scorecard. 60 minutes to go in regulation. It's tough to get stuff going. I mean, maybe we're looking ahead to the jobs report. We are lower there. We're headline driven. We do have that jobs report, of course, in mind. Couple days, probably some hesitation to place large bets either way. Notable names today, well, they include Nike, down sharply after pulling its guidance. You know about the CEO change that they're in the midst of, too.
Dude,
it is Humana's worst day in
still
years
making
on lower
new
Medicare
highs?
Advantage ratings.
Like,
We're watching
what?
that stock today. Cut its losses in half. It's still a rough day. Does take us to our talk of the tape. Where are these markets heading next?
Dude, that's
Let's ask
insane.
Adam Parker. He's the founder and CEO of Trivariate Research, a
should've
CNBC
bought this
contributor,
thing back
and he's
here.
with me at Post 9. Welcome back.
Thanks for having me.
The thing that jumped out to me most of all from the notes you gave our producers are the fact we were more cautious on risk-taking last week than we are now. Why?
Well, that's really consistent with what you just heard from Tepper on the previous minute, which is I think the stimulus means something. You know, we look back at 11 times China stimulated in the last 13 years. It's hard to say it works every time because sometimes we're hiking rates here and other things are happening. But when you look at the market, there's a group of stocks that have somewhat low expectations, are kind of hated, and they trade like the A shares. A lot of them are in energy, materials, industrials, et cetera. So I think if you're a portfolio manager and you're trying to beat the S&P 500, you reacted to that news on the 24th, you said, all right, I can maybe buy a casino, or I can buy a copper company, or maybe what they did yet isn't enough to make the earnings change. But the risk reward just got skewed to the positive with companies that have exposure there, and that's how I think about it.
Do you think that the risk
matter.
reward is
China's being
now
accommodative.
better overall?
That's all you
here
need to
in
know.
part because of this?
And I
It
knew.
just underscores the fact that central bank.
Bro, listen, I knew CNBC would do this, and they did it yesterday, and they've been doing it every single day. But what about this? But what about this? But what about this? Right? So people second guess themselves. What did they do in 2020? The same thing. Is this going to be a V-shaped recovery? Is this a W-shaped recovery? There's so much going on. What if? Bro, when policy eases, it is time to put on risk. There's an appetite for risk. That's it. Do not let CNBC talk you out of something. What if? Sure, there's always risks, and that's the only thing that we've talked about. All right, but I don't think they want to screw it up either. Right? I don't think they would purposely want to screw it up. Now maybe at the top. Now maybe you get these things back at all-time highs, but until then, I'm not going for the what if. Just like they did in 2020.
A lot of noise distilled down into the facts
CNBC
of a
is
Fed
the
that's
only
cutting
noise.
and just starting, and the economy that is
Or any
still
other station.
surprising people with its resilience.
Look, the 2 and 10-year yield are 100 bips
Let's
lower at the end of
go.
Q3 than they were at the end of Q2. Right? The Fed, I think, surprised. Nobody thought there was 50 bips, or very few people thought it was 50 bips on July 1. Consumer slowed, and yet the market kind of had a healthy 5% plus, almost 6% total return for the S&P in the quarter, right? So I think things are slightly skewed to the positive. I'm a little worried about earnings season. Not so much the Q3 numbers, because we didn't really hear any of the big conferences corporates tell us. We've had some Nike and some FedEx and some things that are happening.
Yeah, Nike's idiosyncratic.
Nike is definitely, FedEx maybe. You know, they're, I would say, a real company, $90 billion in revenue.
Yeah.
They ship some stuff around. So we'll see if we get any pre-negs in the next 5 or 6 days. Normally that first 10 days of a October, January, April, July, you could see a company take the. I don't think it's going to happen that much. I think it's more going to be the Q4 guidance, because that's where I see the numbers hockey stick more than the normal hockey stick.
Let me
That's the risk.
Let me bring this point up.
Yeah.
That the broadening, whether it's taken the edge off, if you will, of the mega cap companies as they're going to report, as Goldman Sachs today is suggesting that it does. And I want you to listen to the commentary that they put out today, and I want you to react to it, okay?
Sure.
They're talking about a lower bar for mega cap. Why? Recent experience has reaffirmed the notion that the U.S. market can run on multiple engines and has supported the case for some diversification across segments. This dynamic makes the risks more balanced going into the earnings season in a couple of weeks. A lower bar for mega cap tech opens upside path there that were harder to envisage in Q2. You've had a broadening. Mega cap stocks have come off the hot burner. Therefore, the expectations maybe have just dropped a touch.
Right.
So that helps the overall scene as you really get into the thick of earnings season. Does that make sense to you?
Does the Goldman Sachs comment make sense to me?
You still feel like the bar is as high as it ever was for mega cap?
All they really said, like, you know, through the lens, they said is like some of the big six weren't as good in Q3,
and a lot of other stuff was.
And the ones that people hated on July 1, Apple and Tesla, they were the best ones. And then the ones that everyone thought were hyperscale or beneficial, they were the worst.
But the equal weight in the quarter was up 8% to the market cap weight, which was up 5%.
Right.
Isn't that what you want? Isn't that what you wanted?
I guess, yeah. I mean,
what do you mean you guess? People said we need the broadening.
Right, but you need the broadening if the economy is improving and companies' margins are expanding and all that. You got a weird quarter, right? Value beat growth, but hyper growth beat growth. Junk beat quality. Like everyone says, I buy quality. Well, the lowest quality quartile beat the highest quality. Like it's a weird microstructure. I think really what happened is Apple and Tesla were good, and Microsoft and NVIDIA were flat to down.
No, but like I know, hyper growth. Palantir was really good.
Palantir, right? That kind of stuff. So I think it is generally good if the economy pauses and starts improving again. Last week, somebody said they were really confident it's going to reaccelerate, and I asked why, and what I heard back was I don't know, right? So I'm not, I'm really focused on the consumer data we're going to get here in the first 10 days of earnings season. Do we get less 90-day credit card delinquencies? Really haven't gotten worse. So like some of the consumer data points I look at in the last 10 days make me think the consumer, which was declining for sure in July, is not declining at the same rate it was. I got a China stimulus. I'm a little bit more skewed to the positive, just reacting to the data that's coming in.
You wanted to short some of these consumer names. And
I still don't like physical retailers, for sure. They have to have an online business. So yeah, I'm always going to like, Walmart and Amazon over Target.
Do you
and
still
dollar
think
stores.
you should be buying the dips? Would you urge people
Where are you? He ignored us.
to buy the dips as Oppenheimer is doing today and Barclays suggests the path of least resistance remains to the upside, in part because of what you're saying.
Those are the
Rate cuts,
external.
China.
Tudor Jones.
All Tudor Jones. You can make a good story to tell.
I could see, yeah. Look, it depends on the horizon.
Good morning from London.
Out, medium to long term, of course. If it's like for sure between now and the election, I'm more tortured. It's hard to make 1 month calls. If I were CFO or CEO, would I make a big capital deployment announcement or deal before the election? Maybe not. I might want to have a better view of what I think the regime's going to look like. Make sure I understand where my spending, benefits could be. So we could get some choppy guidance from some companies for Q4. We could get a little uncertainty in October. That's possible. But if I'm looking out 6-12 months, then yeah, there's a lot of things to sink my teeth back into.
All right, let's bring in Jack Manley now of JP Morgan Asset Management and Ayako Yoshioka of Wealth Enhancement Groups. Great to have everybody with us. Aya, give you the first crack at this. What do you think about what Adam had to say? Does it match your own view of where the markets currently are?
Sure. Hi, Scott. It's great to see you. And, what Adam said resonates quite a bit with us in terms of, what we're seeing in the markets. In the short term, sure. Could we see some more volatility? We've seen it around, the labor market data releases over the last couple of months. And so could we get that again on Friday? Maybe. As Adam mentioned, there is a lot of geopolitical risk and earnings coming up. But over the long term, we think, as dips have been bought in the past, we think these dips will be bought in the future.
Okay, Jack, what about you? Yeah, what makes sense to you right now?
So I would say I actually am less reliant on this story of the U.S. economy speeding up and more reliant on some of the other macro data that are out there to support this broadening out of earnings. If the economy grew, 4.5% annualized in the back half of last year, and the only game in town was still the Mag 7, then an acceleration in growth from here right now is not necessarily what's going to push them over the line, or the S&P 493 necessarily over the line, right? Evidently, in that strong growth environment, high and rising interest rates, hot inflation, warm wage growth, all of these things are bigger hurdles for that S&P 493 than the strong growth print. And when we look at what's going on with macro data right now, the wage growth is cooling. We see plenty of evidence of that. We'll see it again on Friday. Inflation has very clearly come off the boil, and rates are moving lower. And that, to me, is the trifecta where you don't have to be the Mag 7 to make money anymore. And that, to me, is the broadening out story for the rest of the year. We're expecting to see it particularly in the fourth quarter. So I like that, let's call it equal weight versus market cap weight play for the next few months of the year.
What do you think?
I mean, yeah. I mean, the evidence is that as CPI comes down, it helps the margins of the smaller companies more than the big seven. The same way that the big seven did great when CPI was rising, it didn't really affect them, right? They're sort of more immune because of technology moats, pricing stacks, et cetera. So through my U.S. only lens, I would say is what he just said is he thinks gross margins are going up for most companies over the next couple of quarters, and if that's right, yeah, the stock market goes up.
That's the biggest thing you've said for the better part of the last 2 years that we've been having market conversations.
It's the number one thing I focus on.
Margins. It's why you had been as bullish, if not more than others. Because you thought the margin story was going to hold up. You started to question it.
And why is that? Because, at what rate the question is, are you growing? And if you are growing, at what rate? And if you're not growing, at what rate are you not growing? And if you're not growing, you're not a growth stock.
Revenue growth to not a lot of net hiring, right? Meaning they're not going to add heads at the rate they used to, and that's the way margins could really have yet another leg up. That'll come from more AI productivity stories we're going to hear in the next 18 months. We're probably not going to hear a ton of them in October, but if the bull case of allocating capital, I work at JP Morgan, I got a zillion clients, then I'm thinking out medium long term. Sure, you got to believe that there's pretty good risk reward to margins being way higher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The China news, Jack, I mean, is it as game-changing as some have made the case, including Adam, David Tepper, some others? The market's certainly making that bet as those stocks have just surged in the last week.
Yeah, I mean, I think Adam made a great point that China's probably not getting any worse from where we are right now, given this combination of monetary stimulus and fiscal stimulus. But we have had a couple instances in the past of exciting economic news that translates into an equity market rally that very quickly starts to deteriorate, and you go back down to weaken confidence from both a consumer and business perspective. The issue with China for me right now is the valuation tailwind that was super strong 20+% ago is no longer as compelling. Markets are a lot more close to fair value now than they were just a couple of weeks ago before a lot of this policy was announced. And B, at the end of the day, you are still dealing with a command economy. China is something of a black box, and policymakers have made it very clear that they can flip a switch and turn off entire components of the equity market. So it's not to say that you can't get excited about the long-term story. I just think that a lot of American investors need to be cautious, right? And that those returns wouldn't be so alluring if it was easy money, if it was shooting fish in the barrel.
What I've experienced through the years is it's very hard to get financial advisors to go overweight EM equities. They have to outperform by like 30% a year for 3 years in a row the U.S. before they pile in. So I think it's more about what can I do focused on the U.S. to get China exposure. Do I buy U.S.?
Okay, I mean, like,
do I buy LVS or Freeport or CAT or Win or Melco? Right? Do I do that, or and we kind of did this nerdy thing where we said, how can we proxy the big tech companies in China through U.S. equities? And actually, it was a combination of U.S. semis and U.S. utilities that gave me the most exposure to Baidu, Tencent, and JD. Weirdly, they traded that way. So there's ways to try to get at it within the U.S. equities if you're too afraid to go get it directly.
What about this China story, Aya? I mean, is it a great opportunity for people who, I don't know, maybe they feel like they're overexposed at this point to the mega cap tech stocks, for example, so they're looking at the Babas and the Baidus and the JDs and these other names that have surged lately and think that it's just the beginning?
So, chasing after stocks that have surged this quickly is not always a great idea. I think at least in the short term, the valuations were much more attractive, like they said about 20% ago. Over the long term, I think having the exposure makes sense, especially in a diversified ETF, is how we would look at it.
How about this, Jack? I mean, UBS had an interesting note about valuations, and we debate this a lot on the desk of whether the market's too expensive or not. They suggest valuations are likely to move higher. At 21.5 times, market PEs are 1.5 standard deviations above the long-term average. However, the median company is less extremely priced, and price to cash flow is more reasonable. This talks about the fact that the 490, you can't look necessarily at the overall market multiple and say, well, the market's expensive if it's been driven by 7 stocks to get you to the more expensive historical PE multiple that you're complaining about.
Yeah, I would completely agree with that assessment. I mean, I think you can come at it from 2 different ways. I think you can make the point that you just made, Scott, which is that markets are expensive right now because of a small handful of names. And if you strip out the Mag 7 and you're left with the S&P 493, valuations there are a lot more reasonable, a lot closer to earth. But you could also, I think, make the argument longer term, a little bit more structural. The composition of the U.S. equity market has fundamentally shifted. This is not a bank and oil company driven equity market anymore. It is technology driven. And you don't buy tech companies for 12 months of earnings. You buy them for 5, 10, 15 years worth of earnings. So next 12-month earnings as a valuation measure, maybe not as relevant. And also, by the way, while interest rates have been the highest they've been in about 20 years as of late, they're coming back down to earth pretty quickly, right? And we're dealing with a fundamentally different environment in terms of the cost of capital. And when rates are lower, when the composition of the equity market has changed, and when in particular from a micro perspective, so much of the recent rally has been driven by a small handful of names, talking about the S&P 500 monolithically and focusing in on those stretched valuations, I think only gets you a little bit of the way there.
Totally. I mean, look, the reason we focus all our work on gross margins, or a lot of it, as we talked about for years, is because there's a very, very strong relationship between what you pay, EV to forecasted sales, enterprise value to sales, and the gross margin level. The reason the market trades and oscillates at much higher multiples than it did when it was oil and banks is because the gross margins for the median company, the gross margin dollars, are way higher than they used to be. So yeah, if I get my margins higher, I'll get an even non-linearly higher multiple. So I agree with that. We're going to trade at higher multiples in the future than the past. The only thing I would slightly disagree with is I like running to the party. So when stuff's up 6 or 8, I'm going to go in there and try to add. Right, I don't necessarily think, just a big pop.
Well, you're talking about momentum.
I'm
right?
I'm just saying.
That's what he's talking about. Is momentum, which you suggest is maybe a deterrence.
Maybe she means at the index level. I think at the stock level, if I'm a U.S. guy and Melco went up 20%, I'll get in there. It could go another 20, like it's a garbage Macau play that could have a lot of bounce. So it's a different view than I have than just because it's up 20%, it's over. I'm dreaming that, I want to sell it to a sucker with a much bigger dream later.
Aya?
Yeah.
Sure. Now, I think momentum in certain stocks, as well as at the index level, you have to kind of dig into it more than just take the price action at its surface. So, we like to dig in and see where we're seeing the momentum and whether or not it's long term. It just needs to fit with your sort of time horizon.
If we go back to the mega caps for a moment, and the news of the day.
This is getting so boring.
$6.6 billion. OpenAI raises $157 billion valuation. It's extraordinary, right? For what feels like a relatively young company.
Yeah. It's bigger than Citigroup, for example, or other big companies. Yeah.
Doesn't that just remind us of where the puck is going? Still, the puck is going towards the hyperscalers, who are in large part the investors here, who are the ones who are best able to capitalize on this revolution of AI. What do we make of this?
They certainly have the balance sheets to take this stuff on, but as of right now, I'm usually a glass half full kind of guy, but this is where I feel a little bit more skeptical. Show me the money. Like we've been throwing so much money hand over fist at this situation, and a lot of this AI play hasn't really translated into meaningful, sustainable profitability. And is artificial intelligence solving any trillion-dollar questions at the moment? I think that is a question that we really do need to ask ourselves. I'd also remind investors that when you're in tech cycles like the one that we might be in right now, the composition of the winners in the early days fundamentally different than the composition of the winners later on when the technology is much more mature. You know, like the people that built the pipelines 40 years ago for the internet are still around. They're still big, but they're not as big as the social media giants that took advantage of that technology. What is the next big AI company? It might not even been cooked up yet. So I think it's all about a long-term time horizon, yes, but also willing to cast a pretty wide net in this space. It's not just Mag 7.
I'm more bullish than that on AI. I think, I think there are some examples where efficiencies are being gained. NVIDIA's revenue is probably the best way I can think about it. And when I read that Musk is having dinner with Jensen, begging him for chips, I don't think it's close to being done. A couple weeks ago. So I think compute generally is going to grow way above GDP at way higher margin for a decade. I think it's a clear winner. The area I'm most excited about seeing productivity in the next 18 months is in healthcare. An area that people don't love generally. I'm not saying it's going to be
trying to get more bullish on it.
I'm trying to every year.
What was the cover of Barron's this past weekend? Wasn't it the call? I think it was like their magical moment, or they said it was a magical moment in healthcare, something of that regard.
Yeah, I believe Trivariate might have been referenced in that actually. But then you get a Humana, punching you in the face when you get excited too much about healthcare services. So it's a longer path. But I do think when I look at it, where can I be much more efficient distribution of drugs, services, hospitals, life sciences and tools. Like there's so many examples where efficiencies can be gained. So I think we'll see the beneficiaries there first. And I bet you we see them in 2025.
Okay, we'll leave it there. Good stuff. I enjoyed that conversation. Aya, thank you so much. Jack, we'll see you soon. And Adam, you as well.
Yeah, great
Thanks
to
for
be
being
here.
here, Post 9. Yep, let's send it to Steve Kovac now for the biggest names moving into the close. Hey, Steve.
Hey there, Scott. Let's add shares of ConAgra brands. They're sliding about 7% after the packaged food company reported disappointing Q1 results. Sales falling 4%, mainly due to declines in refrigerated and frozen food unit, as well as manufacturing disruptions in its Hebrew National hot dog business. Also, Caesars Entertainment is the top performer today in the S&P 500 after it announced a $1 billion notes offering and said its board approved a stock buyback program of up to $500 million. Shares still off by almost 9% this year and down 65% from its all-time high. Scott?
All right, Steve Kovac, thank you very much for that. We're just getting started. Up next, OpenAI closing its long-awaited funding round. We got the details and what it might mean for the broader AI space. That's coming up. We're live at the New York Stock Exchange. You're watching Closing Bell on CNBC.
Market's putting me to sleep, guys. I'm sorry. There's just nothing going on. I'm sitting here. I'm like watching. And it puts me out. Like, for instance, DJT. You break out at $16. You go to try to hold it, and it just can't even hold. But then it retraces back up to it. And then, like, doesn't extend off of it and then fails. It's like where's the breakdown? I don't understand what's going on here. Somebody is holding this thing up. They're not letting it pull back. They're trying to shake them out because they know the dollar's going higher. Right? They know the dollar's going higher. And I feel like they're just trying to make it hard for anybody that wants to be short and wants to get that easy money ticket. You know, in my opinion, I think if we can just get a little bit of time, we've recovered this area, but I don't know, guys. It's still a consolidation. But anyway, outside in the other market, it's still slow as hell. Like Google hasn't moved. Not that it ever moves, but Baba. Let's see. What else do we have here? What else? Let's go. What was some of the news today? I know we had some healthcare names. Harley Davidson. Come on. Questioning what the hell is he doing? Where the hell am I at?
Welcome back. OpenAI closing its latest funding round today. Kate Rooney has these details and some very big numbers, Kate.
Big time, Scott. Yeah, this was a big day for OpenAI, the company officially closing one of the largest private funding rounds in Silicon Valley history. The total coming in at $6.6 billion. This was at a $157 billion post-money valuation. I'm told by a source it was led by Thrive. We had SoftBank and Microsoft doubling down, NVIDIA, and then UAE-backed fund MGX. Coastal Ventures also in, Altimeter Capital, and just confirmed that Cathie Wood's ARK Invest also was in this round. OpenAI says the cash is going to help them with AI research to increase compute capacity as well, and then build tools that, quote, help people solve hard problems. OpenAI is, of course, the maker of ChatGPT, which we did learn today now has 250 million weekly users. That has more than doubled from a year ago, and it's up by about 50 million in just the past 2 months. So this is one of the most valuable private American companies at this point. It's just behind SpaceX, ahead of Stripe. And then to put the value into some context, Scott, I was looking at the market cap of S&P 500 companies. It's bigger, on paper at least, than Goldman Sachs, Uber, Lockheed Martin. It's about double the value of Chipotle. OpenAI is still in the process, I'm told, of becoming a for-profit. We are going to talk about this and a lot more in an exclusive interview tomorrow with OpenAI's CFO Sarah Friar in the 10 a.m. Scott, back to you.
Oh, that's great. So, Kate, we know about the recent, move to be a for-profit company. You mentioned some of these other companies like Stripe. When are we going to start really thinking about an IPO, do you think? I'm sure now it's got to be the topic of conversation out where you are almost every day.
Big time. I mean, that is one of the big questions around Stripe. It's sort of the perennial example of when will they go public. I don't think there's a lot of pressure from investors to go public at this point. And the big reason is because employees at least are able to get liquidity. There's been some reporting around employees at least being able to sell their shares. So as long as these private companies can keep their employees happy and make sure that they get liquidity, that they're able to sell their shares when they want to go out and buy a house and have a little bit of cash on the sideline, then there really is not as much pressure as you might think. So I think at this point, it's seen as not a near-term thing that they're going to go public. But the hiring, I would say, of someone like Sarah Friar does indicate that long-term, this company would take being a public company as something really serious to think about. I think that her hiring was seen as sort of a sign that this will be an eventual IPO. I think that is the expectation, but they're losing money at this point from what I'm told, and they've got a lot of growth, a lot of competition out there, too, to deal with before they think about an IPO.
Well, I'm sure you'll ask Sarah herself, since she's joining you exclusively tomorrow. We look forward to that really big interview. A great timing, too, to get that. Kate, thank you. That's Kate Rooney.
Appreciate it.
Again, that's tomorrow. I think it's at 10:15 for Sarah Friar tomorrow. All right, let's bring in Doug Clinton, Intelligent Alpha founder and CEO, to discuss. I said before, to our markets panel, if nothing else, this just reminds you where the puck's going, where the flood of capital continues to go, whether it's in the private market or in the public markets by investors who want to capitalize on this incredible revolution in AI.
That's right. I mean, valuations are forward-looking, Scott. You see the $150 billion number. We talk about Uber as a comp. We talk about double Chipotle, which I think OpenAI probably should be double Chipotle. But that's what I think investors are betting on, is that today we've got a company with a $4 billion annualized run rate. Next year, I've heard rumors that they think they could hit 10. Trading 15 times that run rate. It feels expensive today if you do the math, but looking out tomorrow, if that's the future, then it won't look so bad.
Would you guys be lining up to get something on the IPO at this one?
Well, we did invest at Deepwater in XAI, so we are big believers in these foundation model companies. We didn't participate in this round. It doesn't mean that we wouldn't look to in the future.
Right. How are you thinking about tech right now? We said in this quarter, which just ended, it took a bit of a backseat to the rest of the market. Some say that's a great sign, but better late than never. But what about that? What about the sector here? We're going to be talking about earnings.
Bro, this is crazy. I'm trying to look at the scanners. I'm trying to get like my own ideas. Poop. Nothing.
Because typically every breakthrough technology does. You need that excess capital to just make sure that all of the access is cheap. All of the bad ideas out there that might turn out to be good ones get tried. And that's what we're seeing now.
But that just means that some eggs in the carton get broken. It doesn't mean that the whole thing gets destroyed.
We do have GameStop that I forgot about. Oh wow. Unbelievable. I would like another test of that 20-day. Let's go look. Let's see. Dude, I gotta go back and clean all these charts up. I just gotta go back and delete all the lines or just have it do it itself. There's way too many levels on here. Alright. It's a failed breakout above where? $23. I told you guys if we got up above 23, we needed to hold it and we didn't. And look what happened. See, pulling back. Damn it. That's a late on this one. Fuck.
Do you feel like, lastly, that is a game changer for the way we should view the overall market? Just the power, the bazooka, as some have referred it?
I think it's hard to ignore it. I mean, given the history of the last 20 years, we've kind of seen the Fed here use it a few times quite effectively. I don't know why we would think it might be different in China.
All right. It's good having you back. Likewise. Good to see you again. Doug, thank you. I want to remind you once again, don't miss NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang, Accenture CEO Julie Sweet. That's on Overtime today to discuss their new...
Jensen Huang on CNBC later on today.
In China.
Back.
Likewise.
Good to see you again. Doug, thank you. I want to remind you once again, don't miss NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang, Accenture CEO Julie Sweet. That's on Overtime today to discuss their new AI partnership. It's at 4 o'clock Eastern time, of course, and you definitely don't want to miss that. Up next, New York Life Investments' Lauren Goodwin is back to tell us why she says the Fed's recent rate cut is not a cure-all for investors. She explains next.
CNBC.
Still on edge a bit in the stock market to begin the fourth quarter as investors look for developments in the Middle East and a critical read on the labor market coming this Friday. Joining me now at Post 9's Lauren Goodwin of New York Life Investments. Welcome back.
Thanks for having me.
How are you feeling about the markets here as this quarter begins?
I anticipate that on a 6-month basis, the equity market rally has room to run, risk assets have room to run. It's a constructive risk asset scenario. That said, the economy is really walking a tightrope, not teetering on the edge of recession or anything like that, but a real balance between overheating and the market being concerned about growth. And so in that environment, though I expect risk asset performance to be average, that might not feel as good for investors as the last couple of years. And so we're looking at portfolio construction really closely to try and take advantage of big picture themes like, for example, the Fed moving lower in interest rates.
Feels like, though, tightrope to me sounds a little extreme. I mean, the connotation being that one wrong step and you fall over, where it feels like the road is a little bit smoother than many people thought it would be. Sure, there are potholes in front of us, but this has been really resilient, and we've been able to steer around most anything that's been thrown our way. How would you respond to that?
I think that's really fair from an economic perspective. And as you know, we were quite concerned about the economy in the first half of this year, moving much more constructive because of that resilience, and specifically the resilience in profit margins. And so the balance beam is less about teetering off into an abyss and more about how does the market absorb the reasonable economic data that we have. So, for example, a weaker than expected jobs report, that's likely to be a concern for growth, potentially volatility in risk assets, maybe expectations that the Fed might cut a little faster, whereas even just a little smidge of data in the opposite direction gets you the exact opposite result. That's a challenging environment for anyone who's trying to invest for longer than a day. And so that's the tightrope that I see really more for risk asset performance.
But what if we just say, you know, net, you've been using the word distill a lot lately, I have, because there's a lot out there, but some would distill it all down and say, Fed's cutting, economy's still good, and that's really, at the end of the day, those are the two most important things that matter more than anything else. We get that good news is good news and bad news is bad news. A bad jobs report would obviously be concerning, but net, cutting, still strong, that's what matters.
I tend to agree with that. And so if the economy is still strong or resilient, let's say, and the Fed's cutting, what do you do? I mean, the number one concern for investors then becomes reinvestment risk.
Hey, don't you buy equities?
I think that you buy risk assets, but I strongly prefer credit. And the reason is not that I think equities are going to do poorly in this environment, but that the upside relative to credit is limited. And that's because both assets have really performed quite well on a price or valuation level. And so the question for investors becomes, how can you generate income and manage what might be, again, a sort of a middling, still reasonable, but middling risk asset performance over the next couple of quarters. And so that's why, from our perspective, credit is such an interesting opportunity. And where equity is concerned, rate cuts really are still a big part of that story. When some of the structural themes that we've thought are really interesting around the semiconductor supply chain, around energy, those are sectors that tend to do well when rates are moving lower. And so it's really a commingled story between debt and equity.
I mean, there are others, you know, there are plenty of people, by the way, who agree with you. I think Rick Reeder sat in that chair and made the case that, look, a lot is in the equity market already. There's a lot of good news priced in. Valuations are rich. They may not be like, you know, too rich, but they're rich nonetheless. Thus, the better risk reward right now is in credit. I know he's a credit guy, or certainly he's the CIO of fixed income at BlackRock, the world's largest asset manager, but he is head of the global asset allocation team too, so he thinks about stocks. But the point is the same, that a lot's in the stock market and the better risk rewards in credit. And you agree?
I do agree. Now, for investors that are looking for equity market ideas, there's a couple of areas where I think are really interesting to play. I just mentioned that some of the secular themes around semiconductors, around energy, those are the sectors that tend to benefit as well from the cyclical reality that's cutting rates. So those are high conviction opportunities from my perspective. They also are likely to be relatively supported regardless of what happens in November. And I see a lot of investors waiting until November to make big allocation
You
moves.
feel like this market's kind of been a little choppy. It hasn't been a tremendous amount of activity. Do you think this is a precursor for what we should expect now up until for the next 30 plus days, almost 40 days?
Yeah, I think that's the case. Now, when it comes to what difference will the election make, a couple of things. First, I think if we have a sweep in either direction, that's a +1 for growth, inflation, and potentially for rates. So I do expect that the market is going to have to adjust over time this rate cutting expectation down a little bit, meaning the Fed will have to cut a little less than the market thinks. That would be accelerated by a sweep scenario. Other themes that we're looking at, the president. Whoever's in charge has the right to levy tariffs, regardless of who's in Congress. And so that's another potential inflationary risk. We're looking at that. But sectors are something that we actually think some of the old sector norms around Republicans versus Democrats not likely to apply this time around. Both candidates have moved differently from the past as much as they're different from each other.
All right. Well said. We'll see you again soon. That's Lauren Goodwin. Right here, Post 9. Up next, we're tracking the biggest movers into the close. Our Steve Kovac is back with the highlights. Steve?
Yeah, Scott, I'm not going to hog too much of your airtime. We got two different transportation names moving in opposite directions, and I'll reveal them after this break.
Major train station in Germany stormed by police and deadly Marburg virus. A amid deadly Marburg virus fears, Soliginex has FDA orphan drug status approval for its Marburg virus infection vaccine that's sending Rimagoff X-ray. That article from the Express on a report of a train station in Germany stormed by police amid deadly virus fears.
All right, we're less than 15 from the bell. Let's get back now to Steve Kovac with a look at the stocks that he is watching. Steve.
Hey there, Scott. Let's start with Hog. Harley-Davidson shares down about 4% now on a downgrade to neutral from buy over at Baird. The analysts say that he's sitting at this ride out after dealers reported weak retail, excess inventory, and critical sentiments. Shares are roughly flat year to date. Also, Joby Aviation shares are soaring more than 25% after the company announced a $500 million investment from Toyota. The money will be used to support certification and production of its electric air taxis. After the investment, Toyota will own about 22% of Joby's outstanding shares. Scott?
Steve, thank you very much. Steve Kovac. Still ahead, Eli Lilly is ticking higher today. The company making a big investment in how it produces medications. We got the details coming up on the bell.
I might stay here with this news, guys. After hours, I just might. GOVX is going. SNGX, there we go.
At the highs, sending the Rimagoff X-ray.
I was literally just buying it.
It's yours free, just for calling the number on your screen. And when you call, a knowledgeable licensed agent producer can answer any questions you have and help you choose the plan that's right for you.
Let's look up the float really quickly.
And there's no obligation. You see, Medicare covers only about 80% of your Part B medical expenses. The rest is up to you. That's why so many people purchase Medicare supplement insurance plans like those offered by Humana. They're designed to help you save money and pay some of the costs Medicare doesn't. Depending on the Medicare supplement plan you select, you could have no deductibles or co-payments for
if that's actually correct.
You can keep the doctors you have now, ones you know and trust, with no referrals needed. Plus, you can get medical care anywhere in the country, even when you're traveling. With Humana, you get a competitive monthly premium and personalized service from a healthcare partner working to make healthcare simpler and easier for you. You can choose from a wide range of standardized plans. Each one is designed to work seamlessly with Medicare and help save you money. So how do you find the plan that's right for you? One that fits your needs and your budget. Call Humana now at the number on your screen for this free guide. It's just one of the ways that Humana is making healthcare simpler. And when you call, a knowledgeable licensed agent
Alright, let's read this.
answer any questions you have and help you choose the plan that's right for you. The call is free and there's no obligation. You know Medicare won't cover all your medical costs.
So, traders circulating article titled Major Train Station in Germany Stormed by Police Amid Deadly Marburg Virus. Virus fears. I thought they were gonna say Malsberg. You know, that like little like Uzi handgun jaunt. with the drum.
Up next, Tesla shares are slipping on some key delivery data. We have the details and much more when we take you inside the market zone next.
Oh, okay. Soligenex will be issued patent number 12,097,291 tomorrow. Titled Thermostable Vaccine, blah, 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 blah. Okay, it actually sounds like this is already in the works before this news came out. But yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. Alright, let's see what happens here. We've got some room. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about buying this. Just a small trade. I just don't want to get lazy. Just like the market has literally put me to sleep. Like I'm freaking tired. And now
10 million people die of cancer. Now, Transcode Therapeutics, NASDAQ symbol RNAZ, with top scientists from Harvard Medical School, is developing a disruptive metastatic cancer treatment using RNA therapeutics, a groundbreaking field in medicine to treat multiple metastatic cancers. Transcode's candidate, now in an FDA-approved phase 1 clinical trial, has demonstrated complete regression of metastatic disease in multiple tumor types in preclinical studies. Symbol RNAZ.
Power E-Trade's easy-to-use tools like dynamic charting and risk-reward analysis help make trading feel effortless. And its customizable
HUM, Humana getting a downgrade at Bank of America.
another one? Bro, Humana's getting slaughtered, bro.
The Market Zone is sponsored by E-Trade for Morgan Stanley. Trade commission free today with no account minimums.
We're now at the closing bell market zone. CNBC senior markets commentator Mike Santoli here to break down the crucial moments of this trading day. Plus, Angelica Peebles on how Eli Lilly is making moves to hold its lead in the world of GLP-1s. And Tesla is falling today. Their third quarter deliveries were out. Stock reaction. We're now in the closing bell market zone. CNBC senior markets commentator Mike Santoli here to break down the crucial moments of this trading day. Plus, Angelica Peebles on how Eli Lilly is making moves to hold its lead in the world of GLP-1s. And Tesla is falling today. Their third quarter deliveries were out. Stock reacting. Phil LeBeau's going to have those details for us. But Mike, what's on your mind today?
You know, big picture, it's still a bull market. It looks like it and acts like it in every significant respect, but it really has slowed down, and it's, you know, come across this leadership shift. It's been absorbing that kind of retreat on a relative basis in mega cap tech. We're up since mid-July, 2.5 months, less than 1% in the S&P 500, but the average stock has done better. So all that as context as this bull market gets ready to enter its third year, it's also often a more kind of sober, plodding type of a tone to a bull market. But everything else is kind of clicking together. And I think the fact that it can wait and see near the highs as we get this data on Friday is, you know, is certainly not a negative.
Time flies, huh? It's hard to believe.
Just about 2 years.
About 2 years. For this bull market
in a couple weeks.
Yeah, we'll see what happens on Friday with the jobs report for, you know, where this next step goes, I suppose. Angelica Peebles following Eli Lilly for us today. What can you tell us?
Yeah, Scott,
Today, Lilly is announcing a $4.5 billion center that will be focused on R&D manufacturing. So this new site will be about a 40-minute drive from where we are at Eli Lilly's headquarters in Indianapolis. Now, this is all part of the company's investment after the success of its obesity drugs. The company has committed more than $20 billion to capital investments in the U.S. since 2020. And of course, obesity is the big focus, but there's a lot more that Lilly is working on. Take a listen to what Lilly CEO Dave Ricks has to say.
Pursuing obesity is not our only aim. We're a human health company. We want to make meaningful medicines in all sorts of difficult diseases. Neuroscience, we mentioned earlier. Neuropsych is a huge unmet need, addiction and mental health, but also neurodegenerative conditions. So we're investing heavily there, and perhaps the gains we've made in obesity can help fund the research in new areas.
So as you heard there, Scott, there is a lot that we should be watching out for from Lilly, and we'll be looking at that, especially as the company gets close to potentially becoming the first $1 trillion healthcare company. Back to you.
All right, Angelica, thank you. That's Angelica Peebles. Phil LeBeau now on Tesla and these deliveries. You know, Phil, I've seen some commentary that suggests the stock is moving more on just sell the news rather than necessarily big disappointment over the number itself.
I would agree with that, Scott. Look, they were essentially in line with estimates. Some people are saying, well, they were 500 short of the FactSet street account consensus. Give me a break. It was 463,000 vehicles, essentially what they delivered, roughly in line with expectations. Best quarter since the fourth quarter of last year. China was strong. Incentives also help in certain markets, while Europe is slower. They don't report by region, but that's what you get when you look at the sales in those markets of electric vehicles. All right, so it sets up the question, what are the catalysts for Tesla shares over the next couple of weeks? The big one is next week with the robotaxi unveil. Then you get Q3 financials a couple of weeks later. And if EV demand starts to improve in the fourth quarter, that will also help out Tesla. It also raises the question, could they possibly hit more than 500,000 vehicles delivered in the quarter? They're going to need to do that if they're going to hit last year's total of 1.8 million vehicles delivered. Right now, the consensus estimate is for 1.78 million vehicles delivered. They'd have to come up with about 485,000 deliveries to hit that number. Scott, back to you.
All right, good context, Phil. Thank you. That's our Phil LeBeau. Mike, I turn it back to you. You know, discretionary as a sector is up a little less than 6% over a month. Tesla's a big reason why. Stock is up 16%. Amazon gets a lot of credit for that too. But actually, the stock,
Tesla's up like 40% since the early August low. So it had this huge rip. Obviously, it's somewhat sell the news, but also think of all the things Phil said right there. Okay, it's going to be nip and tuck if they match last year's volumes. So it's days like today when they just come in barely on target and maybe short of the whisper and some of the street estimates, when people who care about the here and now fundamentals of the business sell to people who say robotaxi event is going to be this eye-opener and it's going to be kind of restoring the magic of Tesla as a forward-looking thing. You know, one of the price targets from the sell side, $280 a share, right? So it's $250 right now. How do you get there? It said 15 times 2026 calendar cash flow. Okay, fine. 15 times, 2 years out, cash. That's the point is, there's a lot of stress on any fundamental valuation story in Tesla, so if it comes in on target. And so, yes, it has been a big tailwind to the consumer discretionary right now, but I am also looking at things like, you know, home-related spending. In fact, Home Depot and Lowe's charts looking better. So to me, the equal weight of consumer cyclicals are at least hanging in there and not necessarily giving you a fresh reason to worry at overall spending levels.
All right, good stuff. I'll see you tomorrow. That's Mike Santoli. Dow's going to go out with a win. We're going to fight to the finish here on the S&P. And don't forget, coming up in overtime, Jensen Huang of NVIDIA. Big interview. You don't want to miss it with Morgan and John.
Well, that's the end of regulation. Avantis Investors ringing the closing bell at the New York Stock Exchange, and ZJK Industrial doing the honors of the NASDAQ. Relative calm on Wall Street today. You could call this a middling market after yesterday's volatile session. Though developments in the Middle East and at the ports remain top of mind for investors, that is the scorecard on Wall Street. But the action is just getting started. Welcome to Closing Bell Overtime. I'm Morgan Brennan with John Fort.
Yeah, we got a big interview coming up in just a few minutes. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang was going to join us, a live and exclusive conversation, along with Accenture CEO Julie Sweet, as those two companies forge a deeper partnership on enterprise AI to speed up adoption.
And we have a great lineup to react to the latest comments from the NVIDIA chief.
It's just not pulling back for me. I almost took a shot off of this candle on the way back, but it just opened up and left. Well, that's a second tail right there, so.
Adam, I'll start with you because it really does seem like we have some serious cross currents in this market.
Let's see what happens. See what happens here. I love you guys. Hit the like button. Please subscribe. Sorry for falling asleep. It was a long day, a slow day, and we have Miss Badass herself, Morgan Brennan. Shout out Morgan Brennan. Hit the like button. Subscribe for Morgan Brennan for me, please.
I think what's occurring on the stimulus front is pressure on markets in China over the last week and a half on the fiscal and monetary and housing fronts, where they've really kind of fired a powerful bazooka that will have lasting effects. And you've seen the reaction of markets. China-linked equities, materials, capital goods, et cetera, have all reacted positively. And then you have central banks pretty much everywhere in the world, other than Japan, that are in the process of cutting rates. So most of the major central banks will all be cutting at their upcoming meetings throughout October and November. You had Dovish remarks that have been ECB official today, one of the bigger hawks there, kind of throwing in the towel and suggesting that inflation will return to target. You had an important comment out of the new Japanese prime minister today. That's a big reason why the yen was hit so hard versus the dollar, where he clamped down or pushed back on the need for additional BOJ rate hikes. So you have this really powerful tailwind of stimulus, and that's allowing the market to absorb relatively well. Some of the more negative developments, including in the Middle East, with the port strike, recent developments in Ukraine, where Russia has captured some territory in the last several days. All of those forces, stimulus is acting as a powerful counterforce.
Okay. Lori, I want to get your thoughts on this market, especially given the fact that it was a mixed day for mega cap tech. Tesla took it on the chin on disappointing deliveries, but you did have names like NVIDIA, which we're going to be talking about much more this hour, having a strong performance here. Given the research you've done recently, I mean, you've talked about this problematic positioning and valuation of the mega cap growth trade. Do you go anywhere near this? And if you don't, where do you put your money to work, given the fact that there are so many uncertainties?
Look, I think uncertainty, you hit the nail on the head, Morgan. I mean, what I'm seeing on my screen today, right, is energy moving up, consumer stocks moving down, and it just feels like everyone's holding their breath a little bit in terms of what's going on geopolitically. And I think that's happening at a time where we're trying to dig ourselves out of this economic pothole. Some of the economic data is getting a little bit better. But I think you're right in terms of the positioning trade. Some of these big mega cap names are just still unbelievably overvalued. We've got decelerate.
I was just trying to see here if we could just get a little pullback here into like the low fives, 517. Ain't happening. Ain't happening. They're not letting us get anything. Keep an eye on it, everybody. Look for pullbacks. Keep your eye on this, or I will be. I don't know if this rumor is true or not. I mean, it's just a rumor right now that's circulating. All right. I'll have to do some more work on that. Ow, I just hit my nuts. Late in the day. You guys have a great rest of your day. I love you guys. Please hit the like button, subscribe. I'm going to go finish taking a nap or something because the markets aren't really, they're waiting on something to move. Some of this labor report. Maybe we get some movement tomorrow. You guys have a great rest of your night. I'll see y'all on the next one.